yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Yeah, we ran out of patience. Boil up with the cold hard hatred. I can feel the vibration. Feet in the streets, it's a new sensation. I wanna break faces on the pavement. I wanna make greatness look complacent. Adrenaline awakened, I can taste it. We can make an impact, grab and then take it. Like a disease, bring them to their knees. They'll take for their disease. Just like a weed, spread into the streets. It's time to make them bleed. 'Cause we just want retribution. Let's go light up the darkness. Make true of an empty promise. With gods in the weak and harmless. Take to the streets and turn them to a mosh pit. 'Cause we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Yeah, we ran out of patience. Boil up with the cold hard hatred. I can feel the vibration. Feet in the streets, it's a new sensation. I wanna break faces on the pavement. I wanna make
All right, guys, let's get this party started. If you want a reading, be sure and visit my stand store. It is linked in the description below. And as always, we have a fair use, a disclaimer. As you come in, please hit the thumbs up, subscribe if you're not subscribed, and share the video if you like it. Let's get it going. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Astrology for Mystics. I'm an astrologer, Jennifer Jennings. Thank you guys for being here this morning, this afternoon now. Wow. Okay, so I'm going to get right to it. I'm super excited to talk about this find, if you will. And it may not be anything, that's my little disclaimer, may not be anything, and I'm not accusing anyone of anything. But guys, yesterday, when I was going over the transits with summer, and I showed a video, I want us to revisit that video. I want us to revisit that video because I'm about to show you why it is that I'm always interested in the birth time, the exact birth time, because I'm able to see the places that you connect to, Devlin, Sebastian, Summer. When I look at their natal time, because I have each one of those children's natal time. I did not get Summer's natal time from her mom and dad. They gave me another time. I got it from somebody else that said that she couldn't tell me how she got it, but that she got it and it was 100. And that's the chart that I use. Okay. And with that being said, I want to talk about what we talked about yesterday and then show you something that I found while I was deep diving on her map and her case. And then we're going to get into Devlin and Sebastian. But first, I want to revisit this video. Let me share my screen. That way I can share this. Just 1 second. Just 1 second. Going to credit her. This channel. Give her a little credit. Miss Christine 555. This is on her channel. And what she is doing is she is reviewing a video that Ziggy put up. She's reviewing a video that Ziggy put up. And I've got the transcript so I can show you guys what it is that I'm talking about. Y'all just bear with me because I'm going to bring this around full circle. Okay. I'm going to bring it back around full circle. So check it out. Check it out. Hold on. Make sure that you guys can hear it. If you can't hear it, notify me pretty quickly, please, if you can't hear it. I don't have my earbuds in, so I'm not listening to it. I'm just going to follow the transcript. This is about a 12-minute video, but what I'm going to show you guys, I think is in the very beginning, but let's check it out. Hold on.
Yeah. No, not really. See, I got a piece of equipment part that came out there. I hollered that morning. And it was, I didn't recognize them, but later that day, or the next day when the FBI got it.
And just so you guys know, these are tree trimmers that Ziggy is talking to. Ziggy, the YouTuber, she is talking to these tree trimmers. And it's not Hill's tree trimming service, okay? It's not them. It's another tree trimming service that was there the day that Summer went missing. And we're going to deep dive with it. Just give me a minute. Listen to this.
Randy brought it to my attention. The guy I used to work with. They actually talked to him there. I was in the pickup.
They actually stopped and talked to him. He's talking about Randy. And he says, I was in the pickup truck. Who is Scott Sanders. These are people that worked with the tree trimmers, okay, that were there the day that Summer went missing. And I'm going to tell you guys who the tree trimmers are. I'm going to show you that on the map and everything. Watch.
I was in the pickup. The mother, the mama, and son.
Yeah, did you see anything like
No, not really. See, I got a piece of equipment part that came out there. I hollered that morning. And it was, I didn't recognize them, but later that day, or the next day when the FBI got it, Randy brought it to my attention. The guy I used to work with. They actually talked to him there. I was in the pickup truck. The mother, the mama, and son.
so you saw one?
Well, she was in the truck. Randy said that she laid up in the back of the truck.
Randy said she laid up in the back of the truck. This was that morning. This was that morning before Summer went missing. Randy said, and it's not the Randy Hill, okay? This is some other Randy. A Randy that worked for the tree trimming place that I'm about to show you guys.
Did she? Oh. Handicap?
Yeah, I guess it was their thing.
Was that morning?
Yeah.
What's that name? Did anybody say?
No, because where we're from Moretown area that way, they give us drive time. At that time, we was leaving 3:30 of the day. So we didn't know nothing about it until we come back to work the next morning.
He said 3:30 that day. Around 3:30 is when they allegedly stopped working this tree trimming place, okay?
Do you guys know a Fred Hill, Jamie Killian? Any of those names ring a bell? Definitely John. Well, do you know Don Wells or not? Okay. He's claiming. So Lake Scott over here, don't know him either.
No.
Yeah.
It was actually an outage that day. I worked the repairs of the beard. He was one working over there most of the day. I think it was like later part, like after lunch, he was over there.
So your guys' work crew saw some of the morning.
Yeah. I was over there at like 5. That's before you started, wasn't it? No, I worked that out. When he hit that guy work, that was the same day.
So
yeah, we got the holler the day y'all was.
So why did they stop and talk to the?
We had the roadblock for a big piece of wood.
Oh, so but did they talk to the Randy? You said that.
Randy spoke to him.
And she was.
No, he's back in North Carolina.
Did y'all hear that? He's back in North Carolina. So evidently there was some type of issue. There was some type of issue when they were there that day. And they had an error. The power line, something happened with the power line. And allegedly, this dude, Randy, whoever he is, that worked for this tree trimming company, he was fired. And that's why he is back in North Carolina. Now, this is all alleged. I have no idea. I'm just going by this person's, Miss Christine. She has uploaded this video, and it's from the original video with Ziggy. Basically, she just clipped pieces of that video, and she is reusing it, okay, as a video. So they're saying that he's back in North Carolina. So this Randy dude, and I want y'all to keep this in mind because I'm going to bring it back full circle. I'm going to bring it back full circle, okay? So Randy spoke to them that morning. He's back in North Carolina now.
Randy, what's his last name? Do you know? Do you think he would talk to me?
I can't know what Randy.
You all are what, Davey?
So Wolf Davy Tree Trimming Services. That's who was there that day. That's who was there that day. Wolf Davy Tree Trimming Service. Who Randy and this dude, Paul Childress.
Yeah,
Wolf
and Davy's pretty much the same thing.
Okay.
Yeah, so most of us from up around that way, Moretown. I live in Moretown.
Oh, do you?
So we lost our contract in Jefferson City.
Paul Jr.
Childress.
Oh, your name's Paul Childress? That's a common last name here, isn't it?
From Castle. Okay, so you know where Bates Station's at.
I drive through Main Station every day here.
Okay.
So there wasn't a lot of
Are you
bombs.
guys park your equipment here at night or something?
And all that.
Out here, no, it was everybody wasn't in any conflict. The only thing that went on was
Where's
right
Bowser
when I got out,
Cemetery?
it was the
That's right.
Afghanistan.
I have it, man. You have it pulled up? Okay.
We a few guys sent over there. I know there are a couple of cemeteries up that way. I can't remember what was saying. A couple bombs went off.
I went to that. That's why I was walking over there to check to see if that was about. And what's your name now? Scott Sanders. Yeah.
So we got Scott Sanders, and they're talking about Randy. We got a Paul Childress. These are the guys that worked for the tree trimming company that was there. Okay. And they're saying that this dude, Randy, who said that she was in the back of a pickup truck that morning, he's saying that these people are saying that Randy is back in North Carolina now. We're going to listen to a little bit more, but I feel like that's pretty much, what we want to hear. But let me go just a couple of more minutes. Hold on.
Has threatened to kill Dawn. Cause somebody's name.
Craziness. I mean, so
We were down there past her house. I think she lives on the Ben Hill Road. We were down past it, and there's like a gravel entrance, and we had an incident there. Went and helped the lineman put the line back in.
So he said, we were down past her house on Ben Hill Road, and there's like a gravel entrance, and we had an incident there.
And there's like a gravel entrance, and we had an incident there. Went and helped the lineman put the line back in.
okay, so
And, they did send us in there, but it was just turning the trucks around.
yeah,
I think maybe some other guys
that
were-
driveway is
What are
ridiculous.
you working at? Is that the one where that creek's right there? That big old
Yeah.
dead tree? Yeah, he was working in there. I took the dead tree down.
Yeah, and their house was like,
Hey, Don come up there this morning. We come in after all that stuff happened. Talking about presidents, yeah.
the day after
The
something.
day, yeah. We're talking about him being in prison and all that shit. I thought, boy, that's just something. Who does that? You know, that a kid missing. Why the hell would you be going to talk about stuff like that?
The day, next day,
Oh,
they
yeah.
were his hero is Donald Trump. So
Yeah. Well, I know he was up on that morning when we got there.
like super early or
Around probably 8:30.
oh, we didn't go to work ahead. But yeah,
they actually got fired for tearing the line down, and this is his old truck and everything. I got his truck.
So see, it says he got fired for cutting the lines. This is his old truck and everything. I mean, it was weird that they're talking about Don, talking about President Trump and everything. He's got a whole kid missing, and he's talking about things that doesn't pertain to his little girl. But this is where I want to go with this, because that's what they're saying, is that Randy, got fired for cutting the lines. And Randy, is the one that allegedly is in North Carolina. Okay. So check this out.
No, he transferred over.
They haven't accused you of Candace.
Well, I'm Kenny Keller, the creator of Helicopter Online Ground School and author of the book Helicopter Check Ride.
Okay, so I think I'm gonna stop it right here, because this is where I think we can deep dive. We can deep dive with Summers with her map. But first, before we get on this map, I want to show you yesterday's transits, because I think that this matters a lot more than what I just got to show you all this. Hold on. Let me go ahead and share my whole screen. Hold on. Let me share my whole screen so y'all can see the charts, because this is where I come in. Okay. This is where I come in when I'm reading the charts of a missing person. So yesterday, I'm talking about Summer being in transit, and I'm talking about her, and I'm still talking about it. I talk about her series in the fourth house of home. It's a 230. Okay, so that 230 was in transit the last couple of days with Ceres. And Ceres is stationed, which is very intense. There's an intensity on this degree and this glyph, this behavior of Ceres at a 230, and it is matching Summer's chart. This is big. Now, I also was talking about how Pluto was in transit in the future with the groups, with the video, and it has to do with her health. And this could be a government worker. This could be justice. It could be police. And this is in the 11th house of groups. Groups. The 11th house is ruled by Aquarius. Pluto is in Aquarius at a 144, the same degree as Summer's Hygeia. This is about health, the purity of health, the justice with groups and government workers. The government. This could be public works, anything having to do with the public work, like a tree trimming business. Okay. All right. Remember, I said that when she went missing, there was a relationship. When Summer went missing, there was a relationship and it was slowing her down. It was either a worker, an older person, an older man, somebody having to do with church, but it could also be going long, going far, traveling far. Now, let me break this down for you, because when I was doing this reading yesterday, I also said that the TBI was in transit carrying the fate, that the state of Tennessee, there was a justice here in the 9th house. We're going far. We could be talking about a religious person. I was talking about Sherfy showing up in the transits big time. Sherfy Jr., that is. Sherfy Jr. still has a way to go. This property with Paul Hill still has a way to go with the law enforcement. But let me just run a theory by you. Let me just run a theory by you, because here's where it's going to get interesting. Remember, 144, 144. Okay. Now, let me show you North Carolina's chart. Let me show you North Carolina's chart with Summer's chart. Because when she first went missing, I really wondered why it was that she connected to North Carolina. Well, that's been answered for me. That's been answered for me. Ding, 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 ding. There it is. There's the connection. There's the connection. Are y'all following me here? Because let me tell you, this is big. This is big, big, big. Saturn has just come and opposed their 11th house of groups. When Saturn was at a 2505, let me back it up. Let me back it up. 2505. This would be the day. Hold on. Oh, shoot. Hold on. No, it's not going to do it. Hold on. No. Damn. So it's going to station. It's going to station. Hold on. So we would have to go way back to see when that would have taken place first. Holy shit. So they could have been sitting on this information for a long time. They could have been sitting on that information, the law enforcement, that is, for a long time. So here it is. That connection that was in transit yesterday with Summer, that connection has to do with North Carolina. There was a shakeup that was coming to the state of North Carolina with their public image, with groups, That's us. We're the groups with video. People are probably finding that video just like I am. But there is a North Carolina connection. Now, whether or not it has anything to do with some dude named Randy that could have had something to do with Summer's disappearance, put her in the logging of Paul Hill's property, we just don't know. Because I don't know Randy's last name, so I don't know. I don't know. But I do know that she connects to Virginia here. She connects to Virginia here, this 1256. And she connects to North Carolina with her health in the 11th house of groups, which is ruled by Uranus and Aquarius. So yesterday, when there was going to be a transformation with her health, with groups, with Aquarius is astrology too. We are looking possibly at that dude, not the dad, not the mom, not the Hills, not this one, not that one, not this one, not that one, nobody else, but some dude named Brandy that was working at this street. Watch this. Let me show you this. Let's go on to Summer's map. Let's go on to Summer's map now. Hold on. Oh, no. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and show you. I'll just do the whole screen. And so let's look at the map. So as far as I know, I'm about to break this all down for you. Okay. We're about to break this theory down. Watch this. So he says that they come down Ben Hill Road and there's a gravel road. And of course, this is on the way to Fred Hills. People are like, well, why did the dogs go to Fred Hill? Well, maybe it's because this is where the tree trimmers were. Okay. This is a property. This looks like maybe it could be my little man's not going to get there. There's the driveway for Ben Hill. And there could be some type of gravel through here. But it could also be through here. This is where the tree trimmers were. Somewhere around here, I would say. Okay, somewhere around through here. This is where the FBI has a dark moon, a disordered aggression in Leo. And it's conjunct Apollo that's conjunct Vesta. So this means that they get enlightenment about the child. And there's a reigniting of a flame of life here. It's a lot of disordered aggression when it comes to the FBI. It's their 10th house. So that 10th house is about their public image. It's Saturn owned, which is about workers. Workers. This doesn't have any, this could have something to do with her dad. Still, this could have something to do with the workers. This could have something to do with the preacher. All three, that Saturn and Sag. There was a relationship that came to her, Saturn, that slowed her down. They run over her. Did an accident happen? What happened? All I know is that when we look at this area right through here, we can get an idea because this is where the tree trimmers were. Okay. Here's the missing event. Here's the missing event. This is where the moon was going, guys. It was conjunct the MC in Leo. The moon is reflecting that 10th house. What is the 10th house? It's Saturn. What's Saturn? It's workers. It's the woods. There's something that slowed her down here. It's the lowest point, and this is also going over Jody Sue's. And then we have the missing Hygeia in Leo. That's opposing Saturn. That's squaring Uranus. So let me just tell you what this means. All attention on health with the child is here, but it's opposing Saturn. What is Saturn? It's that 10th house. It's the workers, it's the woods, and it's squaring Uranus. It's challenging us, we the people, because we the people have talked about everything but the tree trimmers that were really there. There's the natal. Her natal MC. This is her midheaven. To gain all of this attention, it's all about the ego. And her IC is an Aquarius, where she shines. Because she shines with we the people, but it's also her lowest point too, is we the people. Okay? This is how I'm deducting this. And somebody else may deduct it differently. The TBI has been here before. This is their south node. They've been here before with the investigation. It's right through here. She could be found through here. Or she was taken from here and dumped somewhere else, and then got the hell out of town. Sherfy Jr., you see why I'm always looking at him? Because he's always around. He's always around. I still am not going to rule him out until he's actually ruled out completely. Okay? I'm just not, because this is where he has pain. Is it that he has pain here? Because his Chiron is here, okay? So that's why he has pain about the child, about the transformation of the child. Did he do something? Did he do something here? He's an older man. Seeing some are at church, we just don't know. But this is the way that I was looking at it until I saw the North Carolina connection. Because y'all, I've been trying to make a North Carolina connection since you disappeared. And I'm going to show you the North Carolina connection that I do have, that I still haven't ruled out. I'm about to blow y'all's mind. I'm about to blow y'all's mind. So just stay with me here. Just stay with me here. Because I'm just getting started. I'm just getting started. All right. So this is a big deal. This is a big deal. We can see this already. It's big, big, big. There's the state of Tennessee. This is their Mercury in Virgo that is conjunct their moon. So it's about the media, things of the past. It's in the 9th house. So we could be looking at a preacher. We could be looking at going far somewhere like in North Carolina. And this is about the opposition that comes with the health with we the people. So it's already telling a perfect story of why she should be here, you know? And of course, I've got a hot spot down here because this is a perfect place for her to be. Okay. I don't have Dawn's birthday right just yet, but here's the mother. And this is her Chiron is trining the moon here. Don't know exactly what time she's born. Her moon could be over here. You know, it could be over here because the moon is going to travel a lot quicker. And I don't know what time she was born, but this is where her Chiron is in a good standing with things of the past that have taken place in the past. Here's the grandmother. Abrupt emotions with attention and kids with mom. So even the grandmother is showing up here, y'all. They're all showing up here. Even Rose, the missing aunt. I've only got 3 lines for her on here. But it's these 3 that I knew would bring it in like a motherfucker here. So Rose's Hygeia, this is about the purity of health that is faded with Cupid and Scorpio. So the things that are hidden, Rose's Hygeia and Leo is about the purity of health with the child. So could the child be somewhere around here? Yes. Yes. Could something have happened here? Yes. Could she have been taken somewhere else? Yes. Okay. Yes, yes, and yes. Now, let me show you something else. Let me turn everything off. And I don't know if y'all remember yesterday, all the stuff that I said, because I went over a lot in a 5-hour span. Let me just go up, 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 up. Okay. This is where the Davy Tree Expert Company. Let me just show you what I'm talking about. The Davy Tree Expert Company. They are based out of Kent, Ohio. Okay. They're based out of Kent, Ohio. So we're going to look at Ohio's chart as well, just to see if this is, because we know dude went to North Carolina, and that's a big one. But we're going to look at Ohio. So he is, this company, this tree trimming company is based out of Ohio, the Davy Tree Expert Company. Okay. That's where they're at. Let me turn on the TBI. So the TBI shines here. And what did I tell you was about to happen? What I tell y'all that was about to happen? The TBI, their sun, is about to be transformed. It's about to be transformed, honey. And it's going all the way up here. I mean, I could show y'all all kinds of addresses, but it's going all the way up there. Shit, my daughter's calling. Hold on. Yes, love. Okay, I'll talk to you about it. I'm on live right now. Love you too. Bye. Okay, sorry about that. When the kids call, got to answer. Got to answer, because if I don't, she's going to keep on calling. That's the way that works. She don't stop. She don't give up. She's just like me. Okay, so here's the deal. Their sun, the TBI sun, is a 703. It's a 703. And the 703 is about to have a lot of enlightenment. It's about to have a lot of enlightenment about the investigation and what is hidden. Okay. So no matter what, no matter who's responsible, that sun that's going all the way up into Ohio, they're about to, there's a lot that they are doing behind the scenes that we know nothing about, but that sun that they have is about to be transformed. And I'm going to tell you exactly when. It's probably, I mean, it's already in orb now. Their sun is in 703 and it's in Aries. So it's about the cards, about the action that they are taking. And this is going to take place by the 25th. So by Tuesday. And remember, Tuesday is when this is all they're going to have a bunch of wisdom, a bunch of enlightenment, and there's going to be a lot of the Chiron, that Chiron at a 2211. That's going to be in transit with the state of Tennessee. And it's about a business. It's about a business with their Chiron. All right. So that business with their Chiron, let's turn them on. Let's turn this on. Let's turn this on. Where's my addresses here? Old nuclear plant. Hold on. Oh, shoot. Damn it. Why didn't I mark it? Okay, so Somerset. The dude, Scott Sanders, that works for the Davies Tree Expert Company. He still does. He still works there. He is from Somerset. Kentucky. So, of course, I marked that. Okay. And I'm not accusing Scott Sanders of anything at all. In fact, I don't think that he would have had anything to do with it. The racing track that he goes to, I don't know exactly where he lives, but I do know. I kind of may. Hold on. I kind of might. Hold on. Is this Newport? No, this is Kingsport. That's not it. Okay, this is where I'm thinking that he lives, is in Newport, right through here. And let me turn on the missing, the natal, and Tennessee, and TBI. So I'm thinking that this is where he lives in Newport. This is where Summer, her natal chart, is rising to the occasion with things that are hidden. And this is also where her Mars is. Her Mars is also going here. The state of Tennessee, that 1421 that was in transit yesterday with the lunar nodes of fate, is going down here as well. I thought that that was interesting. He goes to the racing place a lot. Scott does. In Kingsport. Where's that racing place? Race. He goes to the Cherokee Race Park. You can see there's not a whole lot that's surrounding that. So I'm like, I don't know. I'm thinking maybe North Carolina. So let's go into North Carolina. Let's go into North Carolina, guys, because I want to show you what I found already in North Carolina. Because I've been looking. I've been looking since this little girl went missing for any addresses at all that could take me to North Carolina. I'm going to have to, I don't want to dox this guy. Hold on. So I want to pastor other address. So this is a pastor and his other address. And I'm not showing, damn it. I'm not showing his name, but it's in Cary, North Carolina. And this is a pastor. Hold on. I'm not showing his name, so that's okay. But I'm still showing his shit. Where am I at? I'm still showing his address. And this pastor used to pastor at the church in which Summer went to. Okay. The church that she went to, this is where he lives. You can see that they're not all conjuncting over his house. They're just not. It's more up this way. But they're still not as close together as I'd like to see them, you know? There's Charlotte. That's North Carolina. I've got somebody here in North Carolina. I've got a Hammonds here in North Carolina. And that would be more like it. Timing, Woods. See, now this, I can see where, who is that? Hold on. Hold up. Who is that? It's a Hammonds. No, that's where, that's a prison. I think. Huh. All I know is I have been looking for any address that would take me to North Carolina. And that dude, Randy, when I listened to it again this morning, and they said North Carolina, I couldn't wait to get to my computer. I was running to my computer because it definitely matters, you know, that the degrees that you have in your chart, they literally matter in the state of matter. And this is a big day. You know, this is going to be a big day for the state of Tennessee on the 25th. It really is going to be a big day. And not only that, it's going to be, there's going to be some pain with the state of Tennessee and with Paul, the guy that owns that property. The state of Tennessee is going to be in transit with their Mars. And there's limits and obstacles. There's a lot. I think that we're going to learn something, that the state of Tennessee, the TBI, is going to learn something. We might not hear about it, but they're definitely going to learn something by the 25th of November. What I want to do now is I want to look at the chart in Ohio. I just want to see if there is any connection with Summer to Ohio. Well, you could say, well, Jen, she's not been there. It doesn't matter. If her life or possible, unaliving is centered around a business in Ohio and a person that's rooted in Ohio and a person that moved to North Carolina, then yeah, it's definitely going to be there. She will definitely connect. She should anyway. I would think so, right? With the work that I do, I would think so. And we could even go back and we could look at the day that she went missing, and we could look at North Carolina and Ohio because it's going to pull. I promise you, it will pull that day. It just will. It just will. And when we look at Summer's chart, this could be all about the tree trimming. These values with Taurus ruled with Sag and Capricorn, this could be all about the tree trimming. And imagine all of the people that have just ransacked them parents. What if? I mean, I'm not saying that Dawn or Candace didn't have nothing to do with it. I'm just saying, but what if? We just don't know. And sometimes that's what's going to happen in a case. Somebody that you're not even talking about, you've never even heard of. All of a sudden they're arrested and you're just like, what? What about the flute player? I have no idea. Yeah, when I pulled the name placement asteroids for Randy, also showed smack dab on the DC line, Algol Lilith. Well, Algol Lilith is right here. That's where it's at, right there. There's Algol. You need to look no further than her chart. Her chart has got Algol. And see, this is the thing too, is we want to observe, we want to look and see if this is ever going to be solved because it has a 26 Taurus where the fixed star sits, the binary triple star system, because it's full of conspiracy, but will it ever be solved? Will it ever be solved? That is what astrologers have to sit back and go, hey, just because it says it's not going to be solved in a freaking book, don't mean that it's not. Let's observe. Let's observe, right? So check this out. Check this out. Let's look at Ohio. Let's look at Ohio. And then I want to look at the missing event too, because look, this isn't as easy as anybody would think. It's just not. It's just not easy to connect numbers, to see what's going on. I can tell you one thing, that old man, Paul, if I've got his birth time right, his birthday right, he is definitely connecting to me, Seth Rogers, with this 2208 that goes to Ohio. Okay? That 2208, if I've got Paul's birthday right, I may not. Let me pull Paul back up if I don't have him. Hold on. Yeah, let's pull him back up. Let's pull him back up because I want to show you this. I want to show you this because his birthday, his birth chart would have that connection. Okay? It's definitely going to have that connection. So it looks like, hold on. Let me get him born later. And then that 2209 may come into, yeah, it is. It's going to come into the 2208. Let's go ahead and have it up here in that 11th house. There we are. So if we were to look at Paul, oh shoot, hold on. If we were to look at Paul being born in the evening, he's definitely going to connect to Ohio. Okay, so this is him. It's a 2208. It's about how he brings in money. It's about communications, at least two people, and those two guys that were talking to Ziggy. Those two guys that were talking to Ziggy, the 2208, those tree trimmers are out of Ohio, okay? It's about things of the past and the workers, okay? And look, Ohio has a 1303 times 2. 1303 times 2. I want us to remember that just in case we need to. Because I think that's what was in transit. It was coming into transit or was in transit when she went missing. Okay, so Ohio. So we've got a 0017, 23, 24, 26. Let's see, 9, 19. Got the 1931. That's not it. 1035. And I've seen these before with some of the other players, but I'm not seeing it with her. Hold on. Let's see. 7. Ooh, Dawn may have the 716. The TBI definitely has a connection. I've already talked about that a gazillion times with Sebastian's. So I don't see any other one, but I am going pretty quickly. 2120, 16. I don't see any connection here with Ohio. And if y'all do, scream it out. 853, 14. Let's see. There it is. There it is. No, shit, that's 854. There's the 853. Okay. No, 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 no. 121. So I'm not seeing the Ohio connection. But I am going pretty quick. 2143, 2128. That is definitely, these 2128 is definitely the United States. It's federal. So we're going across, it could be that because we're going across state lines. I don't know. But it's all going to come out. She definitely matches North Carolina. And could she have went to North Carolina? Could she have already went to North Carolina? That's very possible. It's very possible that this connection that she has with North Carolina has, maybe they took a little trip, something like that. I don't know. I didn't look at that one. I didn't look at this side. 2852. 2852. Hold on. 2855. Huh. 2143. Okay. Okay. She definitely connects to North Carolina right there with her health. And that would make sense. That would really make sense. A lot of sense. Because I've been looking for that degree in people's charts, can't find it. That would make a lot of sense. But it's still too early to say, North Carolina and the TBI and Ohio do have that connection to the 2046. The TBI, Ohio, and North Carolina, definitely. And today, North Carolina is in transit with the third house of communications. Interesting. I'm pretty sure it's today. I'm pretty sure it's like right now. 701. No, it's a 702. So that was yesterday. That was yesterday. And look at that. The sun is shining on Summer and North Carolina. The sun is shining on North Carolina and Little Summer right now. Interesting. Interesting. Huh. Ain't that something? Ain't that something? And there's a relationship. Let's look at that. Hold on. Let's look at Summer. Let's look at this is what we would call a Hore chart. Let's look at Summer right now. This is a trip. This is why I love doing this. I just love it. Because this is like spooky action at a distance. I'm not making this shit up. Hell, I'm not making this up. But check it out. 1714 is the groups. 1714, there is a relationship. There's a relationship. It's in the 9th house. There is a higher learning about this relationship with the tree trimmer dude. Interesting. There's so much to see here. So much to see. $14.09. So we've already learned some things about the values, the ascendant. We've already learned that. And now what we are learning is going to come and oppose the way that she shines. It's going to oppose that vitality with what we learn. And that's sad. I hope that it's not going to be as bad as it could be, that I'm thinking it is. But I do see that Utah is going to be coming into play as well. So I don't know. I don't know, y'all. Was he from North Carolina? Was Jose from North Carolina? Let me look. Let me look at his obituary. Because I was just talking about him yesterday too. Okay. Now he and Sharfie Jr. have this same obituary. Oh, I was just talking about that yesterday because, oh shoot, where's it at? Because Candace, years later, after he, no, that was somebody else. Obituary. I just had it up. Did you send me the obituary? Because I just looked at it yesterday, but I don't want to go through my long ass history of everything that I've searched because it's ridiculous. Let's see if they have it on here. Let's see if they have it here. Let's see. I just saw it yesterday. Ah! Hmm. I know, poor Summer. Did you send me the obituary? If y'all find the obituary, send it to me. It seems like okay. Let's look at North Carolina. No, Summer Wells. Let's see if it pops up here. It should. Dang it. I don't know how I came across it yesterday, but I would like to know if he was from North Carolina. There's a North Carolina connection, that's for sure. She did drive him to North Carolina. Interesting. Donna, thank you so much for the Cash App. Shauna just sent us $50. Jeff. Shauna, you're such a sweetheart. Thank you so much. You got all kinds of stuff going on, girl, and it's the holidays. I cannot believe that you have just blessed me with $50. Thank you so much. I don't even know what to say. Like, what? Thank you, thank you, thank you. Goes to my Christmas fund. I had 0, now I have 50. Hate the holidays. I hate it. Ah, it's only because I got an income problem. But I can't shut up talking about these kids long enough to not have an income problem. Thank you, Shauna. Very, very sweet of you. So I can't find it. I found it yesterday. I don't know if I can search my history or not. Jose Ramon obituary, Tennessee. Let's see if it's obituary search. You know what? I wonder if I put it on Summer's map. If I didn't, I should have. Jose, nope. Dang it. Okay, I think Chuchi sent it to me. Is that him? It doesn't look like him. That doesn't look like him. I don't think that that is Jose. I don't think that that's Jose. Let me see. Hardworking. Yeah, this says that he had a long battle with cancer, but he never stopped working, talking about his wife. Yeah, that's not it, Chuchi. But thank you though. Thank you. Thank you for trying. Yeah, it is a common name. Let's see. I hate to go through all of that, all of my ugh, but I can. Let me see. Let me just try. Let me try to go through my history here and see. I wonder if I can search my history. Yeah, I can. Hold on. Oh, well, good God Almighty. Thank you, God. Cleveland. Let me try it again. History. Okay, Jose. Ah, it's showing all it's showing today. I did this yesterday. A date? Okay, okay, okay. Hold on. Okay, here it is. Here it is. Here it is. I found it. I found it. But there is nothing. There is nothing. Hold on. Dang it. Yeah, it's nothing, guys. It's a nothing burger. Oh, this is a nothing burger because it's not telling us like where he's from or anything. So it's Jose L. Roman, December 28th, 1976. I do have that. I've never met you, Jose, yada, yada. Thank you for being a stand-up guy. See if anybody talks about, I didn't know you personally. That's it. Well, Jesus. Tribute wall. Oh, my computer's stuck. You've got to be kidding me. Well, now my computer's stuck. Let's see if it'll unstick. It did this. It did this the other day. It's stuck. Hold on. Jesus. Okay, cool. Okay. All right. So that's it. Huh. Well, that's it. So Jose L. Ramon, Summer Wells. Let's see what we can find. Where is the boy from? Where is the yeah, Mercury retrograde front show. Let's see. The Summer Wells case, a chat with Jose. Well, that's 2.5 hours long. But hey, I mean, can we get into it here? Let me see. Chat with Jose. Okay, they're not even talking to Jose that I can find. And Summer. Well, if y'all find out that he is from North Carolina, anything about him with North Carolina, y'all let me know. Y'all send it to my email because Summer Wells, where was let's see. He came down, look. What? What? This is what I'm reading, guys. Has anyone looked into Jose Angel? Okay, so his middle name isn't Angel. It's L. But it does say that he is a registered XO, XO, SO in Utah for lewd act towards a minor. Jose was the man at the house during the domestic dispute and had been staying there for a few days. He came down from North Carolina with Allie's ex-husband's family to visit Allie. Her ex-husband's family left the same day and left Jose at Allie's. Okay. So what is Hunter's dad's name? Y'all, so this is I think we may be onto something here. Oh, shit. It's right. Hold up. Let's see. He came down from North Carolina. So he came up from North Carolina. Hunter's dad said that the Jose Roman from Utah is not the same Jose. Not saying that H's dad is the most reliable. No, he's not. He's tweaked out all the time. But others have found pics of the real Jose, and it's not the same guy. The real Jose is much heavier. There was another Jose, blah, 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 blah. There are tons of guys. The real Jose is from New York and is a close friend of H's dad, Andrew. Andrew also said that Jose left the US months ago and is living in the Philippines with his girlfriend. Don't know if he left the country part is true, but I'm thinking that Jose is not gay. Candace may have just so okay. Okay. So he's from New York and he came from so the North Carolina. So Hunter's dad, who is Hunter's dad? What's his name? Chuchi, if you're still in here and you can find Hunter's dad. Okay, Andrew. Andrew Hiltz knows Jose and has said that he had a past. Well, he's not the RSO though, Junie. He's not an RSO. Let's see. Do you have a link verifying any of that? No. I think they just Googled the name and that's the first one that comes up. I believe this must be speculation. I've not seen a birth date or anything, so I can't cross reference. I also thought H's father came down from New York, not North Carolina, but I could be wrong in remembering that. You are correct. He's a dad, and Jose came from New York, not North Carolina. After the fight with Don, Grandma drove Jose to North Carolina. Interesting. Yeah, that's a Jose Angel. His middle name is an L. His name indeed is Jose Roman, and he is from New York. I've dug into him quite a bit, as he and H's dad and that whole crew live less than an hour from me. Well, H and his family did until they moved to Tennessee. Now it's just the dad that lives near me. As to his whereabouts currently, we only have H's dad for word that. I can tell you that I found a Facebook that is him that's been active that hasn't been active for a very long time. Talking about Andrew's Facebook. And I'm pretty sure the rumor about him being gay, blah, 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 Allie's friendship. Okay. The guy that came down from New York isn't Allie's ex-husband. She made that perfectly clear during her interview with Unmasked. He's an ex. He was going to move to Tennessee, but turned around and left the same day, leaving Jose in Tennessee. Jose came down from New York. So he came down from New York, it sounds like, and then Grandis took him to North Carolina. Interesting. So we're getting some North Carolina hits. So is Andrew from North Carolina? And Jose, I wonder when he moved to North Carolina. It would have been after she went missing, right? But they are all shady. Andrew lives in New York, so we have a connection. They all seem shady. Well, let's look at New York. Shit. Let's look and see if she's got a connection with New York. I mean, I'm just, pulling straws here. I don't know. I don't know if, the Hills have anything to do with Summer's disappearance, or if that property is just where she was put after the fact, whether it had anything to do with this North Carolina tree trimmer or this North Carolina connection. I don't know. Makes you wonder though, don't it? Makes you wonder. Let's look at New York. All right. New York. Let's see what we got here. See what we got here. We definitely have a 431 connection. This is in the third house. So let's think about this. She has a wake-up call with the third house of communications. This could be neighbors. This could be the neighborhood, her childhood friends, like H. And there's a wake-up call with groups. So they come from New York. This is Kronos. And so Kronos, there's a devouring energy here with the third house of communications and the neighborhood with the health factor. And then we've got a disordered aggression. And then there's this timing. Kronos in, again, this is going to be about relationships, justice. Interesting. What else can I see here? Is there anything else? Anything else that I'm missing here? A 1453. See, this 1804, this dark moon, I want you to know that this dark moon is also, because I talked about Virginia and I talked about North Carolina, but this dark moon is also Mexico and Florida. So this could be a Mexico-Florida connection. North Carolina connection, Virginia connection. Then we got a Tennessee connection. And this is just things that this is also Mexico. There was definitely a relationship at 3:30 when those tree trimmers were there. There was definitely a relationship that slowed her down. Most definitely. It could be with her father, but it could be with workers. It could be with the preacher. That's telling me everything I need to know there. She was definitely slowed down. Definitely. So we do have a connection to New York in that third house. I don't see anything else here. But I am going pretty quickly, so I could be overlooking something really good. Hold on, let's see if we can find out a little bit more about, because this is lining up a little bit. Look at that. Okay, so the way that New York shines actually opposes Don Sharpie Jr. And I've got to remember, I can't forget about him because he is still in my mind's eye. And the sun is in that 11th house of groups would be opposing him. It would be opposing him. And the way that he transforms with hidden sex. Weird. But I'm remembering that. I'm going to remember that because Sharpie Jr. is not off my list until they solve this. Period. I don't trust the dude. I think he is a sick individual, and that's my opinion. Anybody that loves little girls and likes to video them and things like that, it's just ugh. Okay. All right. So hold on just a second. I think Chuchi sent me something. Let me get it up. Hold on. Let me go to my inbox on YouTube. Okay, so you sent me 2. Okay. Okay, yeah. I was reading at the same time, Chuchi. Okay, cool. Okay, interview. Okay, hold on. Let me get this up. Okay. Take that off, remove, stop. All right, we're about to play this video and see. And I'm not looking at chat. Sorry, guys. Allie, child has a daddy, lives in New York. Interesting. Okay, we'll look at it. We'll look at it. Hold on. Let me show you Summer's missing. Hold on. Okay, I want to show you when the tree trimmers were there because she went missing around 4 o'clock, 4:30. I mean, the timing is just jacked. But I want to show you when the relationship, and I'm going to have to show you the whole chart, Shauna, because I want to include Juno. I want to include some of these non-movers. Definitely. Okay, I want to show you this. And I want to talk it out with you for just a second, and then we're going to look at what Chuchi sent me. Okay, so this is going to be her. This is at 3:30. This is when I think that this is really when we need to look at this chart. Entire screen. Okay, watch this. Watch this, guys. Okay, so we're rising. Now check this out. This is the way that I'm looking at this. We are rising in Libra. We are descending in Aries. But I want you to pay attention to something. This is the TBI. And it's going to come down to that 2046, right? That 2046, we've already looked and we saw the 2046 connects to New York. The 2046 connects to the TBI. The 2046 connects to North Carolina. Don't forget that. Okay. The 314 connects to New York. I just looked at that. It also connects to Tennessee. But anyway, I know that y'all can't keep up with the memorization. But remember, summer has a dark moon that connects to Florida and Mexico. It's an 1804. Doesn't mean that that's where she went. I'm just saying this is in the 10th house at 3:30 when those tree trimmers are allegedly leaving. Venus has already opposed her Venus, or it's coming to oppose her Venus. Let's look at that. Hold on. Summer's Venus is a 1402. Oh, that's right. Venus was opposing her Pluto. Okay, this is big. Let me go back. Let's just duel it out because I don't want to keep going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Let me duel it out. Check this out, y'all. Okay, so we're rising in Libra. We're rising. Oh, shit, that's Sebastian. Let's go back. I mean, they're about the same with that Libra 11th house, aren't they? So we're rising right here. Okay, we are rising right here in the 11th house of groups, and it's affecting her health. And this is at 3:30. And we have a relationship here that's hidden. It's hidden because that's in Scorpio. There's a relationship that's hidden, or it could have to do with hidden sex. And there's a relationship. We've been here before. Wherever she went, she's been here before. Or it's possible she knows this person. There's a relationship here with that Saturn. Saturn is in Sag. The relationship is in Sag. This is about values. This is Taurus ruled. We have to bring in the Taurus axis. So these axes are in an opposition. Taurus usually rules this house, but we got other people's money. We got things that are hidden. And then we go into the third house. This is the neighborhood. This is her neighborhood. We're learning something. It's a quick movement of energy. There's a justice here. And then we have a 312. So we have a 312, a 316. We've already come from the 314 from New York. And we're going to New York. But remember the 1303 that we were talking about with North Carolina? North Carolina in their chart has a 1303. That is where Saturn is going to. Saturn is going to North Carolina. That's where that dude Randy went to. There was problems with him. He got fired and he had to go to North Carolina. Interesting, isn't it? The 1245, that's Utah. That's Grandis. And we can see that Venus here at a 1610 is opposing. There's an opposition here. Her natal Pluto is a 1612. That's already happening. It's already in orb. It's already happening, guys. Venus is personal. And it's in the 9th house. So where did she travel to? Where is she going? What's happening? Because it won't be long. Won't be long. And there's going to be a disordered aggression, a dark moon over her health. The dark moon, her natal dark moon is coming to her health right there. And remember yesterday, I told you I've seen it. I've seen death with Hygeia. I've seen death with Hygeia. I sure have. So There's a wake-up call with someone that is connected to the FBI. That 2542 is the FBI. There's a 2544. That's the it's already went over the FBI. Whoever is connected to this event is definitely connected to the FBI. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. So the moon is in transit at a 2555. The moon is in Leo. And so the moon is actually here. The moon, when she went missing, is transiting right here with her daddy, with the woods, with workers, with an older man. Because the 10th house is Capricorn ruled. And what I just showed you, that this energy right here with Mars, with Hygeia, with the moon, all of that in that 10th house is right through here. Right here where I'm thinking that the tree trimmers were. Right through here. There's the Hygeia. There's the moon. There's the Mars. So this is where Jody Sue used to live. This is where Harold Hill, Fred's dad, used to live. This is where Fred lives. And they said that the dogs went here. Well, maybe the dogs were actually going to where the tree trimmers were. Where's my hot spot? Which would have been, I think, right around here. Because that's where the moon is going. The moon is reflecting the kid, right? It's reflecting all of the attention on the kid. Not saying that that's where she could be, because her final resting place could be with the 4th house of home. We'll just have to wait and see, right? So this is very interesting to me because her natal chart, there is a reigniting of the flame with groups, with the heavy machinery, and something could have happened, an oops accident. Because what happens is with Uranus is it's abrupt, it's quick, it will shake you up. You didn't see it coming. And there's a reigniting of a flame with that, with her health, because Virgo is about health. The flame of life is about something that is reigniting. It's reigniting a flame. Reigniting a flame. And it had already went over her flame of life. And that's why when people say, well, she could have hit her head, she could have had a concussion, and she just never woke up. And they did something, and they did, that would be possible too. There's definitely a reigniting of a flame that took place with the way that she creates in the water with her head. Okay. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. So what I also want to see is that there's a letting go. Look, there's a letting go at a 2845. That 2845 was Sedna. There is a possible betrayal here within the woods with Taurus, okay? With money, with pleasure. And I want you to see something. Look, it's coming the next day. There is going to come a divine justice with her and the workers or her dad. And we heard them say, yeah, he came down here and he was talking to us, and he never even said anything about her. I don't know how true that is, but look, the dark moon had already come over her here. And there's the letting go. And I want you to see something. There was a breakup with two people with communications. There is a breakup with two people in communications with Ceres. Ceres is just stationed at that 2:30, but there was just a breakup with communications with two people. I see so much in this chart. And y'all want to hear something really creepy? You want to hear something really creepy? Is that Killer Looks did a video. Okay, I reposted it and I said that it's really creepy because he's talking about 216, 216, 216. And look at that. Look at that. 216. He was talking about 216. I'll show y'all that. Hold on. Let's get into the let's get into that. Hold on. Let me pull up Killer Looks. Hold on. Because I just want y'all to listen to that just for a second, okay? And if somebody could drop his link, that would be great. Drop his link to the video I'm gonna post. Was it this one? Yeah, because I commented on it. Let me see if it's this one. Hey, Jules. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Jules. Welcome in, babe. I hope you're feeling okay. Let me see if this is it. Yes, yes, this is it, y'all. Watch this. Okay. Can y'all hear it? Y'all might not can hear it. Hold on. Let me take the full screen out. Remove. Stop the screen. God, I've got so much more to cover. I've got so much more to cover. Okay, I'm going to drop Killer. Let me drop his link. Let me drop his link in chat. Oh shit, I forgot I still had that Christine up. And this is Killer Looks. Okay, here we go. Okay. Y'all should be able to hear this. If you can't, just let me know. All right. If you can't, just let me know. All right, I'm about to start it. Okay, so the 216, I'm going to 16 minutes into the video. I'm not going to listen to all this video. I just wanted y'all to hear this part because I thought that this was creepy. Listen to this, guys. Hold on, let me get the let me see if I can get the transcript. Well, I'm not going to do it. Hold on.
For cloaking spiritual concepts beneath mathematical simplicity. In occult philosophy, 6 is the number of the material world, beauty, harmony, form, and when it is cubed, it becomes a symbol of spirit fully bound within matter. In dark ritual work, 216 is sometimes used to represent the act of imprisoning divine essence within physical or egoic form, effectively using divine power not for transcendence, but for control, manipulation, or earthly dominance. For those walking the left-hand path or engaging in transgressive magical systems, 216 can represent the descent into shadow, not to be consumed by it, but to master it and emerge as one who has faced the beast and survived. In some systems, it also reflects a mirror inversion of the sacred 216-letter name of God in Kabbalah, the Shem HaMepharash, suggesting that by working with its inverse, one might harness the power of the angelic through the back door, or even call upon its fallen or shadow aspects. This is not necessarily evil in the conventional sense, but it is a path of power that dares to manipulate the sacred rather than submit to it.
Isn't that some shit right there? Isn't that a trip? Because I know the missing event and the natal chart. I've got it in my head. And so when he's talking about this, right? And he's talking about piercing the veil with new search about the tip with Summer Wells' case, and he's talking about 216 and the illusion. It says it isn't just math. It's a ritual number, an occult marker, and a hidden doorway into the architecture of deception. So when I tell you that 216 in her missing event chart, which reigns Pluto in the 11th house of Virgo, and then he comes out with this, I'm like, what? What? I just thought that was a trip. Just thought that, that was a trip. Let me go into the let me look at this one here. Okay. Let's see. Show the transcript. Okay, so this is Clutch Them Pearls. I'm looking at the transcript too. Make sure y'all can see that. Yeah. So let's do that. Let me credit him. If somebody can here, I'll do it right now. Jose. This is going to be the interview with Jose. Let me share it. Copy. And put that in my studio. And we'll credit Justin with Clutch Them Pearls. See what he has to say here about Jose. Because this is, I think that we're trying to figure out, right? We're just trying to figure out who it is that they are actually looking at with this property. Is it the hills? It's possible. It's possible. Because the natal chart and the missing event could definitely having trouble connecting. Huh. Try again. Add banner. Okay. Okay. And then let me put this in the chat. Go ahead and link him here. That's Justin with Clutch Them Pearls. That's who we're looking at here.
I've worked with over 250 musicians to lead.
Let's get it to where he is talking.
I'm for music. It's got to
Oh
be
my
my new
gosh.
Your new album?
Yeah, play it on Amazon
I go through
Music.
a bunch of
I'm a
commercials.
bad man.
Go, 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 go. Ooh. He's in the club, I might just pause. Look at my feet, come kiss my toes.
Oh my
Morning,
God.
Pete. Coffee's on and your Uber's on its way.
I've been thinking maybe.
Exactly, like daily.
Okay, so I see you.
When Jose on, he really doesn't have a reason to lie. Maybe he doesn't remember. And some things, but
You just don't know. What about them bears? Them bears. Them bears. Okay, is he talking? So, Chuchi, is he talking to Jose or is he talking about Jose? Where should we go here? She dropped him in South Carolina, not North Carolina, but Grandis said North Carolina, and that's where the confusion is coming from. So it's South Carolina. She dropped him off in South Carolina. Okay, hold on. If I can search it. Nope. Let's see, is that him maybe?
Are helping them and stuff, they're realizing like, wow, this guy's here and he's renting from me. He's a good friend, helps my kids with homework. He cooks, he cleans. Like, who is this guy, and it's nothing special. Like, there's many of men like me who do things like that. This is what you're supposed to do. These are your children. You want their well-being in your heart constantly. You want to make sure they're fed, their clothes are clean, they have a proper bed to sleep in. And I get emotional talking about that because I remember, seeing them sleep on these couches, on the floor, and it would bother me a lot, like a lot. And I'll be like, like, what's going on? And it was always one finger's pointing the other. Oh, it's his fault. Or he would say, oh, it's her fault. They just constantly kept blaming each other instead of just meeting each other in the middle, find common ground, and fix things together. It was always a constant conflict. Past was kept being thrown up on each other's faces, and things like that. So about a week after, it started to get very heated. It was always about me, always. And, my name just kept constantly flying. One hit the ground. And I remember jumping off the bed and running up those tiny steps, and peeking out. And Candace is literally on top of Donnie. Like, don't you ever put a hand on me? And things like that. And I'm like, what is going on? And she was telling me this asshole here is saying me and you doing something together. And I'm like, yo, we're not doing nothing. We never did anything, like, at all. And he was like, I want you out of my house. And I said, I will leave this home when your wife tells me to leave this home, because she's the one.
Hold on, you're going to leave the house when the wife tells you to leave? Dude, the husband has told you to leave. Get your shit and go. What? What, Jose? What'd you say, Jose? They're literally having a fight over you, whether y'all are doing anything or not. It's not cool. They got kids. You need to go. What in the actual what? You're not going to leave that house until Candace tells you to? No, honey. Nope. They're literally fighting. He says Candace is on top of Donnie, wailing him.
Who is renting from me, and she is the one who is helping me. You were nowhere around, so you have no say-so here at the moment, especially that you took your oldest son and you ditched the rest of your family. If you could have moved to another state, pick up your entire family and go. Don't take one child and leave the wife with the rest, because that was wrong. And if Summer, as he said, is his world, she should have been the first one on that truck with him.
Elijah Craig was the first to char oak barrels to make bourbon. It's an innovation you can
That's a good point. Why did Don take one son? Now, there is rumor out there about one of Allie's children and the son had I'll just say an incident, and CPS may have been involved with that at a time. I don't know. I've not been able to confirm that. I don't know if Allie ever confirmed it or what, but that is the only reason that I have ever heard why that may be, the case.
I was already, so much anger was inside of me that he done threw this bottle at me. Like, oh yeah, that's it. I'm done with this. And I wind up moving Grandis out of the way. I didn't shove her. I didn't do anything. I just pressed my chest up against her. And when she felt, my force, that's when she just moved out the way, because she knew right then and there fist was going to be flying. So as Donnie went to go and throw up, his fist at me, I literally walked right up to his face. I had my hands in my pocket and I had him balled up in a fist. And I said, I'm waiting, throw it, because you found the right one with me. Maybe other people are afraid or intimidated of you, but I'm not. You know, I've dealt with people like you, you know, growing up.
Well, I mean, but you're up in his house. I mean, you know, you're up in his house. I mean, maybe you are, you know, there as a save-a-hoe, but you're up in his house. You are a guest in someone else's house. Ugh. I mean, hello.
No, and instead of him lunging at me, you know, he started to step back and started to move back to get out of the home. And at that time, that's when Candace decided to call the police. And when she called the police, Donnie ran. He jumped in his truck. Mind you, he's drunk. You know, he jumped in his truck and he drove away. That same night, maybe 20, 25 minutes later, the police wound up coming up the hill, and Donnie wasn't on the property at the time. And we were explaining to the police officer what had transpired there and stuff. And the police were like, "Do you happen to know where he went?" And we were like, "No." And next thing we know, Donnie's coming back up the hill in the truck. And that's when the police officers, you know, proceeded to him and they raised up their guns. They asked them to step forward in front of the vehicle. And that's when we were telling him he's drunk, like literally drunk. And so they gave him, I guess, whatever exam for a DUI, you know, and in the police officer's eyes, he talking about,
Hold on, let me go.
you know, like he doesn't really love you. He's never going to change. He's going to keep doing the same thing. And, you know, like you grew.
Jose was questioned, I think, within 48 hours of Summer going missing. Like they contacted his son, and his son got in touch.
Let's see. Let's move on. See if we can find. I mean, I'm looking for anything that can tell me where he moved to.
State Energy.
Where he went. Where he
Now in
dropped.
cookies and cream flavor. Cliff Bar.
How does our company go from vibe coding to building securely?
From him.
Police call stamp is 6:30. It was a couple of hours after she allegedly went missing. The tree trimmers left at 3:30. That's when she's got a relationship. That's the most important time. Is the 3:30. 3:30. She's got a relationship that's against her with that Saturn and Juno.
And I feel I should have never left the way I did. That was another part of that video that bothered me as well, as he said that Grandis said that they kicked me out of that house. No, that's a bold-faced lie, because I stayed there 3 days after that altercation. I got paid for my job, and
Where were you working at?
I was working in a factory making cat towers, cat scratching post towers. I
Okay.
don't remember the name of the company.
Okay.
And
You don't remember the name of the company that you were working for? I mean, that's a little suspect. What do you mean you don't remember the name of the company that you were working for? What man doesn't remember the place he's working for? That's another red flag. That's another red flag to me. That's another red flag.
And Grandis would take me to work in the morning, and she would pick me up. That's guaranteed. And I took my paycheck to leave. And the day that I was leaving, you know, they all thought I was returning.
You mean you took the paycheck from the company that you don't remember? Okay. You remember all this stuff. You just don't remember where you were working. Okay.
turning to one particular job, you know, until the day that I left and I told everyone goodbye. And Grandis was taking me. That's when I revealed to Grandis exactly where I was going. And she was shocked when I told her, you know, like, what the hell? I said, I had to get out of there. I can't take it no more. If she wasn't bringing this man back and I'm there, I'm going to wind up going to prison for seriously hurting this man.
Right.
Because it was putting more emotional and mental stress on me. And I'm trying to get myself together. And, you know, it was just giving me basically PTSD, just flashbacks of my childhood.
Okay, here it goes. Here it goes. I mean,
Jose, I will try my best.
Hold on, right here.
Jose, I will try my best. I would try my best, you know, to try to keep her away, but it's hard. It's very
Where
hard.
did Grandis end up taking you?
She wound up taking me to Rock Hill, South Carolina.
South Carolina, not North Carolina.
No, South Carolina. Rock.
Okay, so Rock Hill.
That was a
South
huge
Carolina.
confusion.
Rock Hill, South Carolina. Let me put that on the map. I'm surprised he remembered that. Okay. That is the missing. Well, that's the missing Hygeia in the 10th house. That's the missing Hygeia, the dark moon. The dark moon. The dark moon. Okay. I wonder. Hold on just a second. The dark moon. Well, hell. I'm going to show y'all that. I'm going to show y'all that. Just give me a minute. Hold on. I'm going to show you that. Let's listen to just a few more minutes. Yep, I got it, Junie. I got it. Wait till you see it.
Confusion in the beginning because everyone thought North Carolina, because I think Candace said in the original interview with Chris McDonough from the interview room, she said he went to North Carolina, but it's literally, it is in South Carolina, but it's on the border, very close to the border, a few miles or so of North Carolina, but it's South Carolina. Okay.
I actually had met someone online and she had offered, you know, to help me, and me and her wind up getting into a relationship, you know, and I wind up staying with her, and that's where Grandis had taken.
Okay, so it was not. Yes, I confirmed that it was South Carolina. Chris confirmed it was South Carolina. The police certainly, FBI certainly knew North Carolina.
No, it was South.
Yeah, his makeup is always on point. Like, I need some tutorials. So here's where we get into about the Philippines. I'm going to pull up the Philippines too.
That everyone's trying to figure out what's going on.
Yeah. Jose, I actually didn't. I didn't mention this to you. People thought you were in the Philippines.
In the Philippines? No. No.
Yeah.
No, I was not in the Philippines.
Yeah.
I was literally, you could say I was within U.S. borders.
Yeah.
As you can say.
Yeah, exactly.
I was in U.S. territory.
Yes.
You know, I wasn't halfway across the world.
Yeah.
No.
Okay. So you were saying that there was no walls in, or he was in Alaska. He was very much in Alaska. Doors, or was there walls in the bathroom?
No walls at all. It was.
Okay, so I'm kind of confused on that. He said that he wasn't in the Philippines. He was in U.S. territory, and then they're starting to talk about Alaska. So I don't know. That's confusing. That's confusing to me. People thought you were in the Philippines. Yeah, I was literally, you could say I was within the U.S. border. I was in the U.S. territory. You know, I wasn't halfway across the world. So you were saying that there was no walls in Alaska. He was very much in Alaska doors. I don't know. That's confusing. That's confusing. Okay, let me see if I'm looking for anything else that's going to tell me where he was. I'm not saying that he had anything to do with it. It's just, you know, you got to look at everybody. And I don't see anything else in here. Let's go back to the charts. Let's go back to the charts. Pull up share my screen. Let's look at the rest of the shit. Let's look at South Carolina and see how summer would connect to South Carolina. Okay. Let's do this. Okay. So Summer Wells in South Carolina. South Carolina. I can already tell that that this Mars that she has at a 1634 is where South Carolina rises and descends. South Carolina definitely matches the state of Tennessee here in the 8th house. Their dark moon is a 1742 in Aquarius. South Carolina's Pluto is in the 8th house. 1742 Aquarius. Let's look. We do see a 4th house of home. This Hygeia, 1813. 1813. Interesting. Y'all, when she went missing, Trans Pluto was at a 216 all day when she goes missing. Remember that 216? It had just left the 215. Okay. All right. And we know that there's a darkness with her health at an 1803. It's coming to that 1804 that she has in her chart. Oh shit, I'm on Sebastian's. So that 1804, right? It's the dark moon. There's a lot of darkness that's surrounding her health at that 18 degree. And then once the 1804 moves off, then we have an 1813. Once that 1804 moves off, we also have an 1808. But that 1634 definitely matches her Mars. There is definitely a South Carolina connection. What else can I see here? Yeah, this 1644 goes to Florida with North Carolina. Oh, okay, sorry. Jeff said, take the banner down. Hold on. Banners, hide. Okay, sorry, guys. So the 1813, that's it. I mean, it's in Libra. There is a lawful, that's law. The magnetism with the law and the 4th house of home in South Carolina. Let's look at that. Let's look at that on our map. Interesting. There it is. There's Rock Hill. There's Rock Hill. And it is on the border. Look, there's North Carolina. And this is South Carolina. During the missing event, Saturn in the 3rd house of communications receives obstacles in the future via networking and communications, just as Dawn receives. It's federal with the USA, FBI. 103 compass bearing is where this line meets with the FBI. See compass bearing 103 for more information. Oh, I love it when I do that. See compass bearing 103 with the FBI. Okay. So it's going to be this one. This one right here. This going into North Carolina. That's a Hammond's relation. Okay, now we're getting into the pastor. That pastor that also, he's got two addresses, and one of them is here. Okay. Interesting. 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 My goodness. Talk about a deep, deep dive. The Ohio and the North Carolina connection is still remains. It definitely still remains. And the Utah. And Utah, for sure. Are y'all ready to switch it up? Because I want to talk about other things, and I've been on, I've been live for quite a while now. Quite a while. I'm 2 hours in, and I still haven't gotten to Devlin and Sebastian. Who do we want to look at next? Devlin or Sebastian? Who would you guys like to look at next? Let me know. Let me know. Let's look at that 237 with Mars. I'm just wondering. 237, we know that. 237. This right here is a trip, man. All day. 1037. Let me go back and look at 237. I'm sorry. Let me look at New York one more time and Ohio for just a second. Let me look at New York. Oh, that was New York. North Carolina. North Carolina and Ohio, 237. Let's go to Ohio. I'm about to have to pull Utah, I guess, make sure. 235 with groups. So Mars would have, look at that. So what happened was, is when Mars was at a 235 in Leo, it was opposing Ohio in the 8th house with groups and workers, possibly. Right there. Uh-huh. And then we have the 1303 with the Saturn. Saturn was coming down into that degree with Ohio. So I don't know, guys. Don't know. I'm just wondering. I'm just wondering here. Because like I said, when she goes missing, Zeus is at a 2047, then it comes down to the 2046. There's a letting go. Dude has to go to North Carolina. There's a letting go here with Sedna. There's a betrayal here. He has to let go of that company in Ohio and go to North Carolina. Too bad we don't know Randy's last name. God dang it. I would love to know his last name. Absolutely. Not to say that Don couldn't have taken an advantage or something like that, but there's always another possibility here. That's the reason why I'm always like, gosh, we need to look at all angles. All angles. Let me pull up Utah. And I'm going to pull up Mexico too. Just because I want to show y'all this. Let's do Utah first. Summer in Utah. So she goes missing and there's a 1245 in transit. What was the 1245, you ask? It was, let me show you the 1245, just so you remember. It's right here. It's the Chronos. It's in the 9th house. There is a devouring energy when she goes missing, and it's in Utah. This is the reason why I've looked at Rose, okay? This is the reason why I've looked at Aunt Rose, because nobody knows if she's dead or alive. Nobody knows where she's at. You know what I'm saying? So I'll be looking at Utah. Who was in Utah? Who's coming from Utah? Who do they know in Utah? You know, you just, I don't know. It makes me wonder if Rose has come back for some reason. But that 1245, that is exactly where the state of Utah rises, at a 1245. So it does make you wonder. Does make you wonder. I want you to see something too. Utah, the state of Utah was in transit, right? When she goes missing. And they have information from things of the past, or even a prisoner, maybe. Things of the past with people from the past here in that 12th house. And they receive leads. They get information. In Sag, they get information in Gemini. So that 646 is exactly where she gets information from. And that 646 was in transit the day that Nicholas Sherfy, Don Sherfy Jr.'s brother, when he was going through his Saturn return, that was in transit. It was a main transit that day. Interesting. And I can't believe I can remember that. But Summer's natal, her natal chart isn't connecting to Utah besides this. That is where the connection is, with leads, with information. Could this be where Summer Moon Utah Wells was born? And that's the information, that's the connection, is in the hospital. Because this is not just about prisons and hospitals and past. I mean, it's not just about prisons and the past, it's also about hospitals. So, Summer does connect. The state of Utah connects, and Grandis, her Venus could definitely be a 1245. Her Venus, her values, they are in Aries, and she could definitely connect. It's either a 1246 or a 1245, and I would say that Grandis definitely connects to Utah with that 1245. And there was a devouring energy with family, with home, with a home, with family. Cancer can be land, real estate. Okay. So these connections are definitely surreal. Definitely surreal. She is definitely connecting here. But the Mars, I would say that the Mars, that's where that opposition is with Ohio, with that worker. Would love to know who that dude Randy is, what his last name is. Did he do something and then put her on the Hill property? Or is he, we just don't know. We just don't know yet. And I've got tons of theories, but this is one of them. And I've just started connecting it yesterday and this morning. And I was just like, holy shit. Got to let y'all know that there is definitely a connection with North Carolina, with the worker in Ohio. And let's just go ahead and play the tape through before I won't even do Mexico because I've spent so much time on summer this afternoon. I mean, so when the TBI comes in transit, let's see what state. I know that Tennessee is going to be showing up. And let's go ahead and look at this, 17703. I'm looking for the Apollo, the physician, to shine with a lot of enlightenment with the TBI. And this is going to come on Monday, the 24th. Let's go ahead and get it to the exact moment so we can scope this out. Let's see if it's going to be a Tennessee thing or because when the enlightenment hits, the enlightenment's already in orb. Look, they've already got enlightenment. They've already got enlightenment, guys. It's already in orb. But when it comes into fruition on the 24th, on Monday afternoon, that's when I really want to see everything in action. I'm waiting for this Apollo right here to come to that 703, and then I'm going to stop it and see what's showing up. Who's showing up? Right there. Right there. And I think y'all can already see it. Do you see who's showing up? Do you see who's showing up in this chart? Tell me if you see it. Tell me if you don't. Tell me if you see it. Tell me if you don't. Tell me if you see it. I've stopped it at the TBI, okay? I've stopped it at the TBI, but I'm looking for one of those degrees that I've just talked about. Y'all tell me if you see it. Yeah, guess. Please guess. Please guess. Please, y'all. 216. Excuse me. Tell me if you see it. 1245. We're rising with Utah. We're rising with Grandis. What is going on, Grandis? What is going on here? There is a wake-up call. We also see Virginia here. There's a wake-up call with that 1256 that Summer has in her chart. And there's information that's coming in. There's information that's coming in. There's this wake-up call with the investigation with groups. Possibly having to do with Utah. Oh my God, guys. That 110 is also Virginia with Summerwell's chart. Okay. There's definitely going to be an opposition with Craddock here. Moving on to another case, but I'm just saying. There's an opposition with him. Major weight going on with Faith. I'm about to transfer that back into the 756. I can definitely see North Carolina's 757 with the Justice. So it looks like the Justice, I think that's North Carolina. Let's look. Let's look at North Carolina. There's Ohio. Holy shit. I'm seeing them all. My God. My goodness gracious. So with that event, we're rising with Grandis. We're rising with Grandis. We're rising with Utah. See the 1245? So as soon as this enlightenment comes on the TBI, which is already in orbit, we may see it. But check this out. what else? Let me see. If there's anything else that's hitting Utah at this time. '24. Is there anything else? No, I'm feeling like we're in North Carolina. I think, is that the FBI? Hold, shit. Oh my God, I'm just seeing way too much. 23, let me see. So we're definitely rising. We're rising with Grandis and Utah, but the sun is going to shine opposing Utah. The sun is going to be opposing Utah. The sun is here in Sag. Mars. Hold on, where is Mars at right now? Whoa, what? Okay. Okay, hold on. Hold up. Let's take Mars. Huh. Let's take Mars to that 1423 with her Saturn. Because there was a relationship that came about with her Saturn the day that she goes missing. It's a 1423 in Sagittarius, and that's exactly where Mars is coming. And that's going to be, ooh, that's in the middle of the night. Somebody is going to be talking in the middle of the night right there. Whoever is talking, the TBI is listening. They're going to learn something, or they are backtracking. They're backtracking with their investigation with Summer right here, because this right here is the TBI. That 1414 is definitely the TBI, and they are going to gain enlightenment. It could be about the worker. It could be about her dad. We are reflecting, okay? We are definitely reflecting Jose and Sherfy Jr. They have the 1652, so don't worry, I've got it. Of course, the sun has just passed over that 216 in Sag. What? It makes me want to look at Robin too, because Robin was going to church with her. And I'm thinking here. I'm thinking this, we're reflecting, okay, we're reflecting on dad, workers, and woods. But the wake-up call could definitely be about logging. The log. I know that Sharpie Jr. and his brother and his dad, they're all in transit with Sedna. I'll have to look at some of these people's charts when I'm off of here. So I can just bounce. But that's, the Mars could be about the body. It could be about the vehicle. And there could be something coming back because, yeah, this is Tennessee. We're rising with the state of Tennessee. That 1055 is the Pluto of Tennessee. The Pluto in Tennessee is in the 4th house of home. It's in Pisces, but there is definitely a connection being made here with the TBI. And I'm thinking the FBI too. Pretty sure the FBI, I'm pretty sure they have a low 14 degree. I know that these 14 degrees are coming down into the ascendant of summer. There's the 2046. We're talking about the past when she goes missing. See why the degrees matter? They matter so much. They matter so much. This is the real investigation, guys. This is the real investigation. So when the TBI, this is a trip. So when the TBI actually do I have the TBI pulled up? Yeah. When the TBI actually do get this enlightenment, okay, they're going to have some enlightenment with how they shine. And that on the map is going up into all the way to Ohio. And this is where they receive leads, where they receive information. So they're receiving an email, they're receiving information. They may not be awake, but when they wake up on the 24th, that email, whatever it is that they're waiting on, it's there. It's there. And they're learning something about summer. They're receiving information through the radio waves with the communications. And then they're going to wake up on the 24th. And by the afternoon, they're moving on it. They're moving on it. Let's look at North Carolina and Ohio with this enlightenment that they're going to get. Let's look at North Carolina first because I'm seeing it. I'm seeing it, guys. So North Carolina, they're going to learn something too. And whatever they learn, there's going to be something that is going to go against Summer's vitality, her sun, the way that she shines in the future. And they have limits and obstacles during this time. Hold on, this is the wrong one. They're going to have limits and obstacles during this time. I can see it. I can see it. I can see it. Where is it at? There it is. Okay. Let's do North Carolina. Yeah, North Carolina. North Carolina. And check this out, guys. You're not going to want to miss it. There is Mercury. Mercury is opposing North Carolina. There's an opposition. Even though summer connects, whatever is happening, there is shit going down with the media, with things that we are learning, and it opposes a worker. It opposes, this is also Trump. You'll see it. Write it down. You're going to see Trump. You're going to see Trump in the news with North Carolina on the 24th, on Monday. Mark it on your calendars. You heard it first here. I'm telling you. Hell, it's probably already in the news. But yeah, there is a justice that is coming with the 757. The 757 was also in transit when Sebastian Rogers went missing. This 756, there is going to be a justice with the justice system, possibly with a DA, with a judge. I bet you anything it's already in transit with Trump. I bet you anything, y'all. Trump in North Carolina. Let's just look. God dang. Trump in North Carolina. Let's see. 5 hours ago. Is the price of doing this worth it? North Carolina Republicans worry. First Lady Melania and Second Lady visit somewhere in North Carolina. Charlotte, immigration raids by Trump administration ignite political tensions, fact-checking claims, border patrols. So this is what's happening. Do you understand? Do you understand why degrees in a chart matter so freaking much? This has to do, what we're going to hear about tomorrow is going to be even more intense with Trump and North Carolina. But it's already in orb. It's already in orb, honey. Boom, bam. Thank you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. So the degrees in our chart literally matter in the state of matter. And that's just the name of the game. It just is. Let me make sure that they don't. Okay, so other than the Trump stuff, we have the 1256 that definitely matches Virginia. So we could hear some things about Virginia with summer. We could also be hearing about some things with North Carolina or not. We may not hear anything until it's all said and done. But I find this very interesting that there is going to be an opposition. What else do we see? 1640. Let's look at some of these major players. 1646, 1528, 16s, 15s. No. Where I want to go for that. Because once this 756 comes over the 757, it's going to hit the outer wheel and it's going to make a connection with communications and possible, this could definitely be about immigration. The Sag is definitely about foreigners, foreign entities, immigration for sure. No doubt about it. And the communications about it. The communications. Yeah. All right. So let's move off of this because what I'm seeing is I'm also seeing some things with Ohio, Texas as well. No. Ohio. I'm thinking it's Ohio. It could be Texas too, but But I'm not going to go there. I'm looking for any type of clue because I'm so nosy with what's going on. This is also going to come at a time with North Carolina and Trump, but also Ohio. There is a weight of home with the communications and Saturn here in the 9th house. That could be about, okay, let's look. Let's see if there's immigration shit going down there too with Trump and Ohio. Grandma's push back against ICE. This is 2 days ago. So we may see something else with him in Ohio tomorrow. Ohio lawmakers passed a bill to scale back marijuana. No, I don't think so. Okay. I'm looking with Summer, though. I'm looking with her. At 441. So there's a weight on the authority, on groups, maybe traveling, immigration, because that 9th house is Sag. $21, $24. Where is Zeus? Zeus is at a 2549. Zeus is at a 2549. All right, I don't think I'm going to be able to see it. I don't think so. 2449, no. $22. 21. Okay, I'm moving off of this. I'm going to move off of this. Do y'all want to, because I've spent a lot of time on Summer. I've got to switch. I got to switch up and I've got to get to somebody else. Because I've got 2 more that I want to talk about, that I want to record and show the transits. Last night, oh, look at that. Mercury is coming to that outer wheel with Summer and me. Interesting. Okay, let me stop it right here, and I want to show you Sebastian. Let's just go ahead and talk about Sebastian because these transits with Sebastian are very important. And I'm going to show you how they work themselves out because I've been waiting for this time period. I've been waiting for it. And what happened last night when Mob Crew did a video about the dumpster truck, talking about the ponds. He was talking about the trash and the ponds, okay? The dark moon during that live sat here. The dark moon has been in transit here behind the scenes, working behind the scenes with a lot of darkness about the past. But now, last night during that live, the dark moon sat here. With that said, I want to tell you this. The state of Maryland has the same degree, 2656 in Scorpio, like Sebastian on their descendant. So that means that the dark moon, as the dark moon set here with Sebastian, the dark moon set here on the descendant in Maryland's chart with relationships and partnerships. I just want to get that out there, make sure that that's recorded. Now, the dark moon is now at a 2658. The dark moon here in the 8th house of death, rebirth, regeneration, other people's money, things that are hidden, is making contact with his dark moon. What is Sagittarius? Immigration, the courts, the judge, long travels, river, things that we're learning. Because it is a higher learning. I mean, Sag is definitely mental exploration. We're going far. We're going to college. We're going out of the neighborhood and we're going far. So when I tell you that he connects to Maryland, he does. Because Maryland has that as their ascendant and descendant. When I tell you that Sebastian connects to Utah, he does. He connects to a lot of states, okay? A lot of them. Virginia, Oklahoma. I mean, you name it, this boy connects to a lot of states. He connects to a lot of countries. It's just like overwhelming. And he has traveled through and to a lot of states. By the age of 15, before he went missing, he'd seen a lot of the world. You know, he had seen a lot of the United States. How about that? I won't say the world, the United States. Okay. So, Sebastian, it's very hard for me to understand where he could be based on his chart. Some people are it's very easy. Okay. Remember when I said that the TBI connects with the 2046? Remember I said that the TBI has a 2046 in their chart and it connects to Ohio, connects to North Carolina. The TBI has their 2046 with Pluto and Libra, so that's an opposition. There's an opposition with the TBI and Sebastian. And they're going to have to work that out. It's a hard transit to know someone and to have an opposition with them. You have to work harder. There's something that they think that Pluto in Libra is about the trash. But Sebastian is opposing that, if that makes sense. Because Libra is going to be about a government worker, public, public works, like the tree trimmers, the trash picker-uppers, water, electric, the public workers. Like public workers that would be at the construction site. That could be Libra. And I think that that's what they're thinking, is that there's something that happened to him. But there is an opposition with him in the TBI. His sister is definitely coming into transit when and I'm going to show you guys that. But there is a relationship and Mars right here. The relationship is at a 17. So the relationship has already went over the Mars, the Cupid, the Sun, Vulcan. And now there is a relationship that is coming in to bring a justice. A justice. She is the divine justice of health. This could be about the DA, the judge, the courts. There's going to be a relationship coming to Mercury, coming to all of this, okay? Because Juno is a relationship and she's at a 17-15. So she's marching here. That's where she's coming to. Mars. Now, Mars, on the other hand, is at a 14. Mars is at a 14 degree, and Mars has to come to his Mars, the Cupid, the Sun. It's coming off. Mars is going to be coming to all of these. Mars is coming to his natal Mars. So if we think about that, and there's going to be a lot of action going to that Mars, where do you think that Mars goes to? Let's look at his chart. I mean, his map. Mars. Your maps. Sebastian. Let's turn off all these addresses. Let's turn all of this off. We'll leave the DA on. Let's see if the DA, I might have drawn something in here for him. No, I haven't. I haven't drawn the Sag energy with him yet. The Mars. Where's the Mars? There it is. So here's the Mars. Mars is going to come to his Mars. Let's go deep. This is from his home. This is from his home. So Mars should be about the body or the vehicle. The Mars should be about the body or the vehicle. Let's go close in. And it's right here. You turn on the addresses. So the Mars, the vehicle, the body, it's going to have a lot of action with it. It's right here. It's going over 1009. The person that is directly across the street from Stafford Court. We're going to Honeysuckle. We're going over this property. And let me just tell you, let me stop here and let me tell you about this pond. We stopped and talked to him. Crabtree was with me. We stopped and talked to this guy, and he said, yeah, the FBI was here. They were here several times. They brought dogs. I said, yeah. What about that pond? He said, oh, the pastor of Long Hollow Baptist Church owns that property right there. Okay, so this guy is here. He owns this, but he does not own, even though it looks like this would be on his property. No, he doesn't own this. He doesn't own this parcel right here. Do you understand what I'm saying? He doesn't own this parcel where the pond is. The pastor, Robbie, at Long Hollow Baptist Church owns this property. That's what he said. Because he owns this property. Dude is a realtor. He owns this property. We were parked in his driveway right here. Me, Crabtree, and another girl. Well, Crabtree goes running to his truck. Says, I'll meet you later. I'll call you later. I'm going to Long Hollow Baptist Church. Well, Robbie wasn't in. He's on a mission trip. So Crabtree can't talk to him. But he owns this property. It's a 10-foot deep pond. It was never drained. Never drained. I don't think that Sebastian's there, but his Mars is going through here. That's the reason why I wanted to check this property out. Because they used to have a hotspot there. I took it off. But I did used to have a hotspot there. And the reason being is because his Mars is right there. And that Mars is coming into transit with the Mars. And so this is what we're going to be talking about, this line, okay? Now, if we want to, and there's a bunch of woods. I mean, it doesn't look like there's a whole lot, but there's more than meets the eye here. And I'm going to travel down on this line, on this Mars line right here. I'm going to travel down and show you. So let's look at the missing. I don't see a missing. Let me come up a little bit. I see the missing up here. I see the missing down here. There's a shakeup here. There's a shakeup. And when he allegedly went to sleep and went missing in the middle of the night, that palace is in the 12th house. But prior to that, it was in the first. Okay. So that makes a big difference because the shakeup would have come after midnight from his house. It would have come way earlier from the Texas Roadhouse. Okay. It's a difference. It's definitely a different map, but this is the one from his home. And then we've got the parents. Let me just tell you why I had this as a hotspot. Katie's Hygeia in Sagittarius is right here. Wait for it, guys. This could blow your mind, okay? Her childhood wound is fated with Hygeia here. Hygeia is about the health, and it's in Sag. There's a higher learning here for Katie. But it's fated, okay, with her Chiron. Guess where her Chiron goes? Right over Long Hollow Baptist Church. You heard it first here, honey. Yes. And I say her childhood wound is fated on this line with her health and chatter, possible long travel, river, pastor, church, teacher. So the angle that I've drawn with Katie with this goes right over Long Hollow Baptist Church. So, I've pulled everybody that not attends, but everybody that I could find that pastors over at Long Hollow Baptist Church, and I've got them on this map. Don't you think that I haven't looked at the birthday too? I'm not saying that I think that Sebastian is here in this pond. I would be more apt to think that those mission trips, I don't know. I have done my due diligence on Robbie, the pastor of the mega church at Long Hollow Baptist Church. I've done my due diligence. And I'm going to show you that angle in just a minute. Here's Seth. I rise in Gemini at 7 and descend in Sag at 7. I'm descending with relationships this way with pastors and preachers with long travels. And this is where Seth has his everyday, his 6th house is in Sag, and it's opposing his sun, how he shines. With communications, with 2 or more people, with things of the past. So the map's not going to lie. People are going to lie, but the maps ain't going to lie. Chris Proudfoot is here. This is where he gets shaken up with groups, with the law enforcement, with the things that he learns. And so this is the reason why I wanted to check this area. And I think that this is the reason why, too, that that the law enforcement were so drawn to this area? Because they searched all of this area right through here 3 or 4 times. They searched this area 3 or 4 times. Because this doesn't look like a whole lot of woods, but it is. They've searched it. This is where Seth has an intense experience. So I want you to understand why, from this point of view, from this map with Sebastian leaving his home, why I would want to be on this property, why I would want to talk to these people, because I mapped the missing, right? I'm looking for Sebastian. And if he came through this way, could he have got caught up? Did he get caught up? Here's the DA. No, that's Michael. That's Michael Proudfoot's Venus, Neptune. Okay, so that's that. But I want to also go ahead and now you know. I want to also ride this line for you with you guys for just a minute, because this is where why can't I get it? That's the natal. I'm wanting the Mars. Where's the freaking Mars, man? It's right there by the sun. Okay. So we're going to I've got my addresses on. Yep. And you can see we're going to go over Ralph Hollow Road right there. You can see that there's properties here. Okay, so we're going to ride it. There's a property there that I've got on Long Hollow. We're going over Lura Lane, Bland Pass. But if we want to go far, because Sag is wanting to go far, Sag wants to go on a mission trip, wants to go to another country, wants to go outside the neighborhood. You can see I got an address here. There's Ashland City. I did ask Seth to search this area, and he did with Tony. And if he's in the chat, he can confirm that he and Tony did. But I'm pretty sure this is also where they searched for a Raleigh strain. He wasn't found here, of course. That's the dam. And you know where I'm going with this, don't you? We're going all the way through Van Leer, Adams, Tennessee, Camden, Huntington. You see, I got an address here. There's Milan. And we're going all the way to the Mississippi. Now, if we keep going, there's Ardmore. Wichita Falls. Now we're into Texas. Now we're into Mexico. Now we're into Mexico. That's the Mars. Now, that's leaving from his home. Now, let me show you Long Hollow Baptist Church, where Mr. Missionary, Robbie, the pastors, is right here. And you see that this is where the DA learned something. The DA is learning something, and it has to do with a property, a piece of land, a piece of parcel. It's going over this church, but maybe it has nothing to do with the church. Maybe it has to do with the pastor and that land that he owns out there. Maybe it has to do with the pastor and a missionary trip. I don't know. But it does make you wonder. It definitely makes me wonder. Okay, you see that I've got a hot spot here and I've got a hot spot there, looking in the creeks. looking in the creek right through here, or even this woods through here, because this is where Katie is pained. This is where she is sharing pain that's going across the pastor's land. Do you understand what I'm saying here? Do you see the angle and why we have to work the different angles? Okay, so he was born in California. The pastor was. He was born in, where is it? Where is it? Let me get closer. I should have it. Fairfield, Sacramento. Nope. Nope. Where's Redding? Where's Redding, California? It's right through there. So there's Redding. Okay, yeah. This is where, no. Okay, so this is where he was born. This is where he graduated high school, and this is where he's born. And Ceres, as you know, I've said this over and over on this channel, Ceres is about agriculture, nurturing, and giving, like church. So Ceres is pastoral. It's a pastor. We could be looking for a church when it comes to Ceres, okay? Or anybody having to do with the church. This is the reason why I've looked at him like crazy, okay? Because that Mars is definitely going over there, and that Mars that is going over his pond, because that is his land. That is what that man said. And y'all can confirm with Crabtree if you don't believe me. He said that that pond is 10 feet deep. And like I said, it's going over that church. That angle is going over the church with Katie and her pain. But it's with Cancer. So the Cancer could be right through here. Do you understand what I'm saying? It could be his land, this parcel of land. And let's look at Tennessee. Let's just take him off, because we've already talked about that. Let's go ahead and take that off. Let's bring Craddock. Let's bring the Secret Service. Let's bring the FBI. Let's just bring all of the law enforcement. We got the TBI here. So this is where they receive leads. Remember when I said the 1414 in Gemini and Sag? This is the 1414. That's it. That's coming into transit with Selena and Leo, and with Mars. Mars is coming here. Secret Service, look at all, well, Jesus Christ, look at all of that. Whoa. They're all in conversation up here together. Interesting. Mm-hmm. Well, that's interesting. Let me go back down for a second. Let me just hover over this house for a second. It's Katie. Katie gets a shake up here. State of Tennessee learns something. This is where they meet their North Node. But see, this is in Sag. It would be hard for me to believe that it would be that close. Eric Saturn. He has limits and obstacles. But there's a divine justice as well. Chris is Neptune. He doesn't see what's here. There's the FBI, third house, outer wheel. Huh. Where's Seth? Okay, so the Marshalls, TBI. Seth is down here. Where is Seth? Hold on. What's hidden with the law enforcement is here. Pluto and Libra, so the Neptune. No, hold on. Seth's Neptune is here. God, they're all right there, though. Jesus. Like they're all meeting up there. U.S. Marshals. This one right here with Katie, though. So Katie isn't up here. No, she is. She is a shakeup. And I'm just using this house as a reference, guys. I'm not. It's this pastor. That's it. With that property, that parcel of land. Jesus, man, they're all of the. Let me bring in the missing is here. It's where receive leads, information. Turn off the law enforcement. Now let's look at the natal, the Pluto and Capricorn. The dark moon. The dark moon is right here. The dark moon is right here. So the dark moon is hitting his dark moon at this very moment. Dark moon is in. Okay, so the dark moon is in Scorpio right now, but his natal is dark moon is in Sag. And we know that the trash trucks, but what if 145? What is 145? Is that an actual address? 145? What the hell? Am I looking at that correctly? Yes, it's a barn. It's a barn. And this is also, so we got a creek. We got the stormwater, maybe. Stormwater here. Pipes right there. There's the creek. That's a barn. Interesting. I wonder, I'm sure that they checked that barn. I mean, surely you checked the barn. I mean, what? There's a shed. But this looks like a whole, hold on. Makes you wonder who would own that? Who owns that? So we've got a, let's see. Well, there's no, we're getting paper or something here, the newspaper. Hold on, what is that, Jeff? Jeff, what is that? Is that what used to hold a mailbox or something? What is that, Jeff? What do y'all see it? What is that? Is that two things that used to hold a mailbox, or what would that? What is that? It looks like that there's something up here, and like there's a hole right there. What is that? Those are pipes going into the ground. Like an old mailbox post, you think? Okay. All right. Okay, so thank you for establishing that. So maybe it's this property that owns that barn. Or, yeah. And that's why they got, but is it a dwelling? Why do we have 2 mailboxes? Ah, there's another property back down there, I think. Okay, hold on. Dirt, duh, duh, duh. Oh, let's see. Because it keeps on going back here. Oh my gosh, guys. My gosh, hold on. That's the relationship. There's a Juno there. Shit. I'm really interested to see if they searched here. I'm really interested to know if they searched there. Like if they opened that up and they looked and made sure that, I mean, I wouldn't think that he would run out on his own, but I just want to look back just to look at the line of woods that's back there. They go back there into the property. Let's look at from this angle. There's a creek. It looks like there's woods, and there's woods that lines up. And the reason why I'm kind of tripping out because we've got all the law enforcement agencies here. Huh. Don't know. I think that that's interesting, though. I don't know. I think that the pipe was holding the mailboxes. Okay, so that's a trip. Okay, so that dark moon that's in transit with his dark moon, that's what we were just looking at. That's what we were just looking at. Excuse me. Interesting. I just wonder if they've looked there. I wonder if the law enforcement has looked there. If they looked in these dwellings. I just wonder. No stone left unturned, right? You know? Authority on this line shows woods, leadership, disordered aggression with older male, business work, authority. Line goes all the way to Japan. Damn. See, that's the woods in the back with his Mars. And so if I'm looking at this direction to see, there's Katie. There's the TBI. And there's, I'm just wondering, because Mars is coming here. It could be about a vehicle. It could be about his body. We're going right over here. That barn though, it's the barn. It's the barn for me. It's the barn for me. I've looked at this one so many damn times too. Oh my God. Because this creek line going this way, this creek line and it doesn't look like this anymore, just so you know. All right. We go on in the woods here. This is Katie. And see that 1219 that she has in Sag. It also matches Sebastian, so. It's the barn for me, guys. It's that barn. Right there here. I mean, surely they've checked in it. And I know that the law enforcement just went this way. And then I know that we've got, they have their Chiron that's coming into transit. I agree, Jeff. I think that they were holding that, but I wonder if it's their property. I'm going to find out. Don't you worry. And I'm going to see if I can't find out if that was searched. Groups deliver justice on this angle with law enforcement. And it does. It just keeps on going. We can think of all kinds of nefarious shit. But it may not. I think we went here, Jeff. No. Maybe. I know one property owner we talked to. She was a very sweet woman. But I don't think that's it. I didn't think that's it. But there's this Mars, man, that's coming into transit. And it's, it's going to be, let's look at it. When Mars comes to his Mars, what day is that going to be? What day is that going to be? Let's see if we can find anything out about it. 1516 is his Mars in Sagittarius. 1516. Or did I already look at that? Mars 1516. There it is. It's Tuesday morning. That's Tuesday morning as well. Wow. Well, okay. So Tuesday morning when we wake up, that's it. And we have just left the 1303 with Ohio. Oh, God. There's a relationship here with Mars. That 811, that is definitely the TBI. We've talked about this. That 703, that's definitely the TBI. Katie's going to be learning some things. The godmom is going to be learning some things. I'm going to be learning some things. State of Tennessee is in transit with communications with their Mercury at a 537. There is Miss, that 2944 is Cruella all day, every day. The 2941, that's me and my connection with Missouri. The moon is traveling in the second house. The woods and Aquarius, that would be groups. This could be groups, could be video, could be networking, communications. The weight is on Ohio right there. That 1528 is Ohio. Damn. I think this is Kentucky. There's going to be a lot of energy. There's a lot of things happening. I'm pretty sure that's Kentucky. That 233. Ohio. Seth has a 2321 in his chart. It matches the state of Alabama. That's the Venus is at a 2321. It's about the past, things of the past. Venus is going to come here. Into the 11th house. What else? What else? What else? I mean, Tennessee is definitely that 2509, but it's coming out of that retrograde. It's off of the station. It's now in a retrograde. Or is it stationed yet? I don't even remember. The dark moon is coming to the state of Tennessee in the things of the past. That 27 degree in Scorpio. This is Tuesday morning. And there is a justice. Let me see if that connects to Kentucky. Shit. Let me see. Damn it. I'm pretty sure that they want to move on Sebastian's case too. They're tired. They're just as tired, probably. It does. They do have the 233 in their chart. Damn. Dang, dang, dang. It's about things of the past in Kentucky. Katie, no matter what time she's born, she connects to Kentucky with her child and us, we the people. But this is definitely going to come into fruition with Kentucky. So, and it could be about the trash, the landfill. Looks like it's the landfill. What they might have found, what they may have collected with Kentucky. Let's look. Huh. Lord, Lord. I'm just looking at the chart and trying to wrap my head around what this could mean. Because Sebastian, you know, he has a justice with the 17 degree with a relationship. And I'm about to play that tape too. Let's see. Yeah, let me look at that. Hold on. Let's go back up to Sebastian. 17. Oh, shit. It's a 1759. That's 1759. So Mars is going to come to his Mars. And then there's a relationship coming here. All the while, the TBI is in transit with the state of Tennessee and Kentucky. 1759. So let's get Juno, that relationship, to that 1759. Welcome in. Welcome in. Hey, guys. Thank you all for being here. I'm just chit-chattering away. You know, I just can't shut up. Talking about these kids. So here is the 1759. That's going to be tomorrow, Tuesday, with the relationship. Are we going to learn something? Is there some type of justice that's coming? Let's look. Okay. Hold on. Oh, Lord. I see so much. I see so much. It's not even funny. And I'm about to break it down. Because it's not just, oh my God. I forgot about this. I forgot. Series is going to sit here on Kentucky for some days. So we're going to have to watch Kentucky. That old man, Paul Hill, with Summers' case, he's going to be in transit ×2 on the 25th. It's a big day for him. This is a big day for Tennessee. Okay. This is a big day for Tennessee. And maybe it's because at the end of the month, they're wrapping things up. They're going back over their cases. There is a justice with Craddock, with 2 people with communications on Tuesday, the 25th. Let me say this again, because I know Craddock's chart too. I know Craddock's chart with no matter what time he's born, he's got an 818. And this is showing that there is a justice. It could be with Woods. It could be with the structure. It could be with the business in Kentucky. It could be in Tennessee. It could be, in Ohio. And I also see Randy Hill, Paul Hill's son, Randy Hill, and Jose. There is a connection that they have with me, no matter what time they're born. And I see them, the sun is shining on them. There is definitely a lot of wisdom. The TBI is shining, showing up and showing out this day. And again, that boy, Mr. Sanders, he is from Kentucky. It's just so much. What are you doing, Craddock? What are you doing on Tuesday? There's a justice coming to you with communications. And there's a relationship that's bringing a divine justice with Sebastian. I got to look at the FBI now. I got to pull them up. I've got to pull them up because I know that they have a 14 in their chart and I just can't remember. I want to say it's a 1409 or 1408, but I don't remember. It's a 1409, so they're already going to be shaking some shit up with groups, with networking before this time period. So before 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the lunar nodes are at a 1404. So they're already going to be faded with groups and communications. Could be with Woods, with work. But that old man, Paul, he's going to get it. He's getting it ×2 with his property. Okay, so this is interesting. So the dark moon right now is over Sebastian's dark moon, which is a 2658. the FBI has a breakup with the 5th house of kids. Holy shit. They got a breakup. There's a breakup. What's the breakup? Are we getting some medicine? Are we finding a child? Is this having to do with Summer? Is this having to do with Sebastian? There's a breakup here with that same degree that's in transit right now with the FBI. Right now. And that 2658 matches. Damn, it just can't. Shut. Look at that. Oh my God. It just went over them. And the lunar nodes are coming down to them. So that 2658 is now a 2659. Wow. Wow. Mars is over. I wonder if they're back at that property today. I wonder if they went back to that property today. Because we've already learned something. The FBI has already learned something through the groups. That could be, video, networking, astrology. I hope they are listening to me. They're blown away, just absolutely blown away. Kentucky does have this 1243. But this is the ascendant degree of Summer Wells. Interesting. There's just been a lot of disordered aggression with the FBI. And there's a huge weight. See the 1647? There's a huge weight with the 1647 with the FBI. Okay, let me go back. Because the fate is coming. The fate is coming. There's going to be a fate coming with them. It's going to shake them up. It's abrupt. This could have to do with drugs. This could have to do with the sea. Hold on. Hold on. Today's the 23rd. When did I say that? Holy shoot. Hold on. Hold on. I'm getting taken away for a second. Hold on. Let me think about this. When is that happening? Hold on. Let me remind myself. When was I seeing that? The USS. Let me make sure I'm not. Is it today? Holy shit. Hold on. No, it's not today. It's not today, but there's something that's reminding me. Hold on. I know I'm flipping out. Let me check this out for a second because I've seen something and I don't know. Where's the lunar nodes? 1404. No. But I remembered that. I remembered this 511. Where did I see that at? Where did I see that at? Because there's a huge weight on the FBI. Hold on. Where did I see that at? 511. See the 1243. It's with Kentucky right here. There's a wake-up call. There's a shake-up that's coming with investigations. It could have to do with ICE or I don't know. But let me get back on track here. I saw 511 just a second ago. It could have been, no. I'm not going to chase it. It'll either show itself to me again. I'm not going to chase it. No. Can't do it. Can't do it. Wouldn't be prudent. Okay, so let's go back. Okay, so I do see that the USS Gerald R. Ford. See, they are connected. So this ship let me just talk it out for just a second, because this is going to come into transit and y'all are going to be like, you said this, Jennifer, and I did. Okay. They connect to Utah. Okay. This, even though it was commissioned in Virginia, okay, I'm going to tell you who they connect to really quick. Utah, Kentucky, and Tennessee. They connect to Cuba. Cuba is where they shine. Okay. They shine with groups in Cuba. Okay, so what's important here, okay, is this right here. Their Neptune in the 6th house of health, they're every day. Let me tell you when this is coming into transit, guys, because I want you to mark this down on your calendar, okay? Because you heard it first here. You heard it first here. This is when this is going to come into transit, and I need to mark this down on my calendar too. So it's coming when these lunar nodes come down to the 1355. That's going to be on the 28th. That's Friday. That's a Good Friday. That's Good Friday. So November 28th, the North Node up here is going to be right there at that Neptune. And when it does, we're going to hear some shit. We're going to hear some stuff. This 1644 is Florida. That's Florida. They're in the Caribbean. As far as I remember, they're in the Caribbean. So I want to remember this. It's the 28th. So we've got 5 days. We've got 5 days to come back down here. I mean, to come back on here and talk about it. Because this is the chart that we're going to be talking about. It's in 5 days, November 28th. I've got the time as Nashville 4:47. So Nashville in the afternoon. We should see something. Here's something, and this is big because it's the North Node is on their Neptune. What is Neptune? Neptune's about the ocean. Neptune is about the ocean. It's about drugs and alcohol. And what is the ship going there for? Cracking down on the cartels coming in through Cuba and Florida. Okay. So just remember that. It's going to be a big day. It should be a big day for them. I don't know how. I don't know. But we're going to see. We're going to see something. All right. So moving back. Sorry, I got sidetracked there. The FBI is a 1409. Okay, so 1409, we're going to see them carry some fate. Could be with drugs or alcohol, because the fate is going to be with a group. Ooh, this is in the middle of the night. Middle of the night. Knock, knock, knock. Somebody's going to be woken up. Somebody's going to be woken up. Something's going to go down. Something's going to go down. And it could be with Tennessee, because, I mean, this 1414 does go to the TBI, but it also definitely goes to other states like Alabama. But I do see, y'all see the sun is shining at a 216. And if y'all weren't in earlier, I was showing a video from Killer Looks. Yeah, you would just have to, it's a long story, but it's in the missing event chart with Summer Wells. So this is big. So this is going to be big with the FBI. They're going to be fated with a group in the middle of the night. This is 1 o'clock, 1:30 a.m. Nashville time. I do see a Louisiana connection I do see a Alabama connection. I definitely see a Tennessee connection too, right here. That 1421 is Tennessee. Let's see. I can't remember all the players in the Summerwells case, but man, this is definitely a Tennessee with Mars. Mars is in the third house. That's a Tennessee. 1421, that's their outer will, things of the past. And Tennessee is about to have Saturn station. And I think, you know what? I bet you anything. God dang. I bet you anything. This is about the Homeland Security in Tennessee. They could be wheeling and dealing in the middle of the night about the Homeland Security coming to Tennessee. Could be it. That could definitely be that. They could be doing some wheeling and dealing in the middle of the night. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. Oh, Lady Freedom, I'm about to get on. Hey, Jessica, y'all, I'm about to get on Devlin. Y'all came in at the right time. But before I end this with Sebastian, I want to tell you guys this. So when I told you about the things going on with Craddock, I don't know if little Faith is in if she's in town, if she's coming in town for the holidays, but there's going to be an opposition with Craddock, and there's going to be a huge weight of home with little Faith, and this is going to come Monday at by 2:00. There's a huge weight of home on her, and it's going to oppose Eric Craddock, because this weight that's coming over her in the fourth house of home is coming against Eric Craddock. Don't know how it's going to work itself out. Can't tell you. But I see a lot of fate that's coming with her. A lot of darkness, a lot of disordered aggression that's coming with her. And I don't know why. And I do worry about her. So I may reach out to somebody that, could reach out to her and say, hey, we're just checking on you. But this is going to be Monday. So this is tomorrow. And it makes me wonder if she's flying. If she's flying, if she's already here, I don't know. I just don't know. So I want to move off and I want to get to Devlin since Lady Freedom and Jessica are in here. Because I have been working on Devlin's case, or on his map, rather. I'm not, an investigator. I'm just an astrologer that investigates the missing. You know what I'm saying? And this is where we're going to go with it. We're going to pull up his map. And for you guys that don't know, Devlin has been missing since April. Hold on, let me pull it up. There we go. From Lake Odessa, Michigan. I don't know, Jeff, if you can drop the info about Devlin, that would be great. Okay, so let's get it going. Let's get it going, Devlin. I'm going to pull him up, and we're going to talk about this because I've got some of his family, and I've got other people on the map. Okay, I've got other people. I've got different things on the map, and I'm not going to be doxing, the people that have the address. I'm going to have to stop it, look at the address and then tell you who it is, rather than actually showing you the exact address, because I don't want to dox anyone. Everybody is innocent until proven guilty in the court of law, so any of my mapping or anybody that I'm talking about, I'm not incriminating them. I'm just talking. Okay. I'm just going to be talking it out. So this is, my son is not 20 years of age. Oh, okay. Well, they said that he went missing at 19 and then he had a birthday right after that. That he was 19 when he went missing and then he had a birthday after that. So, Jessica, you're more than welcome to drop the information about your son. That would be greatly appreciated. And then we can copy and paste it from you. Yeah. Okay. So it said that he was 19 when he went missing. Okay. He was 18 when he went missing and he is currently 19. Okay. Yeah. Drop that, please. Okay. So Devlin he went missing in April. He was 18 and he had a birthday. Let's don't get caught up on that. But yeah, we need to know that. Definitely need to know that. I know that there was disordered aggression with his, and I don't care if it's not his uncle, if it's not, if I get any of that wrong, let's don't, yeah, I don't know why some of them have 19 either. And there's a lot of information online that's 19 too. But anyway, we can see that he was 18 and then he turned 19. No big deal. Moving on from that, I want to say that Matt's wife, girlfriend, whoever she is having a lot of disordered aggression at 8:00 in the morning. Devlin was last seen at 8:21 a.m. per my map. I have him missing from Carl's supermarket because that is exactly when he was said to have been at Carl's, leaving Carl's. And that's exactly where I have him missing from, and the time that I have him missing from is 8:21 a.m. There may have been people that seen him after. There may have been people that talked to him after. There may have been all of that. But the law enforcement can confirm that he was seen at Carl's supermarket in Lake Odessa, Michigan at 8:21 a.m. So everything is going to pull from Carl's at that time. Everything is. Okay? It said he was with a girl. Where did you see that he said that he was with a girl? Interesting that you would pull that information, me and you. Just let me know. Just let me know who this girl could have been with and where you're reading that. Because that's interesting to me, because the reason why that's interesting to me is because when the dark moon was going over Sebastian last night at a 2656, the dark moon was also coming over a relationship. This Venus, what can Venus mean? It means a relationship with money. It could be something that he owns, something that he possesses, like a phone. But there's a relationship that's going dark, that went dark last night. Last night, the things that were talked about, say on Lady Freedom's channel, on her live that she did last night. There was a lot of disordered aggression with Devlin, with hidden sex. And remember, he said in one of those texts to his mother that the woman or the girl or whoever it was basically told him to have sex with her or else, right? That happened last night during your live, Lady Freedom. The dark moon was making a connection to his Venus. And so when it makes a connection to that Venus, there's an expression. And this expression that was taking place last night is now being expressed here. There's a lot of transformation with his public image now. Okay, let me talk this out. I want y'all to understand what I'm saying here. I really need you guys to understand what I'm saying here. Actually, let me go ahead and pull the transits right now. That way you can understand exactly where I'm going with this because, Jessica's never been to my channel. She has no idea how I work. A lot of people don't know how I work, but guys, I'm going to break it down for you. Don't worry. No problems. No worries. Check this out. Right now, the dark moon is at a 2659. So this dark moon at a 2659 in Scorpio is making contact here. This is about Devlin's public image of home, of family, of mom. And there is a lot of attention on it. And guess what that is? That attention that is coming right now is a lot of disordered aggression that has to do with the lie that took place last night, talking about a girl who he had sex with. And she said, if you don't do, I'm going to say this, that's that. But today, right now, there's a lot of public attention. There's a lot of disordered aggression with his public image. Do you understand? So I want to make sure that you guys understand what I'm saying, because just because he's not here for us to talk to doesn't mean that this is not expressing itself through his natal chart, because it's going to. Okay, so let me send this to Lady Freedom, and she can because she may have already seen this. Hold on. Oh shoot, hold on. How do I do that? Hold on. Let me get out of that. Save. Okay. Let me send this to you, Trisha. And you can tell me what you think about that, because Trisha has been working hard trying to get information, and the stuff that Chuchi sent me is gold. This is how you work a map. This is how you work a map. Chuchi, all that information that you sent me is gold. It's things like that that help me out so much that I've asked Tamara and Sabrina early on for information. And it's so simple. It's absolutely so simple. But people complicate what I do. It's just so simple. And I'm about to show you how this is all going to work itself out with the information that Chuchi sent me. Now, let's look at the transits right now, because I want y'all to understand what's happening with Devlin. Because I'm going to be his voice right now. Because I can see the transits. And I'm an astrologer. So check this out. So Lady Freedom, that text that I sent you, there's information there that I'd like to discuss as well with that text. Okay, so the dark moon has went over, made contact with his Venus. Now the dark moon is here. And there is a lot of major transformation that has taken place in the public eye with his public image. And it has to do with the things that were told on your live last night. The Sedna, okay, Sedna right now is a 117 degree. It's about the communications. It's about betrayal. It's about communications and betrayal. And it is coming. There is a letting go with Devlin's moon, the communications with his mother. And so there are people, and if Devlin could say, he could say, why did you release that? Why did you talk about that? Some people in his family are going to be saying that today, because this is a 24-hour collective transit, and it has to do with the mother. The moon is the mother. You tell me, is that a good thing or a bad thing? If he thinks that you have released, if he can hear those comments, would he think that that was okay for you to release that? Because it looks like that there's a lot of disordered aggression, a lot of darkness with his public image today. And then what's going to happen is that this Sedna at a 117 is going to come down to a 116. That's tomorrow on the 24th, on Monday. And it's going to be there all day. And it's going to sit on his lunar nodes. And I'm going to talk about these lunar nodes. I'm going to talk about the moon. You haven't seen that yet? Okay. Okay. If you haven't seen that yet, then I'm going to read it. How about that? I'm going to read it instead of doxing these people on the post. Okay. So Devlin on a post, I'm going to read this. Somebody says, has the police actually seen video of him that morning at Carl's? I know his card was used, but was it him? And somebody says, I can't verify that. And some girl named Tina, she's saying, I can't verify that. So then this other girl says, okay, was that last ping or was that last reported transaction on his card, like his SNAP, food stamps, and has it been reported to the police? I'm just baffled how this just isn't all over. It was on the news once, maybe twice. You would think that they would care because he was on medication and had other disorders. I still just don't understand. As far as the transaction on his bridge card, I believe came from members of the Tait family. I don't know if they have checked the card since to see if it's been spent. I'm assuming that there's, and I can't read it. Okay, that don't say anything about a girl. That a girl was with him. Oh, because this tip has only been said by Sabrina. That's, yeah, but that's not, no, it's not saying that he was with a girl. Okay, so that's not saying that he's with a girl. Okay. Me and you, it's not saying that he was with a girl. No, what I'm trying to tell you guys is it's not a party that he was at last night. This happened last night. This happened last night, and it has to do with Venus. Guys. Y'all work with me here. I know what I'm talking about, and I'm telling you exactly what this means. The dark moon in Scorpio is about hidden sex. He was talking about a girl that he had sex with. Here's the girl. She's Venus. She's Venus. We were also talking about the phone. Money. Okay, so there's a lot of disordered aggression about the hidden sex, about the money, about the phone. Today, right now, the dark moon is going, whew, there's a big public image with disordered aggression about the sex, the money, the vehicle, the card, maybe even because it's money, other people's money, right? But then there's going to be there's this letting go with these lunar nodes of fate tomorrow. That's coming. It's coming. Because once Sedna leaves the moon, and because it's been on the moon all day, and Sedna is about letting go, being at one. Sedna is also about betrayal. There's a betrayal here, and it's with the moon. And no offense, Jessica, I'm just working it out, and I'm telling you that this is what I'm seeing. And then tomorrow, there's a letting go with these lunar nodes. Okay. It's already went over the 122. We've been back and forth with Pluto over that 122 day in and day out. But now Pluto has left. Sedna has left. Now we are talking about the girl, the phone, the home, the mom, all that. But then Sedna, like I said, is coming here. Let's look at the map. Let's look at the map. And I'm going to tell y'all, I've already looked at some of these family members, and Lorraine was having an opposition. Lorraine is Matt's girl. She would have been the driver. So I'm looking at Lorraine pretty hard. I'm gonna put on the missing, Michigan, the natal. Actually, let's just look at the missing first. Okay, let's go to the missing first. Because I want to get some of y'all caught up on this map, because this is Lake Odessa, Michigan. Lake Odessa. You turn on the addresses in the hotspot. This is the teacher. This teacher is who Devlin allegedly was going to talk to, but she allegedly wasn't home. I have found this person address just because this line is going right over their property. This is where the phone allegedly pinged, somewhere around here. So the last ping was here. And as you can see, I have a hotspot here. Has anyone searched this area? But there's a lot of woods right there. If nobody has searched this area, you are doing Devlin a major disservice. His family that likes to preach about how much they care about him and all of that. If y'all haven't searched this over here, you suck. You're awful. Tammy, Sabrina, all you Tates that live right here. If y'all haven't organized a search and looked for this boy, you suck. You just plain suck. And I'm going to tell you why. It's because there's a wake-up call with the health in Taurus. And this is about the phone. It is about the phone because it's in Taurus. It's about something that we own. It's with that Venus. Taurus is ruled by Venus. It's about our values, things that we own. So yeah, could the phone be found through here? Yes, it could. Could he be found through here? Yeah, he could. He could. Because you see, Michigan's right there too. It's in the 11th house of groups. Michigan is right there as well. And so is his natal. They're all three right there. And an astrologer like myself that maps the missing, I want to see all three of them showing up together where he's found. Well, that's what I read. I read that he was last seen on camera. I confirmed it on camera before I put it on there. It was in the news that he was confirmed to be walking out of there on camera. Y'all, they are doing him such a disservice if they have not searched for him in the back of those woods where he was last seen, or where he was last pinged at, rather. This is big. Okay, because Michigan is going here with the groups. The missing palace in Aquarius in the 10th is squaring Hygeia. There's a wake-up call. There's a shake-up. There's something that happened. There's an investigation going this way with his health during the missing event. That Hygeia is here. It's the health. Michigan, the 11th house of groups. And for Devlin, it's his 8th house of death, rebirth, regeneration, other people's money, things that are hidden in Taurus. Something of value can be found here. His phone, his body can be found through here, okay? All the way up. You see, I've written it. There's another hot spot. But if I would start here, I would have a search team. I would start here, right through here. I would have a search team start through here, and I would walk the creek. I'd have people walk in the woods, walk in the creek, and all of that area needs to be searched. And how dare people say that they are living there they care about him and they ain't searched. Oh no. Put your money where your mouth is. Don't talk about it, be about it. And I'm definitely not talking about Jessica. She lives in Arizona. I'm talking about all of the Tates, all of them. If they haven't looked here, they suck. Because his phone is pinging here. Why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't people have a massive search for this young man in the woods? Look at all of them woods back there. It's so sad. Jessica, I'm pretty sure I've sent you a link to it. If I haven't, I will definitely send you a link to it. But you don't need to worry about the lines, babe. You can turn them all off. It's interactive. You can turn them all off and only look at the hot spots. But obviously, all of this terrain would need to be checked, not just this little circle, all of that. All of that. And I'm dead on when I say that it's not going to be, he wouldn't be found over here. It's right through here. This is where he should be found. And I'm about to break it down because we've only just begun. I'm going to show you how this map from the 3:21 a.m. is working itself out. Okay. Because y'all know about some of these places. Like you mentioned the Dollar General, right? Hold on. Where is it at? You mentioned the Dollar General. And this is where he put the application in. Check it out. This is the Dollar General in Hastings. And the only thing that I can think of is he was going to stay at Matt's. And he was going to stay there and he was going to walk to Dollar General if he got the job. If he got the job. But check it out. Missing Vesta in the 6th house, conjunct Poseidon. So what this is telling me is that there's some wisdom that's a reigniting of a flame with this Dollar General. That means that he is thinking about this even on the day that he goes missing. There is a reigniting of a flame. He needs a job. We have Michigan. There's a shakeup here about things that are hidden with other people's money behind that dollar store. And it's in a good standing with their moon in the 8th house of death, rebirth, regeneration, other people's money, things that are hidden. There's a breakup here with the investigation with Michigan. So if we look at that Dollar General, because we know that he wanted to work here. Oh, that's a Dollar Tree. Shit. Was it the Dollar General? Holy shit. Dollar General. Or was it the Dollar Tree? Hastings. Michigan 37. That's it. Okay, so we've got 2, it looks like. We got 2. There's 1. Hold on. Because that said the Dollar Tree. God, I'm glad I looked at it. And then this one is 2nd Street. Okay, hold on. Let me look. So these 2, let me turn those off. Okay, that's way out there. Where the hell? That's Nebraska. Okay, that's not it. That's not it. Okay. Here we go. Now we're cooking with gas. If it was the Dollar Tree in Hastings, see that? I don't understand that. I now can understand. Hold on. Okay, so there's the Dollar General. Hold on. There's the Dollar General. It would make more sense that he was trying to, yeah. So this is where Gordon used to live when he was alive, or no, I don't know why I've got that one. But I've got that Dollar Tree there, and that's next to, there's no way. Unless he lived at Gordon's. Okay, so, okay, yeah. Now, if he lived at Gordon's, he could have walked to this one. Yeah. Yeah. So he would have had to have lived with Gordon and walked to the Dollar General. The Family Dollar. Is it the Family Dollar General or the Family Dollar Tree? So that one, he could have stayed here, right? This is okay. This was probably more like it. I was thinking, okay, so he could work at the Dollar General, which I thought was the Dollar General here, and he would walk. Let me make sure. That's Daniel's funeral home, where his dad was cremated, where they had that, or whoever he is, weird, whatever his name is. And that would be the park. Okay, so that's the park. That's Matt's. So he could have walked, he could have lived with Sandra and walked to that one, or he could have lived with Gordon. So I don't know. I don't know which Dollar Tree it was, but he said Dollar General. So I'm going to say that it's not this one. Because he would have said the Dollar Tree. When y'all say the Family Dollar, Family Dollar in Hastings. Family Dollar Hastings. Okay. West State Street. Okay. Okay. All right. So there it is. So let's take those off. Let's take those off. See, I like this one though. I really do. I really like that because the missing is right there. And it's right by Michigan, but that's okay. I'm going to leave it there just for my reference. Okay, so he would have walked from Matt's to here. He would have had to live here because he didn't have a car. So he must have been talking about at that time living here, or he was living there at the time and working there. Okay. Makes sense. Because, yeah, it would have been a long haul. He would have learned something. And it has to do with money. He was trying to ground himself with money because that second house is money. I love it. Love it. So that's why I like this map. Told me last night on an email that Devlin was at the Family Dollar in Lake Odessa, and he was seen by a guy at McDonald's looking in the dumpster behind the Family Dollar. Okay. McDonald's. And that McDonald's is in Lake Odessa. Is that it? By the Family Dollar. So is that the Family Dollar? Shit. It's the Family Dollar in Lake Odessa. God dang. Lake Odessa. I got all kinds of them. Okay, now we're cooking with gas. Okay. Let's take these off. Let's take these off. Yes. Actually. Okay. Let's take these other addresses off. Let's just look at those two places that you just mentioned. Let's look at it with the missing event. So there's communications with two people here at the Family Dollar. There's communications with two people at the Family Dollar. So that would be that, and it's we're learning something about these two people. So that would go to the law enforcement. This email that she sent to you that is describing the communications. And it's opposing Astria. Okay, let me think about this. Let's turn on the natal. Let's turn on Michigan. And I want you to notice something here. I want you to notice that it's definitely coming up. Michigan, 6th house, outer wheel, and Sagittarius is critical, and 12th in Gemini is critical. So this is about this is about things from the past with communications with two or more people. But I want you to notice something. We're going this way. We're going this way to finding. And the McDonald's. What about that McDonald's? Lady Freedom, you want to just come up on panel so you can talk to me while I'm looking at this map? Or do you feel like it? Because he was seen by a guy at McDonald's. So McDonald's is here. And he sees him up here. Okay. If any of y'all want to come up here, let me go ahead and link. If anybody wants to come up and talk about this while I've got the map and stuff up, because I'm about to deep dive it. Hold on. There's the link if anybody wants to come up and chat. It's for anybody. It's open. The panel is open. You can come on up. No problemo. Okay, so, oh shit, let me go back to the map. So let's look at this. Let's look at the McDonald's because there's a lot of action going on down here. So he says, they say, I saw Devlin from way down there up here digging in the trash at the Family Dollar. Okay. Let's look. The Family Dollar. Family Dollar. He was hungry. He was hungry. Why not the McDonald's? Why the Family Dollar trash? But I guess, you know, people throwing their snacks and stuff. Then we've got the railroad. Where's the trash? Huh. I was just going to see if I could find the trash, but I can't. And how would that guy, so maybe he's leaving McDonald's? Because how would he have been able to seen Devlin from McDonald's? I'm just wondering. How would he have seen him? You see what I'm saying? How would he have seen him from McDonald's? He must have been driving from McDonald's, maybe. Because there is, okay, so this Uranus conjunct Astria in the 12th house. It's about things of the past. There's a shakeup with groups. There's a shakeup. This is a Cancerian energy that's awful. I mean, we could have an opposition with this business, though, because this is Cancer. Huh. But you can see that the natal lines are going right over McDonald's. The natal Venus in Aries is squaring the Mars in Cancer. Okay. There could be a problem with this tip. It seems like there could be a problem with this tip to me. There's a challenge because, and I'm going to tell you what I think the challenge is that it wasn't him. Because he could have gotten picked up. That Mars, the natal Mars in Cancer, makes me think that there is a vehicle where the body is either, if he is deceased, he's on land or he is in a cemetery. If the body is not deceased, then there is a family member that picked him up in a car, which would be Lorraine. That's what I'm thinking. Anyway, I could be wrong. Because their house isn't really pulling. Matt's house, I don't know. They're really not. It's not pulling like I thought it should, or like it would. So there's something here. There is something here. Either somebody left here, and went and picked him up at the Family Dollar, came to the McDonald's or whatever, and came down here. I don't know. Something's not jiving there. Something's not dry. It's just not, because this Mars in Cancer is coming over a business. Is coming over a business. And unless his body would be here on somebody's property or here on the property. Unless the body is here and it just hasn't been found, this is not, something ain't jiving here, because this is a Cancerian energy. It's going to oppose the business with the car. With the car. I don't know, man. Hey, Lady Freedom.
Hey, Jen, how are you?
Oh, just, living the dream.
Well, I know there's so much confusion, and I'll tell you, Tammy sent me a message last night, and she said that, let's see. I should have probably looked it up before, but what it was is that he left the house, and we still don't know what time because it's very confusing. We found a news release that said that Devlin left the house at 8:21, but then Tamara's telling everybody he used his bridge card at 8:21 at Carl's. So what he ultimately did, according to Tamara, was he left the house, he went down over by Family Dollar, and he was looking in the dumpster in order to get cans to turn into Carl's for money. And she just now she said that on Crime Time Buzz, but she just now told me that she said this. She said Devlin left home at 7:28 a.m. He was seen on video at Carl's cashing out at 8:21 a.m. I got a call that Devlin was seen around 8 a.m. by a McDonald's coworker looking in the dumpster behind Family Dollar. I suspect he was looking for cans to turn in at Carl's. Carl's no longer has footage from that day per Merle. He is going to find out who the manager was that day and have them get back to me.
Okay, that's weird.
It is.
Okay, so this is what I'm
me.
gonna do. This is what I'm gonna do. I can't do it today, but I'm going to call Lake Odessa and ask them myself where he was actually last seen at. Because I don't want to hear from Tammy. I don't want to hear from Sabrina. I want to hear from the law enforcement. What do they know? What do they know?
I know. And the hardest part, Jen, is that they haven't been honest.
Told that he was seen on camera.
Nobody saw. I don't think he was seen on camera. I don't think he was. No, ma'am. No, ma'am, because it's too coincidental. They're telling everybody 821, and then they're turning around and the police said 821 and they're saying 821. That's very precise and down to the minute as well.
Yeah. So the Aware Foundation is even putting out that he was seen around 8:30 at Carl's Supermarket. I believe a week after he was reported missing, someone came forward, said around 3:30 he was seen at the trailer park because the lady was walking her dog and he stopped and was petting the dog. His phone
Now
rang and
that's a
he
story
answered.
that came from Tamra. That's one that
Okay.
came
No,
from
this is not Tamra. No, this is from a Brandy. And then Sabrina
Brandy
pops in.
Egan.
That's been mentioned to police, and because there's no camera proof showing any of it, why last known spot is Carl's because it's hearsay. It's not proven because no cameras caught him, not even at Sunoco. Like someone said, he walked by around 4:30, 5 o'clock that night at Sunoco. And then this girl says, okay, I was just mentioning it. Glad the authorities are aware. It may be a lead. And it says, this girl says, what about the kids that were giving him trouble in town? And then Sabrina says they've been questioned. They were actually questioned not even a week after he disappeared. Okay. So they've been questioned. Okay, who are they? How is this just showing up on Facebook? Let's see. Let's see.
Yeah, so that was the original story too that was given out by Tamara. I believe there was someone that had reached out to her and said that they saw Devlin petting a dog over by the trailer park, but when she told the police, they said that was just hearsay. So I don't understand why the person who saw that wasn't directed to go call law enforcement right away and tell them firsthand knowledge that they saw Devlin.
Hold on, I'm seeing something come out, the PI of summer. Okay, it's the same thing. Okay. All right. Well,
and I think that person did. Jessica said that person, Brandy, emailed her or messaged her. Excuse me.
Okay, well, it's going to line up, but this don't line up. Okay, so what this does line up with. Okay, I've moved this hotspot. I did have a hotspot on the cemetery. I did have a hotspot on the cemetery. And the reason why is because that would be more of a Cancer, a Mars in Cancer is the cemetery. Right through here. Because the Venus, the relationship, there's a partnership that's going this way. There's a partnership that's going this way with the vehicle. It could have something to do with the family member, but it could also have something to do with this cemetery. This land right here. Okay. So I did have one there, but I want to also show you. I've got a hot spot, and this is an offender. And this offender, okay, this offender works here.
Carl's?
Hold on. No. Right here. We got two offenders that work here.
Is that the antique shop or whatever? Like it's like they got a lot of those there.
No, this is actually it's a food processing place. Hold on.
Oh, is it the egg factory?
Hold on, let me show you. Well, shit.
I am the Eggman. I know. I hate trying to do that.
It is 801 Lincoln Street. So, let me show you. It is called Twin City Foods. It's a food processing company. It's a food processing company. So I thought that was interesting because the 8th house of death, rebirth, regeneration, the things that are in the moon with Michigan is showing up here. I thought that that was interesting, but you don't see any of the missing. The missing is actually going over here on Bob's Barn Jamborees.
Oh.
This is yeah. This is where we have a lot of lines with Michigan's Mars and Cancer. That's about things of the past. Saturn and Pisces is up here. The North Node. That's in the
That's
fifth
right.
house.
Hey, Jen, really quick, I forgot. I just seen it in chat. Jessica says Tim Hatfield, who is Tamara's son, and Jessica, they used to work at Twin City Foods. I forgot that. So maybe is that the connection, maybe?
Oh God. Okay, let's go to Tim.
Tim is very quiet. He has never reached out to me, even though he did sign Devlin's birth certificate and was married to Jessica for a time.
Okay, there is a justice here with Devlin about his health, about his everyday health. There's a justice that's coming up here right by his house in Mount Pleasant. And it's about the everyday, and it's about justice. Could be with a vehicle. This could be that vehicle because Aries is also vehicle, but you see how they're not all together. They're just not all together. This is where Michigan meets their midheaven, is up here near his house. And the missing event is showing that there's a lot of pain going with things of the past. And we're going on to a little bit more wooded areas, I guess. There is Michigan's Mars again. So I don't know. That's kind of freaky.
I know. I just love what you do, Jen, because all of these spots and things like that we've talked about. And so I can kind of recognize, I'm getting to know Lake Odessa very well. And,
Yeah, me
just
too.
try
Me
like
too.
luckily it's a small area. I'm like, oh, thank God. God's giving me small pieces to work with at first. Because I mean, it's not big, but it's also, Devlin's got connections to Hastings, Vermontville is another one. That he has connections to as well. And they have a place called Nashville, also up in Michigan. And that's up by
Yeah.
Hastings. So
They
there's so
also
many
have
places.
They also have a Clarksville, I think, if I was looking right.
They have a Clarksville. They do, Jen.
Yeah, because I found my Clarksville, Michigan connection, and that's with Sabrina's boyfriend, where he used to live. Okay, so this is where Devlin was staying with Tammy and with Sabrina here, and this is where Michigan has a lot of wisdom when it comes to the communications with two or more. They have a lot of wisdom, and it grounds them with their investigation. And you can see that Tupper Lake, this is where Devlin, there would be a lot of media attention. Okay, on the back of this property back here, going in the back there, and in the lake. Michigan is also having a grounding here with the communications with two people or more. And this is where they receive a lot of wisdom. You can see that we have a missing Astrea is opposing Jupiter. This is a big deal. Jupiter is expanding communications while there is a justice with health that is coming over here and it's expanding. So the Jupiter in Gemini is going this way. So if we wanted to find Devlin in the water, God forbid, this should be a hot spot because you see the red, the blue, and the green are all coming together to tell a certain story. And Jupiter being here, Jupiter didn't go far because of Astrea. So that needs to be a hot spot, unfortunately.
And that's smack almost in the middle of the lake.
Well, it would be from here It would be from here
Oh,
with
I
these
see.
lines. You see what I'm saying? We're wanting
Mhm.
to, we don't want to go over here. We don't want to go, well, we may want to go right there.
I know some have taken sonar on their kayaks in those little, creeks and stuff and, that go through that pull, dump into each other and, into the lakes.
Let's see, the water goes this way. So see, the water is, that's where I wanted that hot spot because I'm thinking, well, maybe it's the water right through there.
You know what also
But then,
came up missing too, Jen, which I find to be interesting is there a recliner, a black recliner
where did that come up missing from?
from Tamara's house. And they said they took it to the dump, but it was a new recliner that she had. It wasn't like old or anything. It was,
Huh.
yeah.
Where does Michigan shine? I saw that earlier. Where Michigan is shining, where's their sun? It's Michigan's Mars. This is the fire department. So one of the neighbors, okay, one of the neighbors passed away. One of his neighbors passed away. And so I've tracked that neighbor that passed away. The neighbor lived here, right here. Well, he passed away.
Okay.
I don't know if they would have known this neighbor or not. So I've done my own due diligence with him, but he did work at the fire hall. And I know that there's a lot of things about this fire hall that I learned today. So this fire hall has got his natal Venus. So if there's a relationship, a partnership, anything having to do, this relationship should be riding this Venus. There's the missing event, and he is not happy. The missing event is showing that there is a lot of warring, a lot of pain, possibly with his phone. Right through here. And then it keeps on going. Keeps on going. There's the pickleball courts. We don't really
That's a
see
big
any
thing.
missing event. We really don't see that. All of that that's going to Timothy's house. These are the lines here.
Oh. To Tim
These are the
Hatfield?
lines. Yeah, all the lines that are going to Timothy's house are right here. They're right through here. And they're telling the same story. There's Lakewood Automotive Repair. So if anybody had Devlin in their car or something happened, there's a repair place. I thought, I'm just marking places as I go and I look at the map and I study it. That's an SO. Let's see. Let me go back down because I'm going to tell you some things that are familiar to you. There's the laundry. This is the laundry. So here is the fire hall, who should definitely have him on camera. And then here is, and I'm thinking that could be what that is. There could be something having to do with this fire hall. But here's the laundry, the laundromat that he was supposedly at. And this is where the sun was shining with a lot of money, devices, pleasure. We're spending money here. We're getting money. We're getting money. We're spending money. It could have to do with his devices as well. And then we have Michigan. Their Mars is here. And their Mars is squaring. Actually, their Mars is squaring Hygeia. Where's that Mars? So the Mars is going this way. See, the Mars is going over the McDonald's. The Mars is going over the McDonald's with Michigan. So Michigan they got a challenge here. The laundromat, McDonald's. And it could have to do with the vehicle. It could have to do with the vehicle, either McDonald's or laundry. And Jessica said that Matt and them was working at, she doesn't know McDonald's. Well, it could be this one. There's something here, guys. And there's something there. And I'm just noticing that. This area right here is where Michigan, if we just think about the law enforcement with Michigan, they got a challenge here. They got a challenge with the laundromat and McDonald's.
Yeah, and that apparently that was the first stop that he made and somebody saw him, but that's the thing, it's also hearsay. Like, I would like the guy that saw him to tell me, I used to work with Devlin at McDonald's and I saw him, or, whatever it is, because Devlin did work at McDonald's.
Devlin did?
Yes, ma'am. He did like janitorial services he put on his
He worked
Facebook.
at that McDonald's?
Let me look and see. Hold on, I'll tell you.
Probably so.
I'm guessing it
right
is,
there.
but that's the thing. He bounced back and forth between, like you said, Gordon's, and then he was over. But when he went to Gordon's, he was 10. To the best of my knowledge, he was 10 years old. My problem is they didn't want to tell me that because they wanted me to believe that Devlin lived with, Sandra and Bill his whole life, but that wasn't true. Right? He went to Gordon's, and then that's why Sabrina had him for a while too, because then Gordon had him leave, and so he was bouncing around throughout the family members in this small area, ending up at Tamara's ultimately. Let me look through my messages because they're screenshots, but they should be in the front because I just made that video, and that's the only reason I know which one he worked at. Because I believe Sabrina told me he worked on my, when she came up. And
If
said
it
he
had
worked at
anything to do
McDonald's.
with anybody that was at the school or anybody that he went to school with.
Well, there's a lot of kids.
No,
He
hold
knew
on.
a lot
I'm
of
talking
girls.
with the map. Look at the map. Look at the map.
Oh,
Because this
sorry, Jen.
school,
I thought you were talking to me.
no, that's okay. If it was somebody having to do with the school, because this line is going all the way down to the school, Gordon's address before death. Oh, I don't.
What helps?
If it had anything to do, oh shit. If it had anything to do with anybody from school, it could be in this lake right here, right through here.
Well, yeah, I've often wondered about that whole situation, right? Because it says former janitorial maintenance at McDonald's, and that was from June 26th or June 26th, 2024 through July 20th of 2024 at McDonald's. And you know what? It doesn't specify, but I believe he was working there. Give me 1 second. Let me look. No, yeah, he must have been working at that local one because it was during the time when the judge had granted him to be on his own because he could work at McDonald's. He had everything going on when the judge made that determination, and then but obviously his home life was going to deter him from doing well in life. In my opinion, you set somebody up for failure, they're going to fail.
Right there, little red. Right there. excuse me, sorry. That's this is a Scorpio. It's in the 5th house of kids, the way that they create. This is a Scorpio, and trash is Scorpio as well.
No, that's
And
the
of course,
dump right there, hon. I'm
that's
sorry.
the land.
Jen.
That's the landfill. That's where Hastings landfill is.
Well, hell, I might owe you $50 because you might have just found out where the recliner is.
Yeah, it would be right there.
I'm just teasing. No, okay, so that's
Yeah.
okay.
It'd be right there. Everything would go to the landfill. So I always put landfills on maps. I always do. And usually they'll
it's so
pull.
smart to do that.
It
Yeah.
doesn't necessarily mean that they're there. You know,
No.
it'll pull. It will pull. Because
Well, it's great to know where they're at, like you said, because there's a lot of evidence in the trash can, isn't there?
Yeah. Yeah. They're always, they're always looking and thinking about the landfill. So see, Hastings, I see that there's a lot here. There's a lot in Hastings, but Daniel's funeral home and the park, that's William. The park right here. The Bliss Riverfront Park. And I'm always looking to see if he could be somewhere hiding out, but I think he would have found a phone and called somebody, That's the problem. We could always, let's see, where does Michigan shine?
That's the biggest problem, Jen, is that we don't know. I mean, everybody has told me that I've talked to. That's one thing that came out across the board was that Devlin would have called somebody by now. Like, because he calls people all the time. He texted people all the time. That's why, with his mom not getting a text message on Easter morning to wish her a happy Easter, it very much worries me. Because usually he'll text her in the morning, and I showed that with the text messages yesterday. That was a big reason I wanted her to show me them all in order, so that way we can see his patterns. And we certainly did see that he was calling her. He would get a hold of everybody in the morning, and then he'd get a hold of everybody at night. That was kind of his routine. Not saying that he didn't call people in the afternoon. He was on the phone 24/7 to the best of my knowledge. But what teenager isn't?
Okay, so here's where Michigan rises and shines. And that's going over an SO, but I don't think that he had anything to do with it. I should probably take that hotspot off, but it's just because this is where Michigan's going to show up and show out with a lot of attention. And this is where they could find him, or they could find something that he would have owned or possessed. And this is where the natal Saturn and Leo is. And let me just tell you about this SO, okay? Let me tell you about this SO. Oh, is that him? Hold on. Let me make sure before I tell you. Let me make sure. No. That one. Okay. Where's Coke? Okay, hold on. Now I know. Where Sting took place with Coke and Swears. And that's on a natal line. I need to talk about this because this could be important. It could be. Okay, it's going to be this one. It's going to be this. It's going to be this one. Okay. So you see how this offender is going over, well, the natal chart, the natal Saturn in Leo is going right over his house. You see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, there's limits and obstacles with Devlin here. Now watch this. During the missing event, the lowest point, there's no attention and it's going this way. It's a low point during the missing event. The Saturn is here. There's a slowdown, especially with the business, somebody older, woods. And Michigan is rising and shining here. They rise to the occasion, they shine, they show up, they show out, and it's conjunct Venus.
Mm-hmm.
And so, okay, let me tell you about this. I don't think that he has anything to do with it, but just to put it out there, because I do look at all angles.
Yes, we have to, right?
Right, right. So Alistair, oh, hold on. This was known in Grand Rapids, okay, in and around Michigan. This was a big deal. It was a big deal in 2016, 2018, 2019. And there was a video vigilante, and there's this sexting operation that was taking place with some people. And they were meeting at a Taco Bell, they were meeting at McDonald's, and they were setting people up. They were setting them up. They were using a 15-year-old girl to set people up.
Oh my gosh, Jen, you just like blew my mind with this. So I think now there were 3 girls that Devlin was talking to that were very scantily clad young ladies on the internet, right? And I don't know if those were very scantily clad young ladies or if that was AI or anything. We don't know that.
So this guy, along with some other men, are a part of that operation, and they fell for it. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And this Coke guy, he wanted to come back and he wanted to sue. But instead of, he ended up spending time in jail.
Yeah, that
He was
should.
recently sentenced in Allegan County Circuit Court to 1 year, 9 months to 15 years in prison.
Mm.
Okay, but it's about a girl. Okay, it has nothing to do
Right.
with boys. Okay, it's a girl, has nothing to do with boys, but that sting. I'm just looking at this because he's having limits and obstacles with this dude going over that house. And so he probably did have problems. He probably knew who he was. He's probably talked to him. He's probably walked around here. He's probably met him. He probably knows who he is. But the McDonald's where the sting is at, is right here. And look at that.
Mm.
It's on the IC. So the lowest point for Devlin is going to this McDonald's, like right on it. And that is what I want to see. I would want to see a business because this is a Capricorn line. This isn't a Cancer line.
Right.
Right. So there's something up. There's something with that. I don't know what.
That would have been his first stop, according to what I've been told. Now, I don't know because I don't have confirmation on any of that. I don't have footage. I don't have the direct person messaging me saying, hey, I saw him.
So there's a ministry for homeless. See, I was looking for places to find. I wanted to see a business that is critical because this is a critical 29 degree. Okay. I want to show you something. So the critical 29 in Capricorn with Devlin is right here. It's the lowest point that he has at home with the business or with the older male with a business. So I'm not sure if there is some type of, if that's just embedded, seeing that from, that Harold dude that was a neighbor. Like I said, I tracked him. This is where he had hospice, and it's the lowest point too. So it's like, I don't know. Maybe he knew Harold, maybe he knew him and he knew everything about him. This is where William Hartman used to live. This is Sabrina's boyfriend. So I think that this is worthy of taking a look at.
Absolutely.
This is the 8th house of death, rebirth, regeneration. This is about a group. This is about a group of people. Possible video. A group. And this is where, that's with Michigan. And then this is where the missing event, the health is challenging, is squaring that palace. So we look at the square to try to get an idea with him. And the square is going this way. Look at that. I want to show you that. So the square with that Hygeia is right here. Right here. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, it's going right through.
There's a problem with Sabrina's boyfriend, with the phone, with the pinging.
Big time.
Yeah, there's a problem.
He's absolutely been a person of interest, Jen. And the reason being is that when I asked for the picture that was circulating about his face being scratched up, she sent it, Sabrina sent it to me straight from her phone. I posted it right away straight, didn't do anything with it at all. And you can definitely see scratches and red marks on his face. I mean, it's not psoriasis. We'll just say that.
Yeah. I do have a Rockford housing, just in case he's at a housing place, because, that's right there as well. Hold on. Rockford housing. Where did I just see that boy? Where did I just see him? Hold on. Where did I just see that boy? Where is Hartman? Oh my gosh, did I delete it or something? Where did it go?
Yeah, it's just crazy when I actually can see this visually in what you're showing, Jen. It blows my mind because I haven't talked to you. I mean, we've talked a little bit about Devlin, here and there, but it just blows my mind all the connections that you're making and seeing him on the map. That's why I'm so quiet. Usually I'm not so quiet. But I'm just making the connections as well as I'm seeing them.
See, I've got shelters on here. Where did I?
Well, there's a large homeless too, their population. I mean, not like a bigger city, but I mean, there's people that are homeless everywhere.
Oh, there it is. Hold on. Maybe I've got the address in with. It's not there no more. Oh my gosh.
Where do you have your starting point at on the map? Like, where's your
Carl's.
pin?
I got Carl's.
At Carl's. Thank you. I forgot you said that in the beginning. I wanted to make sure.
I know, Jesus. Okay,
So
yeah, it's right here.
Everything's going out straight from Carl's. That central point that Jen's got is at Carl's.
Okay, so then if that's the case, then that's his old address, I guess, or his new address. I'm not sure, but I don't think that I found his birthday. I didn't. So I need to find his birthday and look at him with the missing event. But look, that's where I'm going with it. He's the one.
Hartman.
Because the missing event.
Yeah.
the missing event that's shaking things up with this investigation is going from his house, this angle with the missing event, Palace and Aquarius, squares Hygeia and Taurus. It's going to his house. It has something to do with him. And so I would wonder, does he drive? Did he see Devlin? Have they interviewed him? Have they given him a lie detector test? What have they done? What have they done?
They, to my knowledge, no one has been polygraphed at all. Not one single person.
Well, they've failed. They have definitely failed Devlin. They have failed him in such a big way. This is sad. It's so sad that they just Sabrina's boyfriend.
Yeah,
is
and I mean that's first day, 101, check everybody around who he's
Yeah.
around, and that's been an issue because Devlin was in town, so he knew everybody, and he was quite the guy that would, introduce himself, and I mean he was out in the community so much that there were so many connections that, people that he knew. And every single
So check
time
this
you
out.
figure out one connection that's connected to another person in town, so that's what's, interesting to me as well.
Yeah. So check this out. Okay, so you see this is where the phone pings. This is the trailer park. And so this angle goes to that property that I've got for William Hartman. Don't know where he lives now. Don't know if him and Sabrina are living together. Have no idea. All I know is that there's a major challenge with the investigation here. And it's going to his house. That's why addresses are so important. People that you know, people that he knew, people that he was talking to, his family, usually it's people that are close to him, right? It's people that's going to be close to him. And did something go down? Is he back here? I don't know. Did he take him to his house? I don't know. Where did he take him? So once I find that address, once I find his birthday, I'll know for sure. I'll know for sure. I can promise. I do
Well, and
know
Jen,
that
you know
I do
what's
know that
weird though?
Sabrina. Yeah, I do know that Sabrina. She has not Sabrina. Lori. Where's Lori? Lorraine. So during the missing event, let me show you. Maybe Lorraine can explain why this was happening with her.
Mhm.
And I've got Matt too. So let's look at the missing event. Okay, so Lorraine, here's the thing. Lorraine, no matter what time she's born, if she is born on March 19th, 1974, no matter what time she's born, where she's born, she has a 251. It's with Taurus.
Mhm.
Okay, and there's a betrayal here. There's a betrayal, there's a letting go, there's a betrayal with money, with values at a 251. Well, look, the
She's a
dark moon
registered
at
sex offender,
821.
so her values went out the window a long time ago.
I know, but look, excuse me, 250 is the dark moon.
Mhm.
So right after 821, there's a disordered aggression with money, with other people's money. And that 250 is quickly going to be coming into transit to that 251, but it's already in orb. It's already in orb. And there's an opposition because Taurus and Scorpio oppose one another. There's a Taurus Scorpio axis here. It's about money. Okay. It's about money. It's about hidden sex. It's about other people's money, hidden taxes, things that are hidden with the
Oh,
investigation.
that very much does ring a bell with me with Lorraine from what I've come across.
So
And also with Hartman posted on his Facebook that he was living in Kalamazoo a couple of weeks before, about a week before Devlin went missing. And I always think that that's odd because he's placing himself somewhere else that he wasn't. Because he was in fact living with Tamara and Sabrina. And so I don't know if they kicked him out of the house for a couple of days, if there was an argument between him and Sabrina, but he definitely changed his status on the internet and said he was in Kalamazoo. So why would he do something like that right before a major missing event like this?
yeah, I mean, it does make you wonder, and I'm going to look at them. I'm going to deep dive into all of them. But the other thing
Mhm.
that I want to show you too, the other thing that I want to show you with her is that I can already tell you that these 25s and 26s, let's talk about them for a second, because we've got the lunar node, we've got the north node during this missing event, and it's conjunct Venus, conjunct Saturn. And I'm thinking, okay, is this about drugs? Is this about alcohol? Is this about endings? Is this about the past? Is this about jail? Money? You owe me? I don't know. Is this out of business? Because this 11th house is with groups, is how we're bringing in money. And the 2538, we can look at this, okay? Because the lunar nodes are coming down in degrees. So 2538, 2537. Venus is at a 2558. She's moving forward 2559, 26 degree. Saturn is moving up in degree 2651, 2652. And she has those 26s. She has those 26s, okay? She has a 2652. It could be a 2650. It could be but it's either a 26, 53, 52, 51, or either way, all of this is upon her. There was something that she learned the day before. And let me just say, she's connected to Kentucky. She's connected to Kentucky if she is born around 8:30 in the morning. And Theories is going to end up stationing on that degree. Not stationing, it's going to end up staying there for a few days. It's already stationed, but it's going to stay at that degree for a few days. Theories has been upon her. And this is big. This is big energy that she has, because all of this Piscean energy has already went over her and is coming back. It's coming back because Saturn's going to come back. Saturn is coming back, and she's going to learn some things with the health. It's going to slow her down with the way that she shines. And it has to do with things of the past. It could have to do with water, could have to do with hospitals, with prisons, with jails. But she had an opposition that day. And it was with the dark moon, and it's about money. It's all about money, honey, with her. I don't see like Mars at a 123 when he goes missing. This is in the third house. He's close. He's close. It could be that there are kids. It could be there is attention on him, lots of attention on him, a lot of competition. There could have been a bunch of competition, a lot of warring with egos that day with his family. Yeah. So could she have been around him that day? Could she have been, was she with other people? Because there's a shakeup. There's a shakeup that's coming, and it's coming with this energy right here with Libra. Could be at a park. Anything having to do with the public, a park. Carl's is privately owned, so I wouldn't think that. I would think that that would be more of a Capricorn energy, like up here. And the dark moon, she's about to have a bunch of disordered aggression. She's going to be pissed off at me. She's having, yeah. That's okay. Mercury has just went over her dark moon. Talking about her work. Where does she work?
She works over at the Burger King with
Which
Matt's
one?
son. She's
Which
the one
one?
in the one in Hastings, I believe. Because she still lives with Sandra.
Yeah.
Yep, she lives over
Oh,
with Sandra. Her and Matt do.
her and
And she's
Matt?
the chauffeur girl. She's the one with the car. You know it? She's the one in the household with the car. And I think also Matt's son, who lives over there somewhere around there, John, I can't find him. He lives somewhere near and over there. And he was the one that was supposed to be, according to their story, taking Devlin to court the next day, you know, because he had court the next day before he went missing.
And how is he going to pay for that court? Or was he was due to go to jail, so that's why I'm thinking he ran. Or somebody is hiding him. Somebody
Well,
could
I
actually be
originally
hiding
thought that
him.
too. And I
He could
mean,
be
we
really
also
pissed
saw,
off if we find him. He could be
well,
really
girl, you
pissed off
know,
if we find him, girl.
I know. And the thing is, too, is that he was talking about, you know, committing the taking of his own life and stuff. And so that was another thing that, you know, stood out to me and, you know, as well. So, you know, they're all things that are coming into play like that could possibly be something that happened to Devlin. And, you know, we just need to find him.
Yeah. Okay,
But
so
I
that's
love
all.
these hot spots on the maps. I love what you're doing here. But yeah, according to Matt, his, you know, Lorraine and his son John both work over at that Burger King.
Okay. Yeah. That's that Jupiter again. The natal Jupiter. So, huh. There's the river walk. I don't know. I'm getting the heebie-jeebies there. Because that Jupiter could, I mean, it could definitely be, I don't know. That would definitely, Jessica, I'm just talking about all kinds of different things that, you know, are playing through my mind when I'm thinking about
We
him going
have
to
to do
jail.
that, Jen. We do as
Nobody wants to wear
professionals.
orange, and
We
he
have
would have
to.
definitely not wanted to go to work. He would have definitely, I mean, not wanted to go. He would have definitely not wanted to go to jail. You
Right.
know,
Well,
he
he
definitely would
was
not have
very
wanted that.
apprehensive about, you know, a ride to
Yeah.
court and, you know,
Yeah.
all that. It was a burden, like you said, Jen, and him, you know, the fact of him not having the funds to pay for the restitution on court is another big one that, you know, makes me so worried that he could have. That would have been that would be the best case scenario because at least he's still out there and we're not thinking the foul play route, you know, but we have to go over everything. Otherwise,
Yeah.
we're not doing our due diligence or, you know, what we need to be doing. So I
Yeah.
appreciate you going over every option because we, you know,
Yeah, we've
we
got
have
to. We got to. We got to. You gotta look at it. You gotta look at all angles. I mean, look at this. This is an SO. Do I think that this SO has got him? No. No, but the missing event is going right there over his house. You know, when I start to see this, it's like, you know, when that's the police department talking about the police department. There's the missing Australia in Sagittarius. Okay, so let me explain this. This police department, all of these lines are going over the police department, okay? But this is the address and it puts it on right there and it's going right over the missing event. This is the justice. Australia in Sagittarius is justice. This is the police. Police, justice, right? Okay. Then we have the natal Pluto. There is a transformation when it comes to this natal Mars in Cancer because somebody in his family, and I would say it would be Matt. Matt would be like, dude, you about to get messed up. You about to go to jail. And he took him somewhere or he did something with him. They got in a fight and something happened, accident took place. But this is the Pluto. This is his Pluto. This is Devlin's Pluto. So we have the missing We have the Pluto that's going to be transformed for the future. And we have Michigan, and it's their outer wheel in the 12th house of Gemini. I'm sorry, of Sag. And so it's their everyday. It's about things of the past. It's about jail. And so we go this way. He doesn't want to go that way. He doesn't want to go to jail, right? He goes that way.
Right.
It could
And
be
who
with
would?
it could be. I mean, we can pull up Matt. We can pull up Matt.
Yeah, I would like
I think that Matt would have been the leader on this. I don't know. They could have all had a family meeting and said this was going to go down. We're taking him, or somebody owed him money in the family. They had an altercation and it didn't end well, and they had to do something with him. That would be the worst case scenario, right? That would be the worst case scenario. Now,
Yeah, the
also
worst
want
case
to say-
scenario is the family hurt him. Right. I agree,
Right.
Jen. Yeah.
Right.
For
Yeah.
100%.
So before I move on to Matt, let me just say that there was a woman that came on Facebook. Remember? I don't know if y'all remember. I remember. I've got the screenshot somewhere, probably in my old phone. But the missing Mars that's conjunct a trans Pluto in the 3rd house of communications, bringing a lot of attention on her. She lives here. She came onto Facebook and she was talking about Devlin, and she lives in Ohio. Her name is Sarah, and she was talking about Devlin. Like she had seen Devlin in Ohio. And this is where Michigan also shines, in Ohio. So it comes all the way down. Their rising missing event, the missing event, the Mars, the car, the body, Michigan, and the MC. That's the midheaven. So he's reaching his midheaven here. The Michigan is rising here. They're shining. And the missing event is showing the Mars. And it's coming down into, so we're leaving. Let me show you. Let me go up. So we're leaving Michigan. We're going here into Lake Erie. And then we're coming down into Ohio. And the problem with that is I think I figured out the Ohio connection is that Devlin, that woman coming on there saying that would have pained him. Let me show you why. I don't know. It could be. I don't know. I've got Ohio already pulled up, but let me show you that connection with Ohio. Because I've been thinking about this and trying to figure out why. The 4th house of home here is about mom. The lowest point is with the dad. And there is a lot of pain that he shares with mom, about his mom, with groups. It could be pain that he's sharing with a group home. It could be pain that he's sharing with a homeless camp, because that is what Aquarius is. It's homeless. Aquarius is groups and networking, okay? And if he were to be at a homeless camp, it could be in Ohio, even though these lines are not going to go to Ohio. They're going to go northwest. So I've also looked at the homeless camps going northwest on his map. Now check this out. The 941 shows up. Let me see where it's at. It shows up right here. In Ohio, their public image, and it could be Lake Erie. It could be a hospital, a jail, because all of this is Pisces. But this 941 is where there's a lot of emotions. A lot of emotions. a lot of warring that comes to Ohio that would pain him with groups and networking. With groups and networking. But this is about, but Jessica, this is about his natal chart. I don't know if you would shine here. I would say if you're Aquarius, you're definitely going to shine here in the 4th house of home. But this is where he has a lot of pain. And he has a lot of pain at home with authority and with groups and with networking. And if he doesn't have a phone, nobody's paid his phone bill, he could easily get somebody's phone and call someone. That's the problem. That's the problem. So let's look at on his map, before I move on to Matt, let's look at this moon and these lunar nodes, because that's what's in transit. That's what's coming into transit. And so we could follow it. We could follow that natal. So the lunar nodes are going this way. This is what's going to be in transit tomorrow. And so we come here. That's Battle Creek, Michigan. That's the only marker that I have. We're going into Indiana and Kentucky. Okay. And I do think that what's-her-face has a Kentucky. Kentucky's about to be in transit a lot. Cheeky Poo, Lorraine may have a lot of connections in Kentucky. I don't know. I don't know her. I never talked to her. I've just looked at her chart. Don't know if she actually really connects to Kentucky, but they're coming in transit. Okay. So we're going straight up. There's the pizza place. There's Penny's 5-star Pizza. There's the visitation where Harold had his visitation. But that pizza place has been, and then, we've talked about that pizza place.
Well, Jen, he used to go over for lunch at that pizza place because they would give him the leftover pizza from the buffet and let him eat it for free, which was very sweet of them. But, that worries me too, because that day he never did go get lunch. He only ate whatever he bought at Carl's, if he even did that. I don't even know if I believe that he did that.
Well, his north node is definitely going there. Okay. So his north node is going up, is going into the fairgrounds. And so his north node is Aries. This is his north node. This is where he's going. Okay. This is where he's going on up. And this is where he's been. That south node is where he's been before. So all of these in Woodland, Maple Grove, Asteria, this south node is showing a park. So I've got Battle Creek. That south node in Libra in the 11th house. It could be a park. Could be a park. Let's keep on going.
He definitely likes to hang out at the parks. And I do want to find the exact one.
I know what it is. It's not even going to be about a park or anything. It's just going to be a bunch of chatter tomorrow. I bet it's going to be a bunch of chatter about the jail, because Libra is justice. That's probably what it's going to be about. Now let's look at this moon that he has in Gemini, because he was born on a new moon. He was born on a new moon. And this is what is having a breakup. Well, not like a breakup, but there's a letting go with this moon going this direction from Carl's.
Okay.
Thank you, little Miss Sharon, you sweetheart. You just so sweet. That blue caught my eye, and I'm like, ooh, whoop, what's that? Y'all, thank you so much. I've received cash apps today. Y'all just loving on me today. I just love it. So this is where this is the new moon. There's something that would be during his lifetime. There would be things. There would be things that would come about in his life on a new moon. Okay, me and you is sending me some stuff. I'm going to look at it, and she said to send it to you. So that's a property. Looks like Looks like a home. Okay. Let's look at this new moon here. I mean, this is where we're going with that today. But there's Michigan. Let's see, Devlin has a 5 and a 1 in Gemini. Let's look at Michigan. Hold on. 5 and a 1 in Gemini. Let's look at Michigan. I may not have drawn it yet, but god dang. I've drawn a bunch. Let me look at Michigan. Where'd they go? There it is. They've got a 9. They got a 9 in Gemini. They've got a 9 in Gemini with the, yeah, so that's it. That's it. We're going up here, man. We're going up here to dude. We need to find his birthday. So I want to find his
Coming back to
birthday.
Will,
William
right?
Hartman. Yeah, I want to
Yes,
find
ma'am.
William Hartman's birthday for sure. Because
Mhm.
once I find his birthday, then I can know if he picked him up that day or, if he was doing what Sabrina asked him to do. Because I'm looking at him and Matt and Lorraine right now. I
Oh
just
yeah,
think that
because look,
makes more
Devlin's a
sense.
big kid. To take
Yeah, it
him
makes
down
more
or try to
sense.
move him around or anything is gonna be hard, you know?
Yeah. Okay, see, Jen, I just saw this. If you want to send it to Lady Freedom. Okay, I'm going to send this to you, Lady Freedom. That way you can read it.
Thank you,
Oh,
hon.
that's
Thank
a
you guys.
bunch.
You guys are the bomb sending us stuff like this because it's important to get all the information.
Okay, this is a bunch. I'm going to let you read it while I talk about this stuff. Okay, this is what I was just sent.
Ah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so I've seen this one with the Mary Much. So
Yes, we did see that. Okay, so me and you, we are aware. Was it due to, yeah. You can look at this stuff. I think we already know this, but
well, here's the deal with the
you may
trying to
look
confirm.
through it all though, because okay.
Yeah, because Tamara's been saying one story about why they took Devlin to begin with, and then there was another story. But to me, it doesn't really make a difference now. But I think the truth matters, and getting to the bottom of it. But my thing is that we have one court document from Michigan court system, and again, they're human too, that people get things wrong, but Devlin was taken and put in the care of the Tates, but they really didn't even want to put him in the care of the Tates either. So that's what the document says. So one document just blows everybody else out of the water because Jessica's going to have her side, Tamara's going to have her side, but then the Michigan court system is what I'm going to operate on. And I can get you that document too, Jen. Guys, I've shared that. We went over it on the channel.
Hold on, let me draw this. Go ahead and you can keep talking. I'm going to draw this
Thank you, Jen.
because
Yeah. I mean, so that's hold on a second.
19 and 25. 19 and 25.
Django's gonna go out and grill burgers.
Okay, so I've got the Chiron and Eris. Okay, look, we're about to bring this back home. Check this out. Okay, so I'm going to draw this conjunction, the Neptune and the Ceres. I'll tell you after. You know what? I'm not going to keep this from my my peeps, y'all.
You're welcome, me and you. And yeah, I mean, I've seen these and I'm working in some of these other ones to the docs, but yeah, Mary Much is the one that has the reward. This other one that is sent over day 66 update, Devlin is still missing. Someone out there knows something and they just aren't saying anything. I pray to God that they get a conscience. Now this is Tamara because I can tell by the way she's writing. First, I want to say that I am happy to announce that Devlin finally got listed on NamUs, missing person NamUs, and then she gives the number. Third, she skipped over second. I'm happy to announce that my daughter Sabrina stuck to her word and paid back all of the $300 of the money she said she would. Receipt is also posted. She will pay back the 300 as well. As I said in last night's post, I am sick of all of the bullshit that has been going on since Devlin has disappeared. Even more shit got posted late last night, early this morning that was not necessary. It's not helping us find Devlin. Well, here's my thing on this. If Facebook bothers you and people are bothering you, then maybe stay off Facebook. But then also, what all the things that I've ever seen people post on some of these pages, like just taking a gander, right? They're posting evidence to the contrary of what's been said by Tamra and Sabrina. And so, I don't fault people for doing that because I would do that too. And people are very observant, aren't they, Jen? Well, we're the
Yes.
watchers at your channel.
We're the watchers, honey. We're
Yes.
observing.
We're observing.
it all. Okay, so this is what I wanted to show you, Lady Freedom, is that
Yes.
now, look at that. Look at that. So we have the missing and Michigan right here. Look at that. This is the address that I found. Okay. For Sabrina's boyfriend. And this is a conjunction with the natal and the fourth house of home. And so let me just explain this. The fourth house of home can be the final resting place. With Neptune and Ceres here in Aquarius. And we've got a missing. There's something here. Okay. I'm just going to leave it at that. There's something here with Sabrina's boyfriend. There's more to this story because the missing event is writing the natal chart. Michigan is right there. And the missing event is going where his phone pinged. And that angle is going to his house. Now, does that mean that this is a final resting place that we may need to be looking? Let's see. Through here for Devlin. Through these woods. And I say that because either he is working on a farm, either he is working up here and he's evading arrest, evading police, or he could be right through here.
Sorry.
Yeah. Because it's so close. Could he be, on the way there? He knows a good spot. Because Ceres is going to be agriculture. It's going to be farmland.
Well, and there's also this lady that has some property that sometimes takes in homeless people. And so
where's that at?
That is, let me grab it. Oh no.
Oh, thank you, me and you. I'm drinking. No worries, girl. And I have been on here forever. I've been on here forever. Oh, Jilly. Thank you, babes. Thank y'all.
Hey, Jilly.
Thank you, honey, for the super sticker. Y'all are so good to me. I love you guys. Thank you.
Let me get you that place too, Jen.
Yeah, get that to me because, girl, I'm tripping on this dude. And yes, if you're still in here, Jessica, yes, the birthday should be on jail information, but sometimes different states don't have it on there, like Tennessee does. I do work so hard, Julie. Thank you, babe. I do. Thank you. I appreciate it. You're so sweet. And if you don't have $1 to give, it's cool. I don't expect anything from anybody. It would just be nice if you could hit the thumbs up. Talk to people about me. But this natal Neptune being right here with the palace in Aquarius and the 8th house with Aquarius is with Michigan is making me feel like he could be homeless. Otherwise, he's going to be in an unusual place. It would be unusual, a different type of place.
There's this lady, and her name is Charlene, and she lives. The address is 6499 West Vermontville, and that
Hold on,
is a
let me
place
put it.
that Devlin's girlfriend lived. Devlin was very highly
Okay,
connected to
let me put that
Vermontville.
6449.
Yes, ma'am. 6499 West Vermontville, all one word. Highway, just HWY. Vermontville, Michigan 49096.
And this could be a homeless place, or it
Well,
is.
she has this big horse ranch that she takes people in at. Like she'll take people in and they'll work as the, farm hands or, doing the horse
Oh,
stalls.
that is so cool. I love that. I
And
love
it's
that.
because it's a big farming area, I mean, there's just, it's an equestrian town. I'm surprised that people don't ride their horses in town still, because I mean, and they might very well, because I know there's a lot of places up in Illinois you could do that still too.
Okay, that's Michigan is showing up there. Let me see what the compass bearing that is. So that's a 140. So that's a 20 Leo. Let's look. Let's look at the missing and Devlin for a 20 Leo. So he's got a 26 Leo. That's where the dark moon was that today. Rose. He's got a 26 Leo, so that could be it. Let's look at the missing. Let's look at the missing. No 20 Leo, but this 4th house of home, if I did the 4th house, it would be a 7 Leo. So what that means is that the outer wheel and the way that he would create or a home could be that 20 Leo. It would just depend on what time he actually really did go missing. But that's interesting that the missing event may not show up, but his 26 is showing up. So the 26 Leo would be a 146 compass bearing. It's going to be about right there. Huh. I think that's close enough. That's the trans Pluto. That's the trans Pluto on the 9th. Was that the 9th? No, that's the 10th. So that could be work. And it would oppose home. It would oppose his home. Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
That's good to know. Because there's a transformation with work. Oh, wouldn't that be beautiful if he was? And you said that his girlfriend or a girl he was talking to lived there too?
Well, he had a friend that was living over there, as well. Well, actually, she didn't live there, she worked there. But the thing is that Devlin was asking that lady, could I please stay, here with you? Can I work for you and stay here? And she told him no. But there's a lot of connections that go from her to, or excuse me, from this lady, Charlene, that everybody knows. and Devlin too.
Okay,
And
gotcha.
it's two properties on top of each other. I sent you the second address too, but I can read it off. It's 6505 West Vermont. So she's got
65.
lots of properties that they could, if they knew, and she was used to seeing them around her property, they could have taken Devlin there too for nefarious, or to put him there,
Yeah.
in my opinion.
Well, the interesting thing is that Michigan's values in Leo is about humanitarian values and groups and possibly homelessness. Look at
Oh
that.
wow.
It doesn't go straight over her house, but let's say that he went missing from the trailer park and he was taken here. That would move everything over here. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
It would move everything over there. So it does make me wonder, but I don't know. I'm thinking that I think that I've got it correct with Carl's. I think he was last seen at Carl's. Last place
Mhm.
was the trailer park. Yeah, exactly. So if he was really seen at the trailer park at such and such time, we don't know. We just don't know. We don't, I wish that we had video to say he was last seen at this place. And I really thought they had video from Carl's. Is somebody actually seen him there? Maybe Carl. I don't know.
I
don't
wish
know.
that well, she's according to Tamara, she's
They
checking
did
with
do a shitty
Merle over
job.
there who was working and whatnot. But yeah, if there's camera footage, or there was, and the police have confirmed that, why didn't they tell the news station? Why did the news station say that the last he left his house at 8:21 a.m.? I just think it's weird, and it's too coincidental, and we don't have very many solid coincidences in true crime. Usually that's something that's
Right.
messed up in the story, in the
Yeah.
timeline. And no one has seen the video to my knowledge. No one's actually laid eyes on this video, and I could not get Detective Castle to confirm or deny it.
Right.
When I asked her about it, I really did, point blank and period. I was like, Detective Castle, what about this footage? Can you confirm the ping to me? She wouldn't confirm or deny anything, but she did take down the information
Yeah,
that was
Taco
given to
Shell,
her.
it sounds like you live there. Taco Shell 420 is in the chat, and it sounds like she lives there. She says sloppy police here.
Oh yeah, thank you, Taco Shell. Yeah, I mean, yeah, absolutely. She says thank you for covering. Yeah, absolutely. Um, and I'm loving working with you on this, Jen, because it's so important for me to understand all these places as well. In terms of where they are on the maps and stuff, and then you making the lines and the connections with all of your pin drops, everything is great. It's great.
It is great. Look, he rises in Libra with relationships with the law, and that's with
Right?
Gordon. That's with Gordon right here.
Gordon is a law enforcement officer, actually.
Well, there it is.
I mean,
there it
he was
is.
a
That's the
corrections
deal.
guy. He's been in law enforcement. Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
He's one of
And
the
so it
more
does tell the story,
moral
right? I mean,
ones of
it's
the
telling the
family.
story. So it's telling the story. He's rising with Gordon, and he's rising with justice, with the law, with contracts. Okay, and he falls. He falls with relationships like we all do, in Aries, and is going up this way. So if we look at that, like I said, he falls with relationships in Aries, and it goes right over the fire hall. And I'm just wondering why. And doesn't the fire hall have cameras? Would think so. Let me make sure that this is the fire hall here.
Well, and I think
can't.
Sabrina was questioned over at the fire hall. I think I think that's the one that she met the police at, because she was out searching for Devlin when they called in. So one set of officers went over and talked to Tam Tam, the other ones go over and talk to Sabrina.
Hold up. Hold up. So you think that they met at this fire hall?
I believe so. Because why? Where else would they meet other
Okay,
than?
this
Is
is
there
going to
another one in
explain.
town?
Okay, look. This is going to explain why his
Yes, a
natal
village.
Venus that was in transit last night with the dark moon is squaring Mars in Cancer. It's squaring the family. It's squaring the car. It's squaring the body. So look at that. Look at that,
Carrie
man.
said it. That's the one. She said that's the one. And we've been doing the research. So
And it's going this way. It's going this way. There should be a home. There's a home somewhere that I'm missing. There's a home somewhere. That I'm missing. And it's going to be on this line. There's a home somewhere. We're going, I'm going to have to find, I've just got to figure it out. It'll be brought to me in the exact time why this is squaring up with the family going this way. It does go over that cemetery. And I did have a hot
the
spot over the
cemetery.
cemetery. It's either a home, a land, or a family land, or the cemetery. I don't know, man. I don't know. But as soon as I can figure out when William was born, I think that everything else is going to come together, because I'm going to deep dive with these charts of the family that I have now. I haven't done that today, just a little bit. I've looked over them a little bit. Sabrina said she was interviewed at the fire hall. Yes. Okay.
Yeah, I was there. I was doing the interview, and trust me when I say it, I have studied that interview thoroughly. Just because I've not made another video about it since doesn't mean I haven't used that as a roadmap, because that's direct statements from someone who was with Devlin, reported him missing. Oh yeah, I have studied her interview. I know her words very well and what she said on my panel.
Girl.
Very well.
That's why. So there's a problem. We've got a problem. We got a major
Houston,
problem.
we have a problem.
We got a problem, girl. Something ain't right.
Mhm.
Something ain't jiving here. We got major problems. And this, during the missing event, that we are having a lot of pain here, a lot of warring, a lot of pain. And Sabrina, if that's where she gave the interview, there's problems here. There's problems with a fight at home. It could have been a fight at home and not even a car. There could have been a fight at home and he actually made it home.
Right.
I don't know.
Or,
I don't know,
did they
girl.
tell him, go buy something up at Carl's, go over there, go collect some cans, buy something and bring it back? And then, we just don't know now. We just really don't know.
Girl.
And you got me freaking out. I'm saying it in the chat, but you got me freaking out because, like, with Gordon especially, because you just found out about, the family members and everybody involved, not just found out because you've been mapping and stuff, but that just gives me chills because, that is Gordon. He is one for, more of justice and law enforcement background, that sort of thing. Yeah, really weird. And then also the lines
there's a
going
problem
to
here.
where Sabrina was questioned. That's where Sabrina was questioned, if you can call it that. I would call it more like interviewed, as if Devlin just ran away.
Yeah.
In my opinion. And I'm not trying to knock the police, because Detective Castle was very kind to me. She got back to me right away. She spent, 30 to 45 minutes talking with me and answering questions and taking my report on what I've found. So thus far, but we're going to have another conversation. I have a feeling, at least through email, because I'm going to be sending her some things that I found. Because I just don't think they're on social media, Jen, just like with Sebastian's case. They just don't understand that, and maybe they are, and maybe they're still processing through. But I mean, if you, read through these statements, like even the one that you brought up from Brandy, those are important statements. And people are freely speaking about Devlin's case and putting in leads to Facebook pages and calling the family members directly. That should never happen. That should all go to law enforcement. Those are viable leads that were lost in Devlin's case.
Sorry, I had to take a restroom break.
Just very viable leads.
Yeah.
And why would you give them to the people that were last with him? Like, that's true crime 101. Those are people that are directly. Now, I'm not saying that they did anything. Like, I can't say that heads or tails right now, but it makes me wonder.
Yes, I do readings on other cases. I've got about 400 plus maps that I've done over the years, and I've got I'm working a bunch of them. I work a bunch of maps, a bunch of them. It's wild. It's wild. And you're welcome. You're welcome, Jessica. I mean, you know, I feel really bad because this boy, because he is a boy. I don't care if he's 19 now. He's a boy.
Exactly. I'm
He
like that too,
deserves
Jen.
he
He's a
deserves
boy.
for people to care enough about him to look for him. And we should be looking for him, deceased and alive.
Oh,
I hate to
100%.
say it. You know, I hate to say it, but dang. I mean, we just don't know. And I'm not God. I don't claim to know it all. I just claim to work really hard.
You
try
do
to
work
find the
really hard,
missing.
Jen, because the minute that you got all this information, here you are firing up alive. I mean, that's what we do, right? We get the information, we present it to people, we let them make up their own minds about it, and we accept their opinions to help us find out what's happening too. And I love, shout out to the locals for being here.
Yes.
Shout out to the locals because that's why I've been sharing, and I'm going to share this out on Facebook because that's where the locals are out, hanging out at. And they need to know that we care about Devlin on this, on the internet. We're all trying to work to, find him, and any information that they can help us with, or if they saw a direct sighting or something like that, call law enforcement first, but then get it to us and we'll present it. But I mean, if I get a sighting, I'm sending it to law enforcement. But I would urge anybody that has any information directly to go to law enforcement first. I mean,
Right.
because we're not law
Right.
enforcement, but we can definitely, use the clues to deduce and, try to use the facts to get to the answer.
Right. Okay, so Chuchi just sent okay, so there's a house. Damn it, I can't get to it. I can't. My little man on the map won't get to the house that's next door to the laundromat, but it looks old and run down. It could be vacant. We don't know. But that could be something else too, is to just, for the locals, any properties that are by the laundromat or by where they said that he could have been, any properties that look run down, email me, email Lady Freedom, let us know any properties that look vacant.
Now
Nobody's living there.
There was this greenhouse that was shared out on May 7th, and it's a little greenhouse, or excuse me, green trim on the windows. It's 12, it looks like 1283. It does, I don't know what street it's on. The house next door to the laundromat. It's got dark green trim and it appears to be old and run down. It does look vacant. It looked like there was a yard sign out there that maybe somebody was selling it, either by owner or by a smaller, oh no, that's a for rent sign.
Yeah, I'm just
But yeah,
wondering,
Chuchi sent it. Thank you, Chuchi. Oh, hold on. Okay, Django's fine. Goodness sakes. Carrie Jackson says Danica lived over at the laundromat.
Gotcha.
Aw, Jen.
I wanted to, I wanted to give some people memberships I'm not sure, Jessica
Thank
said that she
you.
would purchase a membership tomorrow when she got paid. So I thought, well, maybe, maybe one of these memberships will go to her. I don't know. We're not able to pick them.
We can't pick them. I know. I hate that because that would be so nice to give each other gifts like
Yeah,
that. Friends. If you
but I
just
want,
the at symbol, I should write YouTube and see at symbol
do
and then
get-
send them a gift.
we do get 10 free a month, but I did just purchase 5 for you guys. I want you to know that you are appreciated. I've been live for 5 hours now, and I just want you guys to know that you're appreciated because you could be anywhere, but you're here and you're talking about a case that is not known like Sebastian Rogers and Summer Wells. Devlin needs people to care.
Oh gosh,
And
well
I
said.
appreciate you guys for being here. I really do. I really do. So whether you are in, whatever chat that you're in, I just want you to know that Lady Freedom and I do appreciate. We do appreciate you guys so much. And $20 for memberships ain't much, but it's a lot for me. Okay? It's a lot for me. Yes, you're welcome. Thank you so much. Because y'all could be. You could be
thank
anywhere.
you, Jen. And you're
You
right.
could
Like
be
Devlin
anywhere.
needs that coverage. We're working on tomorrow. Jessica is because Sunday. Tomorrow, Jessica's going to reach out to a contact again through. Well, it's a media manager. It seems like that he can get Devlin maybe some more coverage or have another story done, or at least have an interview with her. Something like that is what we're trying to do, is to get more attention on it, from people that watch the news and not YouTube, kind of a thing.
Yeah.
Oh, Canine Captain Jules. You're
Love
watching.
you, Jules. We love you, Jules. Thank you so much for becoming a member, babe. I really appreciate you so much. And Jules she's a dog handler. And Jules, I don't know if you would be able to travel to Michigan. I mean, I know you're busy, I know you're really busy. But I was thinking about you today when I was looking at that land, and I was like, oh my gosh, how could we find him? Oh, I know, Jules. Jules.
Oh,
We're trying
absolutely.
to,
And Jules knows how to read those SAR maps, Jen, because they can be really tough to read with all of the, lines and scribble and everything. Devlin's was really well done because, not unlike Sebastian's, they actually had things labeled on the map. So that's what was good. Yeah, we got Jessica reaching out. There should be 4.
and I don't
I
even,
got
she
one
doesn't,
more.
Jules can ask me, where should I go and search? Right here. I've got her birth time. So if Jules ever goes and searches an area and I know, then I'm going to map her with it. I'm going to map her with it. And that way we can know how it's going to work out for her too, because it will express itself. I can't tell you how it works. I can just tell you that it does work. It's like a spooky action at a distance type of thing.
I know, it's so odd how that just kind of goes right through, the lines go right through that it goes to the connections. Like that's wild to me that you just plug this information in and this is what you get. I mean, it's absolutely amazing. And like you said, the hot spots are
It's that easy.
Yeah, that's what's important, right? Is those hot spots. Where can we find Devlin? Where are the lines leading us to? Because when people are going out to search, they want to know these things. I'm sure they just don't want to go out in the woods like looking wherever. They want to know where to go.
Right. I tell you what, Jules, if you're able to, or when you are able to, when you're feeling better, and when you're able to, we will raise money to get you there. If you're up for it. I mean, we'll raise money to get you there and to work. I know Lady Freedom, she'll do it. I will. We'll do our best to get the money raised so you're not going there on your own expense. You know what I mean? And I mean, it does cost money
Yes.
to travel and to work.
We'll
So,
crowdsource.
yeah, we'll crowdsource for sure.
Jen, that's a fantastic idea. And Jules, you're gonna make me cry. Don't make me cry over here. I've been doing good today. But like the just the fact that people are wanting to help, like this is the stuff we needed in the beginning that we didn't have. And Gordon does have kids of his own. Yes, he's been married to the same wife for quite a while, years. I think it's been about almost 30 years or something. They had an anniversary recently.
Yeah, I think that there are some, I could be wrong, but I think by looking at some of the family today, I think that I'm right. And y'all can tell me what you think, but I think that there are some family members that are like, I don't know, they got a lot of problems. And then there's other family members that seem to be good stand-up people in the community.
Yeah, and to the best of my knowledge, Jen, I give recognition and credit where it's due, and for both negative or positive purposes. And everything I found out about Gordon, he seems to be that upstanding, nice guy. Family man, has his family, married to his wife for a long time. They took Devlin in, when everything when they needed to, when Devlin needed them. So to me, that's a good person. And it didn't seem like, Devlin was having issues when he was living there, to the best of my knowledge.
Now going out to Nova Scotia, wow. They'll raise the money though. They'll get you on a plane, girl, and they will raise the money. Belinda will get you out there. Jules,
Yes.
you'll have to let me know, because if that's the case, I've already got them mapped, and I've already got hot spots. It'd be so easy to put you on the map. So let me know. That would be exciting. That would really be
Mhm.
exciting.
Yeah, I think they're very close to finding Lily and Jack. I really do. I think the RCMP has done a stellar job from jump. I really think, I know it's taking a while, but I think that's my opinion on it. I think the RCMP is doing their job. And Carrie, I don't know how long Devlin stayed with Gordon. I'm still trying to confirm that, just so we can get the proper time, but it had to have been for quite a little while, because he wasn't allowed to go back to live with Bill, and then he ultimately did when, Bill passed away. He was kind of bouncing then with Sandra again.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Gordon
so
was
we're still
raised by
trying
the
to get that.
same people as Matt, and that's true. But we all have a
Mhm.
fate. We all have a fate, and that's the beauty of the maps. The map is going to show it. The map is going to show it. It's not going to lie to us. It's not going to tell us a story. We all have different fates, and I mean, everybody isn't. Even though you might be raised by the same people, you just don't have the same fate.
That's a good way to put it,
Don't have
Jen,
the same
because I
fate.
look at people as individuals as well. Like, I won't lump everybody in now. Am I saying that Gordon wouldn't, do anything for his family? I mean, we don't know that. Maybe he could have helped here, um, but I agree that we can't just look at everybody just because of who they were raised by, or, made by.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For
Yeah,
sure.
because it's not fair to Gordon for that, because he did step in, and like I said, to the best of my knowledge, there wasn't this, wildness and letting Devlin run the streets and, getting sexually, assaulted, and that's just per Devlin, but this poor kid, he was very vulnerable and left to kind of fend for himself. And let's be honest, even women are predators, so he could have met with, a woman predator. I'm not saying that's who has him or took him, but I mean,
Yeah, I
it
think that
sounds
this
like
is a family event. I think that this is a family event. Um,
yeah,
okay,
no doubt.
Jules says I have to talk to you about Cherry when my throat is better, and I'm going to make a promise to you right now
Aw.
that I'm going to work on her map and get you in there and really get to working on it, because I know that you are actively looking for Cherry. So I give you my promise, my word right now. I'm going to be working on it hard. You gotta take notes. Everybody has said that the RCMP hasn't been doing a good job, but I mean, you know, sometimes cases just take a while to, you know, it takes a while.
It does
I
take a
mean,
while.
I map and I work hard on it, and I'm one person. I can't imagine if I had the information that the law enforcement knows, it would make things so much easier on me, and we could find these people so much quicker. I'm telling you, we could if they would just
Oh,
watch.
definitely. They
Learn.
need to be watching everything. And me and you, she does the watchers.
Yes, watch her, honey. Yes, we are
Yeah,
the
and,
watchers.
you're right, Jen, in all of these cases, there were little things that could have been done differently. In Sebastian's case, I think the major thing is they contaminated the crime scene so much so it reminded me of John Benet Ramsey's case. Also, the fact that they didn't take everybody immediately to the station and they let it all transpire at Chris and Katie's house. I think they definitely needed to be taking each and every one of them into separate rooms and interviewing them. And, Seth being in one, Chris being in one, Katie being in one as the parents, just to rule them out right away. And that never happened because they were operating under the assumption that Sebastian just walked off. And I think in this case that the police are operating off of that same assumption. And we all know where assumptions go.
Yeah, that can be a major problem. It can be a major problem because that's what makes the most sense. So the law enforcement is going to think, oh, well, that makes the most sense. You know, it makes the most sense. Jules, where was it? Um, where was that property where you got ran off? Do you remember like a side street or something so I can see where y'all were? I'm trying to remember where y'all went that day because she did tell me, but I don't remember which hotspot it was that y'all were searching because I've got 20 on his map. I got 20 on Zachary's map. So let me know what property that was, and I can tell you how that worked itself out. I want to say it was, I don't remember. I don't remember. I can't say because I don't remember. So there's another case that Jules has been working on, and I created a map for Zachary. She went, they searched a hotspot, but I can't, you think it's 7th Street? Okay. Because I remember I got confused on that now. Where 7th Street is. Hold on. And I think let's see, 7th Street. Hold on, let me show you this map and you can tell me which one. I'm going to show my whole screen. Hold on. 7th Street. Was it right around here? 7th Street and Howard Street?
She said, yeah, 7th Street. I think, yeah, Jen, I think 7th Street.
Because there's another 7th Street here, though. Because you are descending in Scorpio here. Pennsylvania is descending in Scorpio. But this is a bunch of houses. Hold on. There's the church. There's another 7th Street, I think. Let me know exactly where it was. That way I can see how it was showing up. 7th Street in Pottsville. So there's a North 7th Street right here. Then we have a South 7th Street. That's what I was just showing you by Howard. And then we've got the North. Hold on. And we have a North here. There's North 7th Street there.
Right of the towers of JL or JRL Place.
Do what now?
She says
was
it was
right-
right of the
It was to the
towers.
right of the towers and that JRL Place. Okay, okay, hold on. JRL. Oh, was that through here? 7th Street. Close off those hot spots. Close off the address. Where was it, girl?
Wow.
It's by the JRL Place. That's right over here. It's right here. There's JRL. There's North Street. See, this is right through here, man. This is it for me, man. That is it. That is it for me. I got a big old hot spot right here. And it's just, this is an old radio station. Those are radio antennas.
Wow.
There's something there for sure. Okay, so I don't see a 7th Street. I don't see a 7th Street, hun. I was thinking, oh, it's this way. There's 7th. Look at that.
Oh
It's
my
by
gosh,
here,
you have good
isn't
eyes,
it?
Jen. I didn't even see that. I was looking too, like very intently to find it.
Dude, I didn't either. Is this it? Is this it?
Yeah, it says 7th, right? You know, like
This
oh
is
my gosh.
7th Street. Is this it? Is this it? Jules?
Jules says she'll
Let
text
me
you a
know.
photo.
Because you're not in my chat. Looks like you're in Lady Freedom chat, so I'm not able to see it unless I come on to StreamYard and look.
She says if you go to the right
You go
of
to the
Port
right.
Carbon.
Yeah, that's Port Carbon. Yeah, that's it. Okay.
Yeah,
This
that's
is
it.
it. Okay, so this is where she got ran off.
Oh.
Ah, okay. So this is the okay. If we were to find any, okay, so this is a hotspot. Okay. So we could find some evidence here. And the North Node is going here. So we're going this way with the fate, with money, with things that he owns. I mean, we've got Mill Creek right here too. Let's look at that. Oh yeah. So Mill Creek would be a great place to look for Zachary right there. Right there.
Okay.
And I say that because we've got a Scorpio axis. So even look at this. Jules, this is it right through here. I think we need to look at Mill Creek right through here. Okay, so we've got the North Node. We're going this way. This is Taurus. Pennsylvania rises here. Jules rises here. But they both descend with things that are hidden. And so that's a trip. See, the natal isn't going here, or I've only got the natal like 3. I've only done 3 of the natal. So let me look at that. Let me look at that with Zachary. See, I'm riding this line. I can understand. Yeah, I'm riding it. I'm riding it. I get it. So we've got Park Street. But it's right here, this Mill Creek right through here. I'd look through that creek. All that terrain right there. But it's going to be for you and Pennsylvania, it's going to be on the other side. It should be on the other side, like through here. On that creek. So not through here. On this side. Which, whew. Interesting.
I got a better one.
That's interesting right there. That they got ran off.
Yeah, and to be able to see that like that, just like that, is amazing.
Yeah.
To
They
be able to
descend with
get down in that
relationships,
street
sewer,
view.
trash, pond, murky water. Murky water. So this is it.
Oh.
This is really where I want to be, right here. Because of the murky water, because we're dealing with a Pisces, we're dealing with a Scorpio Taurus. They're going to rise here together. Pennsylvania and Jules are going to rise here together in the water. This is murky water right through here. So he should be found between here and here.
Wow.
If he's there, right? If he's on these lines, I like, because that's the creek. What is creek water? It's murky. Sometimes it'd just be standing still. Sometimes it'll be rushing.
Right.
Or there's a containment of him somewhere, like a barrel. There's some kind of containment, but usually in a Taurus, he's just going to be laying there. Like out in the open. I like this because see the 7th Street right here where she's talking about, this is the property. Damn, where did I go? No, I'm right here. It must have been around here and going that way. There's a property here, but if you keep on going, you see he could be contained through here, but man, I don't know. I'm feeling like if we're going in that direction, it's going to be right here. Right here. And see, it doesn't matter what time when somebody goes missing, let's say it's been, 2 or 3 years or what have you. These lines are going to tell the story of when the person is found too. It's pretty amazing. It's pretty amazing. You're suspicious of Nova and Ryan. Oh God, yeah, most definitely. She's talking about Zachary's case with Nova and Ryan, and God, let me tell you. Ooh.
Yeah, Jen, how old is Zachary? And what's his story? Like, what's his kind of background?
So do you want to come up and talk about it, or do you feel like it, Jules? Do you feel like coming up and talking about Zachary? Because she knows the case in and out. I have talked to the family. I do know that Zachary was having a hard time. He does have a kid.
Okay, so he's an older guy. He's not a young guy.
Well, okay, so he is a young guy. Let me pull him up. Oh shit, I don't have it.
Jill said she can real quick.
Okay. Yeah, let me get her to come up and talk
standby.
about him. Because for some reason, I'm going to have to get his information again because I guess I got his information when I first got my new computer and put my software on here, and it wasn't saving my charts. So I don't even have the charts no more because I just pulled Zachary and it doesn't come up. Nothing. Nothing. I have nothing. And I know that I had a lot. So all of that is lost. There's the link, Jules. I've got hot spots for Devlin Carey. I'm just now really working the map, so I can't just say, "Oh, I think he's here." But I do think that Sabrina's boyfriend knows a lot more. I think Sabrina's boyfriend knows a lot more, and I'm looking for his birthday. So if you can find his birthday for me, let me know.
Yeah,
Let me know.
definitely, right?
If you can
Yeah.
find, if anybody can find Sabrina's boyfriend's birthday, send it to me because I think that that's going to seal the deal for me if he had anything to do with it, if he knows a lot more.
I know, and
Either
I'm a
somebody
little
gave him,
sheepish with that. I have not, you know, looked into him too far, because I'm still making the connections. But yeah, because I don't even think that I've seen him on, you know, any birthday anywhere. Yeah, no.
Jules, the link is in my chat, babe. I don't know which chat you're in. I think you're in Lady Freedoms, but I've dropped the link in my chat. If you want to mosey on to my chat and pull the link, feel
Yeah,
free.
because I
Oh, there
don't think
she
she
is.
could click
There
it
she
from
is.
here.
She's
Oh,
got it. She's
oh,
got it.
good.
There she is.
Hey,
Hey,
Jules.
girl. Hey, Jules.
Hey, what's up? Sorry, I'm starting to feel better because I took some Terraflu, so I'm getting there.
It's been going
Oh,
around.
yes.
It's been going around.
I don't
It hit my
want.
vocal cords. I couldn't even talk. And when I
Yeah.
did talk, it sounded like a man. So, but yeah, feel free to talk about Zachary's case so Lady Freedom knows a little bit about Zachary.
Yeah, and I don't mean to hijack, Devlin or Sebastian or Summer's stream, but lady, I just texted his aunt Cindy your cell phone number, but he was 27 when he went. Words are hard. He was 27 when he went missing in 2022 from Pottsville. They haven't heard from him since November of that year. So I'm sorry, October. So he was last seen on a 7-Eleven convenience store in Pottsville, October 22nd. I think it was like 4 o'clock in the evening. And then that same night, he apparently went to a party near his home. And according to the owners of the home where he was at, he left the morning and just wasn't seen since then. And there's been unconfirmed sightings of him walking on the railroad tracks leading out of the city. There was an unconfirmed sighting in Schuylkill Haven and Sharp Mountain. Um, he there's a lot going on with and I'll let his aunt talk more about like what was going on in Zachary's personal life, but basically since October 22nd, 2022, he's been missing. So, and has been seen since then. And we took one of Jen's hotspots, and we searched there, I think it was 2 weeks ago. And it was really weird because we were searching this property. We were going for a good while, then all of a sudden we heard this guy yelling, and we're like, what the heck is that? And I had Ara with me. So one of the searchers goes, "Hey, Jules, there's this like angry hunter guy who's like yelling at us." And I'm like, "All right, I'll go talk to him." So I literally see this guy. He was standing in his boxers with a bathrobe with a shotgun slung over his shoulder. I'm not even kidding. Like this is something out of a movie. And he's standing on this pile of like rubble, and I had my hands up. I'm like, "Hey, can I approach you?" And I said, "I'm the canine handler. I'm a federal law enforcement officer. I'll show you my badge." And he's like, "Yeah, you can come up." As I start getting closer, Ara starts like kind of growling, and I can hear her. I know he can't because she's right next to me. So I kind of stopped walking once I was probably about like 15 to 20 feet away from him. And I explained to him what we were doing there. I said, "We're searching for Zachary." He goes, "So you want to damage my hunting property?" I'm like, "We're looking for a deceased loved one." I said, "We're not tearing through stuff. We're not damaging your property." The second I saw one of your trail cameras, I said to the trail camera, "This is a cadaver dog. We're on a search." I turned around. I walked the opposite way. So we were being very respectful. He's like, "Well, I got like drugs and alcohol problems." I'm like, "Does it look like any of us have drugs or alcohol problems?" And he was just like, "Well, no, but I get that problem up here." And I'm like, "Do you want me to call the Pottsville police to get them to like come out here with us?" He's like, "This isn't Pottsville police jurisdiction, you idiot." I'm like, "Well, then I guess I'm an idiot then." And then he didn't know how to respond to that. I guess he wasn't used to a woman speaking back to him. So we wound up just like, you know what, we'll just leave. So we called the St. Clair Police Department. They went up and talked to him like, "Hey, dude, you can't be walking around like Bruce Wilson Die Hard with your shotgun pointing at people. You just can't do that." So that's kind of how that was. But Zachary, yeah, he was 27 when he went missing. So, yeah, really sad. But his aunt Cindy has been spearheading the searches for him. She's been his voice. but I know she's going to talk to you, and I'm sure she'd come up here and tell Zachary's story. She probably would love it if you were here too, Jen. She probably would love having both of you guys here to talk about Zachary's story. She's a sweetheart.
Yeah.
She's
I'm
just,
down to do that collab for sure. For sure.
and she's spoken so highly of Jen because Jen's talked to her, and she's grateful. She was crying because she feels like not a lot of people are. Jesse, for example, as you know, we found Jesse. Oh, I wasn't there for the initial finding. ATVers found his skull initially. We just were there when we found more remains. But that was a sad one. And she's like, well, Jesse was found, and
Yeah.
they just found 2 other people that were missing in Pennsylvania. And I think she feels like these other people are being found, and I'm grateful for that. But what about Zachary? I think she's afraid Zachary's kind of getting, lost in everything. So my heart hurts for her.
Oh, mine too. And Jules, the big thing is that families have to have that voice for their missing loved one. Like if it's an aunt, I don't care if it's a best friend, they need that person to advocate and do everything to find them and get linked up with good sources and resources. And rest in peace to Jesse Farber. I mean, that case really gets to me because I did talk with Rachel, and she's just such a sweet person, and I'm so glad that they were able to find him. But I know that type of closure still doesn't bring the peace that or their loved one back. So it's so tough. It is, and what you do is amazing. And thank you so much for your service and everything, Jules.
Yeah.
Yes, Jules, thank you so much. Love you too, me and you. And I don't know, did we see Mob's video with the
With
dogs?
dogs, I think she meant dogs because they were talking about the dogs,
Ooh.
the trash can thing. I didn't see it.
Oh.
I saw the video. I didn't watch it though. I heard he was doing a video of did the scent dogs actually track to the trash can. I just have to be careful with what I say, especially now about Sebastian's case, considering I'll text you both, but I think things are going to start unfolding rather soon. So, like I said, I turned in my audio to the FBI office in Philadelphia. And I don't care who knows this now. I've had to go down to that office twice to discuss that audio since then. So, word to whoever knows what happened to Sebastian. I have spoken to the Philadelphia FBI office twice now. So, there's that in regards to the audio I gave them with my call with Chris. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
I'm hopeful. I'm very hopeful because last night during the live, I popped into the live. I didn't want to hear it. I just wanted to tell people, anybody that would read it at the time that was in the chat, hey, Sebastian's dark moon is sitting, the dark moon is sitting on his ascendant right now. This is big. This is big with trash. This was big. This is big with ponds. This is big with anything having to do with murky water with the investigation. Could be the construction. But it's also where if Sebastian is alive, he is having a lot of disordered aggression, a lot of issues with the video last night. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I've been staying since day one. I think somebody walked Sebastian out to a car where that pond was. He got in a car. I think that the cameras were thrown out in the trash can. That's why electronics canines were at that search. I've been saying this from day one, and I've been bullied by the other side since I've been saying that. And I'm like, why? Like, what the, So that just always bothered me. And I've been saying since I know I told Trish this. In that interview where Katie said bulldoze with hugs, I'm like, that's a weird thing to say. And I've been wondering this entire time, is she trying to subtly tell us something? Or like, I don't know. I don't want to, in my opinion, of course, I don't know. I really think that Max the canine was not wrong in that track to that pond area. Dogs don't just do that. So I don't know. And ever since I've been saying that, and think of it this way, I've been the only one. People keep saying like, oh, well, you're not an actual like civilian law enforcement agency. It doesn't matter. My canine's certified the same programs like USPCA, which is where Gator, which is the one canine I have that I certified through that program. Same thing as Max. Max and Gator certified the same agency. So it doesn't matter whether I'm a civilian law enforcement or a federal law enforcement officer. It doesn't matter. The dog's training is what matters. So I trust dogs over people. there's something about Max that I'm just like, I feel like he's being looked over by other people. So not by you guys, but by other people.
Okay, so Max, let's talk about Max. Okay,
Mhm.
so Max is what type of dog?
He's a German Shepherd, Belgian Malinois mix. He's a mix of the two.
Okay, and so what does he
Oh, sorry.
specialize in?
He's a dual purpose tracking and narcotics canine.
Okay. And so Max would
And Rex is the same way. Rex is the one that's definitely a German Shepherd. Max is the darker colored one. If you go to Sumner County's website, he's the darker one. He's more black. That's Max. He was the first one that was there. He did not go through Bobby, the neighbor's backyard. I don't care what people say. That dog did not go through Bobby's backyard. I talked to the handler. I talked to the former sheriff, may he rest in peace. I talked to Agent Simmons. And Chris Profit, all four of them told me the same thing. So
do y'all want to see? Okay, so let me just say
Mm.
that that I've mapped Sebastian, and that I have Max,
yeah,
his handler,
Mhm.
on the map. So let me show you
Justin.
guys that.
Yeah, his
Let me
handler's
show
name
you
is
guys
Justin. I wasn't
So,
talking about you, Jen, by the way. I was talking about a certain other individual who's been saying, you know who I'm talking about.
So with Max, in regard to Max and Sebastian, I don't have Tennessee. I don't have, let me make sure. Yeah, I don't have any of the law enforcement. Okay. I've only got the natal. And the natal Hygeia that's conjunct Pallas in the 7th house of Gemini, there's a wake-up call. There's a little wakey. There's a wake-up call with health and video for Sebastian. This conjunction goes all the way to the UK. That's Max. There's no missing. There's no law enforcement here. And this is leaving from his home. And so I have to ask myself, why? Why?
Wait,
So let's pull up the other dog handler.
You said
who was
Max's line goes to the UK?
this goes all the way to the UK. And see, I tracked it to the UK because that's where John allegedly was, where he went to after Sebastian went missing. He went to the UK after Sebastian went missing. So John and Lori, they're friends with Chris and Katie. And if he's going to the UK after Sebastian goes missing, that's what was said on from Lori
Mhm.
on Facebook. So what is the other dog?
Rex. But I'm just saying Max was actually imported from overseas. That's why I find that interesting that his line goes
Yeah,
to the
so
UK.
this right
Wow.
here. Yeah, so this right here is telling me, oh, okay, gotcha. Okay, well, it does. It goes all the way to the UK. Now we've got Rex.
Mhm.
Now we've got Rex. Now, Rex is what type of dog?
He's a German Shepherd.
And he's
No,
what
he-
type of dog? I mean, like a scent dog, cadaver dog.
Sorry, same thing as Max. He's a he's a tracking and a narcotics dual purpose. They're both the same thing. So, Sumner County doesn't have cadaver canines. They only have those two. The first cadaver dog outside of search and rescue actually came from TBI. But if you want
Okay.
the handler stuff, I have that. I'll give it to you because I trust you. If that'll help at all.
Okay, well, let's look at the dog handler. So Eric Craddock.
Mhm.
So where did this dog hit? What is the story with this dog? Do you know?
Rex.
Uh-huh.
Rex is they took Max up to that pond area, and that's where Max fell into the river. And then Rex's handler took Rex up there and started him on the track where Max left off, thinking he was going to do something different, but he didn't. Rex also went towards the pond area. He didn't fall in because he wasn't like Max was booking it. Rex kind of was just like, okay, I know that he was over here and da-da-da, but that's what I know from that. I know that Rex was up in that same pond area, so by that water. So
Okay, so this is what I can deduct from this map from leaving from his house is that the state of Tennessee, their wisdom in the 8th house of death, rebirth, regeneration, other people's money, things that are hidden with murky water because that's the 8th house.
Mhm.
It's also we're also this conjunction with the state of Tennessee. Let me show it. Hold on, where's that? Maybe it's just, hold on. Okay, so that conjunction is going from here all the way to here. Okay, so that conjunction is about it's about the travel. It's about going far, like to another country. Or, you know what I'm saying? It's going far. We're going far. We're tracking. Okay, we're going to track. And so that's that. The outer wheel is federal. And then I've got Tennessee, Poseidon, and Leo, 8th house, conjunct Mars. Okay, now let me just say, the state of Tennessee, Mars, Saturn is about to station on this line for days with Rex. What is hidden at home or a home is significant. This is my, you know, my note. So, you know, we got to take it into consideration.
Right. Yeah.
Leo is about kids, playfulness, competition, school, lots of attention on this angle with Sebastian's case. Mars is about a vehicle, a body, and being in the 8th house, evidence is hidden. And then we've got Eric Craddock. Eric Craddock, his Venus, this is where his values are. What he values with a relationship is found on this angle, something of value. Okay, so did Rex find something that we don't know about? What he values with the relationships is found on this angle. Something of value he may find here. Represents children, play, creativity. Lots of attention comes to him with this angle.
I will say this. I know both these dogs are trained on Mary Jane, devil's lettuce, whatever you want to call it, also. So a lot of canines in the narcotics world aren't trained on that. But I know for a fact these two dogs are because
I'm leaning more towards Rex. And
yeah.
this is why. This is why, because we don't just have a natal. We've got the state of Tennessee and Eric Craddock going right over the handler's home, honey. We got the FBI here. And this is, if he met someone online or if someone online gives lead, this angle is pertinent. It's about groups, attention, video, search and rescue. Woo! Can I get an amen? This degree matches Homeland and Michael's Silver on the Scene. Interesting.
Ooh, okay.
The FBI, yeah, the FBI homework for them is on this angle when it comes to what took place in the past with Sebastian. Lots of energy with Eric Craddock is found on this angle with things of ownership. Something of value. Okay, we have found something of value, something of ownership, whether it be Katie's or Chris's or Sebastian's. Lots of energy on this angle with ownership. Something Sebastian owns or did own may be found on this angle. Rose. Then we got Tony. Flame of life reignites on this angle over and over again. Challenges things of the past with Sebastian at home or at a home. I like it.
I'm also curious. I'm curious to know
Stephen
if
receives information and leads here about Cancer. This is a Cancerian. It's a Cancerian.
Stephen
energy.
Crabtree, is that who that is?
Yep, Crabtree, and then there's Steve. He gets okay. So this is where this is where Fish Sticks has a shakeup with groups and law enforcement on this angle. It's totally unexpected and it's a shocker to him.
Is this after he left the case? I wonder. Allegedly.
Interesting. Seth's outer will is also here. House of Values and what's hidden with video or gaming, or it could be the flashlight. So I'm leaning toward Rex. I'm leaning toward Rex. There's something about this. Yeah, see, there's Michael Silver's on the scene. Let's go. I mean, we're far away from his house, but
right. But I mean, you got to think if you're talking from a law enforcement perspective.
Yeah, it's a conjunction.
FBI shines here with tension and kids. Huh.
I'm surprised that I don't have a hot spot here. I'm surprised that I don't have a hot spot here because intense emotions with mom is possible on this angle.
Hmm.
Vulcanus and Leo conjunct vertex. Let me see where that conjunction is.
I need to do some research to see if Rex and Max are trained on
Look, that
evidence.
conjunction. That conjunction is it's wide. I've got a wide conjunction here. It's from here to here. Interesting. That conjunction is from here to here. Intense emotion with mom. It's about Katie.
Hmm.
And the home. Or the new construction.
Let me make this bigger real quick.
Because cancer is about home and new construction. So it could also be cemetery, shit like that.
Yeah, I'm just making this bigger real quick so I can. Okay.
Interesting.
Very interesting, especially when everything leads back to Katie, always.
It always does. It always does. I mean, no matter what we're doing, I mean, it goes right back to her. I just, whether it be her family, whether it be, you know, her emotions that has led to him going missing, because cancer is definitely about real estate, emotions, home.
Oh yeah.
You know, yeah.
I just, if you watch her first couple interviews where she's actually legitimately crying, and then all of a sudden the Chronicles of the interview, she's just totally different. It just, I've always been weirded out by that. I'm like, what the heck happened to her? In my opinion, just like there's actually no, that's an observation. There's a behavioral change between the Olivia interview and the one before that where she's actually crying. I just, Yeah, I don't know if anyone else noticed that, but there's a huge behavioral change in between those, and it's just like, what the heck? Because remember, Seth even said, like, Katie, you're not the person that I married. Like, I don't know. It's just,
Yeah, he says that. Yeah, I mean, I think that he truly,
Yes.
really feels that, you know, when they
have a kid together. I
they
mean,
were together,
regardless,
she was more of a mother and more of nurturing, you know, and then it's like she just became selfish. And I mean, we
regardless,
don't know Katie. I haven't talked to Katie. I can't speak on that. I can only speak on the evidence of her behavior, and her behavior is evidence to me that she's not missing a kid. She knows where he's at.
I spoke to her
I don't
once.
stand on that every day, all day. She knows where he's at.
I
Whether
think they're
he's
both-
deceased or alive, she knows.
I think he's alive, and I think I told you who I think knows exactly where he's at, but I don't know. I spoke to Katie once. It was over Facebook Messenger when I made the Sebastian decals, and the way she typed and talked to me was totally different from the person I see in interviews now. This is before that Olivia interview, because I was very polite to her. I said she messaged me saying, "Oh, do you mind sending me some decals?" And I knew where her address was because of everything online. I just didn't want to say, "Oh, I know where you live." So I very politely was like, "What's your address, or do you have a P.O. box you want me to send these to? Because I definitely will, because I don't want to be weird and say I know where you live." And she said, "Honestly, it doesn't matter. People have been like around the house this entire time." And she gave me the address as it is right now. So like, I don't know. And then all of a sudden it just got like, just total shift in things. Like, she was very open talking to me one-on-one, even over Messenger. But I even said to Seth, and I said, "Seth, do you think she would talk to me one-on-one if it was just me and her, like female veteran to female veteran?" And he told me yes, but Chris would never allow that to happen. That was quote unquote what he told me. So he thinks she would have talked to me before.
Say what now? Say what now? I was receiving a text. What'd you say? What'd you say?
I said a lot. Sorry, I talked very fast. Long story short.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. Long story short, Katie and I talked over Facebook Messenger for the Sebastian decals I made the one time. She was very nice and open to me in Messenger. But when I talked to Seth, I said to Seth, I'm like, "Do you think if she knew something, she would tell me?" And he said that he thinks Katie would open up to me, female veteran to female veteran. However, Chris would never let her just talk to me. And since then, have we ever seen, like, I know that for the case of Betty, when they put Katie in the stand and made Chris never leave the room, I heard Chris was mad. I didn't see it, I just heard about it. So it's just like, why is it when Katie's by herself? Like, it's just weird. I don't know. It's just weird for me.
Yeah, that's very weird. But he's got emotional issues for sure.
He does,
He
and I'm
definitely,
sure
she can control herself. He can't.
he was controlling with me when I talked to him, but I also the way I approached speaking to him was I first found how we were like I didn't come like I know with Heather's interview with him, it kind of started off kind of hostile the time she talked to him. I came at him from the angle of, look, I've been deployed, you've been deployed. Let's find some common ground. I got him to calm down and talk first about that, and then we went into the Sebastian stuff. And I knew that's how I had to approach him with that. Just kind of like how like these like Chris McDonough could probably talk about this. Like when you're approaching somebody and you want to talk to them, you don't want to come off like right away out of the gate, like swinging the bat. You want to come at them from like a way of like, hey, I'm not here to right. And I wasn't right out the gate trying to accuse him of anything. I just wanted to talk to him. So I started off, we talked about Guantanamo Bay in Cuba and Glass Beach and all the stupid stuff troops do down there. And that's how we started. So maybe that's why he was polite with me. He's never been rude to me up front. I've heard I'm one of the only people he hasn't been rude to. I don't know if that's true or not, but it's the people online that came after me instead of him, which is weird. So it's like, did they come after me for it? Just, I don't know. Maybe he knew not to come after a veteran, or maybe he does have some code of ethics somewhere that he just doesn't. I don't know. I give people too much credit, I think.
Same. I do too.
It's my empath nature.
I give the benefit of the doubt too.
When we are dual streaming, anybody in Lady Freedom's chat, you're not seeing in my chat, and people that are in my chat aren't seeing the chat in Lady Freedom's.
Yeah,
so that's why you're going to see that. You're going to see people talking, and I'm going to show people talking that you're not seeing in the chat. It gets confusing. I wish that they would do something about that, but.
Lady,
I know. I wish they would merge the chat, but this is the same way with the dual stream lives. Like they said recommended on StreamYard, so I'm like, okay. But then I had another chat that I could never see anything that was going on, and those people couldn't see what's going on in that chat. So what's the point of dual streaming? Like, I mean, I get it for like that way I'm streaming it on my channel, you're streaming it on yours, but it should. Yeah, we should be able to see, because I can see it linked into your chat, so I can see your chat, but the people that are in my chat can't see your chat. It's weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have to go back and forth to see, because I'm just like, huh? Because like somebody, because Jeff, I couldn't see Jeff in your chat. I'm like, where the heck is Jeff? And then I was like, oh, he's in Jen's chat. That's why I can't see him. So I had to go like back and forth to see where you guys were.
Okay, so Chuchi is sending me all kinds of info. She is saying that talking about Warshams, the property deed, and buying trailer loads of gravel from Holy Cow Soil last week, 2 days in a row. Second day, he showed up with a few other men. At night, immediately responded. Huh. So I'm getting information here. I don't know. From Holy Cow Soil. So I got to put that on the map. If it's a Holy Cow Soil.
Oh, yeah.
Holy Cow Soil?
What the hell is she doing? Control, fix, and manage. Everybody's life. I mean, god dang, girl, aren't you tired?
What's Holy Cow
She must
Soil?
have ordered that from Nashville, Tennessee. Okay, hold on. Hold up. Holy Cow Soils. That's on McNally Drive. That's her. Wisdom and desires for justice and relationships, perhaps with law enforcement. The missing South Node. South Node suggests he's been here before with relationships. Law enforcement is faded here. FBI rises here. So the FBI has just risen here. I just want to say. Because Zeus was just here at a 2542, and that's where they rise. But it's also where Terry Bowersox descends, because he descends with the FBI. We don't. He does. Okay? He descends. He does. Anyway, land, park, water areas possible with this angle missing event was emphasized with TBI in Alabama as well as Virginia and Mexico in some way. Opposes Terry Bowersox magnetized to Katie here. Huh. Tony shines with a lot of disordered aggression with the law enforcement. And Seth, what's hidden with law enforcement comes to light on this angle. Huh. Okay. And then we've got Tennessee. That's a train. Okay. Because I've speculated, did he hop on a train? Or did they send him on a train? I don't know. Because Chris made a comment about Sebastian being homeless that first day. And Seth hasn't forgotten the first day, right? And so
No.
he wonders if they have, but then he's like, but if he was homeless, he would have called me. He would have called me by now. If they are trying to, you know.
And that's what
I don't know.
Jessica always says the same thing about Devlin, Jen. It's so weird that you say that because that's what she's always telling me too, you know. Like he would have called me, he would have called someone, he would have called, you know.
Or walk to Seth's house or towards his house because he knows where Seth said he knows how to get to his house. So
Oh shit, there's one in Hendersonville. This is it.
Exactly, Joel.
Hold on, that's not the one in Nashville. Look. That's the soil place that she bought from.
Oh.
Okay, hold on. Tennessee, 11th house, Uranus. Oh, shit. As a shakeup, well, oops. For Tennessee, they're like, oh, shit. Limited
Jen.
obstacles here for Tennessee and their relationships and the government. That's it. Dwayne Dog Chapman, this would be Dog, the bounty hunter. He also has a Neptune and Saturn in Libra. So the state of Tennessee has a Saturn. He's got a Saturn, and there's limits and obstacles with this purchase with Holy Cows. Kathy Bowersox. Wow. That's the same line that Steven's got a lot of darkness when it comes to this property.
Mm-hmm.
He will talk about it for days and maybe a year or two. Chris has wisdom.
Sorry.
Because see, this is the whole property right here.
I was muted or you would have heard me laugh at that one too.
Sorry. I was trying not to, but I couldn't help it.
So this is the same degree that me and Katie and Terry Bowersox have with the FBI. But the thing about Terry Bowersox is he descends. He is the one. There is something about Terry with the FBI that they don't do well with him. For some reason, they don't do well with him. They don't. They are definitely magnetized to Katie. Yeah, and I say that land, park, water areas possible at this angle because this is Libra. This is Libra. Interesting. And the state of Tennessee is slowed down with the justice here. But it's also going to make them work hard. The TBI is having an intense experience here. Secret Service that matches Kathy Bowersox. Secret Service matches her in a big way.
When you say TBI,
they've reached their fate here.
Is TBI Simmons or do you mean TBI in general?
Yeah, TBI.
Okay, so
TBI
not Agent Simmons.
Oh yeah, that will cover him. That covers him.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because he told me
having to do with the Secret Service, they match her with Pluto. They match Kathy with Pluto in Taurus. So it's about following the money. And she has purchased soil, gravel. She's purchased shit from here. Okay, I'm getting a bunch of stuff. Hold on. Okay, so it says. So Chris Profit ran his card and watched him go out to his truck after he purchased gravel used for paving type of project. He had a large trailer connected to his truck. This person says that Chris came back the next day with 2 or 3 other men to get more loads. Maybe nothing, but want to pass this along. he bought crusher rock at the Hendersonville store. So it'd be great to pull footage on that day.
Wonder if he got pea
When
gravel
was,
or
okay, so
something.
when was this? I would like to know. Okay. Buying trailer loads of gravel from Holy Cow last week, 2 days in a row.
I'm gonna look something up. I'm gonna look this up real fast. Hold on.
Okay, so he bought rock 2 days after. Okay, no, 2 days after Sebastian went missing. It was last week. He came inside 2 days in a row to get the trailer fulls of Crusher Run. And of course, Crusher Run isn't used for landscaping, so they're not sure what they're using this for.
I'm looking it up. So Crusher Run is available at Hendersonville location only. Gray 3/4 crushed stone and stone dust. Crusher Run works great for driveways, patios, and walkways where a firm, compacted base is desired.
Yeah.
So it's only at the Hendersonville location. It's the only place they have it.
And where's that at?
I can give you the address. It is located at go back. Green Rise Technologies, 136 Center Point Road South, Hendersonville. Yeah, 136 Center Point Road South, Hendersonville.
Okay, that's it. Okay. Yeah, so that's it. This is it. Tennessee's already knowing it. See, that's the thing. When I look at it, it's like, but do they know? Are they working it? No, they are listening to everything. Everything. And this is how the state of Tennessee brings in money. But it's also where whoever owns this is where they have limits and obstacles with the justice. So I'd like to know who owns this.
Green Rise.
Yeah, I'd like to know who owns this place where Chris is going.
It says Green Rise. I can tell you. Actually, give me like literally 5 minutes. I'll tell you who owns it. Stand by.
Right.
Just give me a second.
Everything about Sebastian we want to know about.
Get it, Jules.
Yeah, get it, Jules. Damn, what? I just want to delete. Okay, yeah, because this place, the fact that Tennessee has, and it's with we the people.
Did you say something about Florida being connected to Sebastian, or did I totally imagine that?
No, Sebastian. Sebastian is connected to a lot of states because Sebastian has been.
Well,
he's been all over the United States, but
here's why I'm asking. So, Holy Cow Soils, I looked up the deed, was acquired. Okay, Holy Cow Soils, engineered soil acquired by Green Rise Technologies in November 2019. Green Rise Technologies is a portfolio company of Boyne Capital, which is based out of Miami and is a private equity firm.
In Miami?
Uh-huh. It was originally founded by Terry Flatt in 1983.
Okay.
I don't know why I'm laughing.
Okay.
Another Terry? Oh gosh.
Yeah, I'm not okay. So I would want to know exactly who the owner is, but that's okay. It's I don't think that's.
Oh, I got
for
it.
me personally,
I got
I
it.
don't think.
Ray Derbecker is the owner. He's Ray Derbecker, Derbecker, Ray Derbecker, and he lives in Readyville, Tennessee. Ha! I got you. I have his managing partner too, Derek McDowell.
Are you listening to this, Chuchi? Because Chuchi can get that information because the girl's the FBI over here. So this owner in Readyville, Action with Kids is where TBI meets their North Node, goes over Texas Roadhouse.
Yep. CEO Ray Derbecker, headquartered near Nashville and Readyville, Tennessee. That's the CEO, and I have his right-hand man, Derek McDowell. Ooh, he's the one that lives in Miami. Ha, I got you. Sorry,
This is Leo.
I pulled the
This
deed.
is a Leo. This is a lot of attention on this with the TBI meeting their North Node. That is conjunct Mars and Leo. That conjunction is going to go from here to here. And this is Readyville. Katie's been here before. Lots of attention. Homeland. Michael Proudfoot. This is where he gets shaken up with how he shines. And there's Dwayne Dog Chapman once again. Magnetism with leadership. Attention. He receives a lot of attention on this angle. But we don't see the missing event. We don't see the state of Tennessee here. The state of Tennessee is a dark blue. We don't see the missing. So I'm not really concerned about it. I do think that the Secret Service is watching her.
Mm-hmm.
Every dime that she spends.
Oh, yeah.
Every dime that Chris spends. But they have a connection. The Secret Service has a connection with her, and it's about money. That's what I think.
So, want to find something? So, Holy Cow Soils is not BBB accredited, actually.
Oh, imagine that.
That's interesting. Hold on. Because I looked up the Better Business Bureau, and it says this business is not BBB accredited. That's weird.
Yeah, it is.
Like, what the hell? You would think that that's odd. Why are they not on the Better Business Bureau? I'm gonna take a screenshot of this so I remember to come back to this because that's weird.
Yeah, Chuchi, we got it. We got it, Chuchi. We just, I think that's, excuse me, I think that this is a slowdown, but at the same time, we don't know where the property owners live exactly. So it's hard to say. It's hard to say. We know Readyville, but I don't know. I mean, I only have a gazillion addresses on here, 1,100 addresses to be exact. 1,100.
Wow.
I got 47 hotspots, but
wow.
That changes. That changes.
Yeah, this is weird. There's two weird things in Sebastian's case. Like, there's just so much weird. Like, I'm serious. Like, it's just like if someone said, "What's one word to describe this case?" I don't know if I would say chaotic or weird. One of those two words would be the one to describe this case best. Summer's case also the same way, weird/chaotic.
Yeah. Oh, Chuchi, thank you so much. Chuchi be giving me all kind of information.
I can't see Chuchi's comments. Oh,
Chuchi's giving me all kinds of information. Like Devlin's map, I was able to like put all kinds of stuff on it because of Chuchi, which is Lady Freedom's mod. Talk about
she's awesome, guys.
Man. Yeah,
very much. Oh yeah.
It's amazing. It's amazing how when we work a map together, the things that can come about, because we just never know. You just never know if that information that you have is going to be what kicks it in gear.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. Well, and I appreciate all the hard work too, sending it over and then you putting on the map. I mean, that's priceless.
I agree, his eyes, that it's weird that Sebastian's case, very weird that Sebastian's case is compared to Summer Wells' case by CP. Very weird.
Yeah, as if
Yeah,
he studied
didn't
it.
didn't he like watch a lot of true crime stuff before this, or did I just hear that? I don't know if it's true or not. I don't know if he actually did watch true crime stuff. I thought I heard that he did, but I don't know if it's true or not.
Yeah, I heard that he was on YouTube before Sebastian ever went missing. So who knows?
Well, there was a rumor going around that there was a rumor going around that me, him, and Cluminati were all in like a JB Gunner chat, which first of all, I don't remember Chris being in that chat. I didn't even remember Clue being in that chat until someone pointed it out. And I'm just like, oh, like, but I had no idea who she was. There was like a weird rumor going on for like a week that the three of us were in this chat together. I'm like, I didn't even remember Clue being in the chat until someone showed me a screenshot. I'm like, oh my God, she was there. But like, it was just like, it's kind of like how on here we hop from channel to channel, and then JB was like, I think he was covering like a missing. Oh, I brought up the case of like the yoga instructor that went missing. And she like hid out in, where was it, like Puerto Rico or something like that. And she like got facial surgery to like change, and the FBI still found her because of her eyes. Like they're interviewing her and they knew by her eyes it was her. It was like weird. That's why I was in that chat. We were talking about that. And but yeah, I heard he was in other chats, but he definitely was not in that one. And if he was, he was under a different username because I don't remember seeing him in there. That was weird.
Well, and some of those chats have so many people in them and they go so fast that it's hard to see everybody in there as well.
Yeah. I don't even go to that channel anymore because I found out that the creator was saying a lot of stuff that I didn't agree with, so I don't even go to that creator channel anymore. But yeah, that was just it just was by chance. We both were in the same chat, and so it was just like odd. But I definitely don't remember Chris being in that one. But I've heard he was around in other chats beforehand. And
yeah, well, in Taco Shell, I actually have a shareable flyer, and I can email it to you if you email me, or we can get it to you. But I have a team that's working on getting boats into the water. It's just the weather hasn't been the greatest. But I also don't want to go public with any of that because I asked somebody else to share a flyer. Um, you know, well, I'll just say it. I asked Tammy to share the flyer and she hasn't. So, that says a lot to me when you don't share things that I've sent to you in terms of looking for him. So, and it's also been alleged that she might have went over to the Ionia County Sheriff's Office and told them that we were trying to search the water. So, I don't know why if she's tattling, if she's, yeah.
What town was he? What town is it that he was last? Devin, was he last reported seen? And I'm trying to remember off the top of my head. I have my notes for him, but I don't have them right next to me right now because I'm downstairs in Gator. What was the name of the town where he was missing from again?
Lake Odessa, Odessa, excuse me, Lake Odessa, Michigan.
Lake Odessa.
Lake Odessa.
Hold on one second.
Yeah, she actually contacted one of the detectives and told them that we were trying to search. And it's like, well, all those lakes are public, and if a public fisher, a personal fisherman, individual person wants to go out and look with their boat, share the flyer and don't interfere, in my opinion.
You want to hear something crazy? So I just mapped it out. It takes me less time to get to Lake Odessa than it does to Myrtle Beach, actually, for where I go for my canine conference. And I drive there. So according to this, Lake Odessa is 8 hours and 30 minutes from me. That's not far at all by car. Yeah, it has me going through Pittsburgh, up past Akron, Toledo, through Detroit. I drove into Detroit before. Okay. Yeah, I say it's a nothing drive, but other people, so when you're saying search the lake, what lake are you referring to? Just again, the Jordan Lake, is that the lake you're talking about?
Well, I asked for 3. I asked if people would do Tupper Lake. I asked that they would do Jordan Lake because Tupper runs into Jordan, and then there's another one called Thornapple Lake up in Hastings. that I was asking for them to do the sonar in as well. I will say that the fishermen told me that those lakes are heavily fished, and all a lot of those guys have sonar on their boats for fishing purposes. But he
Right.
said, we do have to have someone continuously looking at the screen while someone else is driving. That way we don't miss anything. He said that his boat is capable of catching 100 feet, at a time. And then he also let me know that there were some places that he wanted to look, because as you can see, there's streams that go in, or creeks, into each other, that kind of dump into the other lake there.
Yeah,
Okay.
right there.
Thanks, Jen. Yeah. So, and then
Yeah, right there.
also, a local person told me that he has gone out in his personal kayak and used his sonar on the kayak to search for Devlin in those little, inlets and stuff that they have.
Yeah, it says Jordan Lake's average depth of 35 feet, with the deepest being 110 feet. That's not that deep if you think about it.
It's not. And the other thing too, just to point out to Taco, so his mom is reaching out to 2 other search and rescue groups tomorrow, and I'll have an update about that as soon as we have it. But again, I don't feel comfortable giving out, what we're doing, because the other family members are sabotaging it. In my opinion, that's sabotage. You share the flyer out and try to look for people to help search for Devlin. You don't go to the sheriff's department and said, I thought you needed permission. They needed to be invited in to investigate. They're not investigating. They're actively searching and rescuing, right? Search and rescue. So it's just frustrating there,
That's weird wait, she said that grammar, that verbiage exactly. I feel like that's something she may have gotten from when you and I were talking, when I said search and rescue has to be activated, because I've said that exact same thing before, but that's a search and rescue group. That's not like a private person like me. I don't have to be activated. And if you want, I'm going to put you know what? There's somebody out of Ohio, the handler helping me with Cherry. She would 100% go to Michigan if with her canine Jack. We'll talk offline about that, but I know for a fact she would, because
oh my God, Jules.
She's also like me. She doesn't operate out of a search and rescue group. She can be activated she can self-deploy like I can. So I'm gonna write this down so I can.
That's so fantastic,
And
Jules. Oh my gosh.
Jules, I've got a hot spot by the Jordan Lake boat access site. Instead of going into the water, we would go into the woods this way.
Sorry.
We would go into the woods this way.
Okay.
My little man is looking toward the woods. And I've got some empty and some there's a lot of disordered aggression, a lot of darkness through here. And there's also a breakup with investigations here. So it would be more like if I wanted to go this way, but I would go that way. So I don't know. It seems like
right. Can you share this map with me? Can you text me this? Can you text it to me? Because my email that I had right now, like I had to get a whole new debit card because my last one was hacked. So I had to change all my payment things on all my things, which is why my one email's down. I have to go into Google Office Space and switch the debit card out because my last one got hacked. If you can text it to me, I can access it easier, so that way I can pull it up.
Yeah, I will. Michigan's not right there with the missing event, but it is here.
Well, and one of the groups that searched in the beginning was called Backwoods Search and Rescue, and that group, shout out to them. But the thing is that when Jessica contacted the United Cajun Navy, they got her in touch with someone called Find 911 or 911 Find. I can't remember the exact. But they linked her up with Backwoods Search and Rescue, and Backwoods Search and Rescue said they're not going to do any more searches until they have a viable tip. So that led us to go to other resources, just to, full disclosure and full honesty there. So, if you're not willing to work and go search for these people, we're moving on to the next person. So I appreciate their, concern in the matter, but honestly, I'm not too thrilled with their results or any of the things that they had his mother sign off paperwork and talked with her, and we haven't heard anything back about it. So, I mean, whether they're searching or not.
The search and rescue group or the Cajun Navy?
So it was actually the Cajun Navy had referred her to the Backwoods Search and Rescue through 911 Find.
Let me look something up.
It's right through here, Jules, that you would shine. You would shine right through here with this Virgo energy right through here.
Right by the right there by the water.
Yeah.
I know, right? And Jordan,
Or
like,
or
that's
to
good
get
light.
someone, you know, to see if you could get somebody. But yeah, this is where you're shining right here. But you rise in Taurus. So
I
you would be
do.
rising over here. This is actually where if we were to
Taurus is my ascending sign.
this would be
Wow.
this would be where you rise with your work, rise with your values, rise with woods, and finding a body through here. This is where you're going to rise.
Your line is going straight through that trailer park and straight through where Devlin would have walked, so, somewhat. And then also, does it go all the way up through Bonanza Road, Jen? If you just kind of keep going up the map.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, I think I've got a hot spot
yes, there it
too.
is. Oh my God.
Bonanza.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to yell.
No, you know what's weird? I
So
used
I
to
would
watch.
want if we could raise money for Jules, we'd have her probably start right around here and see if she could walk the creek and then walk this way, get off the creek and go this way into here.
You want to hear something crazy?
Going toward that.
You said Bonanza Road. I used to watch
Yeah.
Bonanza with my pop-up all the
Me too,
time.
girl. Me too.
And my pop-up was a paid firefighter in the city of Philadelphia, and you know what he started to do? He started to do before he retired, search and rescue work in like rivers and lakes and stuff before he passed away. So that's absolutely nuts.
And see, you could rise with the money too, because we could raise the money. You know what I'm saying? We could try to raise money to get you here to search this area, because this is where you're rising. And yeah.
No, I'm not worried. So I appreciate it. I'm not worried about the money. I'm more so worried about like having locations. That's the one thing I ask for is like locations. So I'm fine with I appreciate that, but I'll be okay. But I just need to know the locations. That's all. That's all I ask
Yeah.
for. So, but yeah,
I know, but
it
money, babe. It costs money. We can't have you coming here and working your butt off for nothing, you gotta be compensated. You can't work for free. We work for free way too much. Jesus.
Yeah, I'm a little. That's kind of crazy because the whole Bonanza thing with my grandfather, and he was a firefighter and like doing water rescue stuff. That just gave me like chills for a second there. And I'm a Taurus is my rising sign. I'm Taurus ascending, so that's yeah. Apparently I'm a Virgo sun moon like balanced out, which is like, well, that's interesting, but I guess it's not that weird. I was reading about what like the sun and moon, like I think it's like a 4-degree difference between my sun and moon. So I was like, oh, you're Virgo sun moon with Taurus ascendant. I'm like, so I was reading about what a Taurus ascendant is, and just like, oh, that makes a lot of sense actually. So yeah, I'm all about the earth apparently, but my astrological signs say I'm so grounded, but some days I don't feel like it. I'm just like, apparently I'm grounded according to the astrologist. But, I don't feel that way all the time.
Yes.
Okay, so where you rise, let me look. Let's see. So you rise, hold on. You rise. Okay, Michigan. Let's see. Hold on. Let's see exactly where you rise, because I know you rise in Taurus. 30. Oh, girl. You're rising. You rise right here. You rise in Taurus right here. Hold on.
Wow.
Okay, right there. You're rising right here.
Hmm.
Oh, yeah. This is where you're rising, Jules.
Right there next to
Look
it.
at that. You're right there. I mean, right there. Right there. You rise here. So that's a big deal. That's a big deal that you're rising right where his phone pinged.
Wow.
Interesting. Yeah. So this is where Michigan, their 11th house of groups. So if we were to have like a group search.
Sounds like I gotta bring Gator and Aura because you said that's near where his phone pinged. Gator's in electronics. Gator can find electronics. Aura's cadaver. Gator's electronics. So
Yep.
That's
where the phone.
Boom. We need to find that cell phone, baby, because that cell phone is still missing in action as well.
Yeah.
I wonder if
so
the phone. I don't hope that no weird people are listening to this, because that's the thing. If somebody weird is listening to this and now they're just like, oh, well, now she's got electronics scan, it's going to go out there. We got to go move the phone if it is where we think it is.
No, they would have already removed the phone.
Yeah.
I think that this phone ping and it going this direction, and you see all of that terrain that has not been searched.
Mm-hmm.
This has not been searched. So it's got to be searched. I mean, until this area is cleared. And then once it's cleared and we say, okay, he's not there, then we've got to look at the water. But this is where he was last, the phone ping. So, I mean, come on, man. If the phone is pinging here and we got the natal, we got all these three that are just hanging out together. Is it only the phone? Or are we going to find him?
Right. I mean, if
Are we
we
going to find him?
even if we find
don't
the phone, that could lead to other things too, which is why I said I'd bring Gator and Aura with me.
Exactly.
Jen, Chuchi said that she didn't send you the stuff and she's confused.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh shit. Well, somebody sent me
Well,
stuff.
what it was is
I'm
she didn't
confused.
send you the holy cow. She didn't send you the holy cow stuff for Sebastian. That might
That's
have been
weird.
someone else or something. I know.
Okay, then somebody else is messaging me that I'm sorry, whoever it is.
No, it was just funny because Chuchi's like, what? So I'm just like, maybe Chuchi psychically sent it to you, and she's just like, no, sorry, Chuchi. I was confused. I'm looking at the one chat and the other, and I'm confused. I'm just like, wait, Chuchi says, because I see, can you tell Jen it was me or it wasn't me? I don't know.
I know, that's why I texted her. I'm like, wait, was or wasn't it?
Sorry, I'm like, who is this? I'm not going to tell who it is. If it's not Chuchi, then I'm not going to say who it is, because they could be wanting to be anonymous. I do have a lot of info that's coming in that I'm going to get to put on, that I'm going to put on Sebastian's map. There's a lot of info that I'm receiving right now. And if it's not Chuchi,
Shush, Mr. B.
then it could be, I just haven't saved this number. Bad me. Damn it.
But anyway,
Okay,
yeah, I think I'm gonna
might know who it is. I think I might know who it is.
I'm gonna bring Gator, and I guess I'd bring Gator and Aura.
Sorry, Chuchi.
Oh, Chuchi. I guess I'd bring Gator and Aura because Gator can find electronics and Aura cadaver, obviously. And I hate whenever I mention that. I'm just like, yeah, she's a cadaver dog, and it's just like, it makes me sad to bring that up, but it's just like, unfortunately, you know, cadaver dogs is what they're used for. So, yeah. People get mixed emotions with cadaver dogs because it's like, yes, for closure, but also, no, I don't want a cadaver dog out here. You know what I mean? It's like a weird mix of emotions that people get.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I hate to even say it. I hate to even, especially when it's a family member.
Is there registered sickos in the trailer park? Because if there is, Please send them to me.
It's that one,
look.
Jen, that you know about. It's the one that you know about over in the trailer park. Remember,
like
it's the one by Joni Sowers, because we found Joni Sowers, and then we found the RSO in the trailer park.
But I don't remember finding an S. I don't remember that. I know I've got.
I got it. I got it on the map.
Her.
I thought it
Hold
was on your map already.
Teacher. I know I've got the teacher, but I've got somebody
Joni.
else here.
I'm calling her out because I haven't heard a peep out of Joni. You'd think if his phone pinged over by there and he knew her personally, she would try to reach out or try to do something for this kid. That's the problem I have with the locals. You know, some of them is that they're very church mouse quiet over there.
What's the name of the town where the sex offenders at? Or sorry, I forgot YouTube stuff. What town is the trailer park in? I just want to look up the town real fast, and I can send Jen the name because I have the registry pulled up here. If you want to text to me, lady, you can do that too.
Sure. Hold on one second.
So how's everyone doing outside of? How's everyone doing on their Sunday? Is it Sunday? Yeah, it's Sunday.
I mean, we're doing pretty good. I mean, I've only been live for 7 hours now. You know, I've been talking about these kids all day. Poor Jeff. Poor Jeff. Prayers for Jeff.
Hashtag prayers for Jeff.
Are you ever going to shut up, Jennifer? Are you ever going to shut up? I thought it was you, girl. Okay. All right. So I know who it is. I thought so. Okay. When I hear it wasn't Chuchi, I thought so. Okay. Okay. Saving your number. Okay. So I know who this is now. She's sending me all kind of information. If you tell me the name, I can look up. Okay. I don't know who this is. I don't know who the SO would be that's in the trailer park. But any SOs, if they are on these lines, we want to know. So 46.
Oh.
Anybody 57 on Jamie Lane, on Mandy Lane, 3 Mandy Lane, 1 Mandy Lane, or Jamie Street. I don't know. They would need to come right here because we're looking at the natal in the 8th house of death, people's money. All of this Taurus, though, could be about the phone because Taurus is about things that you own, things that you possess. So all of this could only be about the phone, his phone dying, something happening with his phone, or it could be about money. It could be about the woods. If he were just laying in the woods waiting to be found through here. You see what I'm saying? But y'all, we got to get this. This right here needs to be checked. And it's so sad that they haven't.
Well, that's what I was trying to tell Taco. I said, we might be late to the party, but that doesn't mean that we're not gonna, we're gonna give up because we're late. I mean, this all should have been happening, and we need the family members to step it up as well. I mean, come on, you guys haven't searched, or I mean, it's just it is frustrating. I'm positive, Jules. I appreciate everything that you're offering and everything that you're willing to do to help us with this case. But we need people really to help.
Yeah, if I'm gonna come out there, I just need people to be like upfront with me. That's the thing, because like I'm willing to make the drive. It's just like, but like if I come out there and people like hide from me, it's just like, you know what I mean?
They hide from you.
Well, no, like you know what I mean, though.
You're gorgeous,
Oh, I didn't mean hide from me like that. I meant like it's just like if I'm volunteering to come out there and help, and like I come out there, and make the 8.5-hour drive, and then it's just like people ghost me. It's just like I don't get mad often, but I'm gonna be not happy if that happens, so like
I would be so freaking pissed off If I made an 8-hour drive and everybody's ghosting me, that pisses me off. Look, one of the things that pissed me off about Crabtree is we had a game plan. Ryan finds truth too. Let me just say it. I mean, damn. They were both supposed to meet with us. I had hotspots. We drove 6 hours to get there, and Crabtree let us down. No show. Ryan finds truth. He was like, "Oh no, we're not searching with you." And the dad and the stepmom, no, I want to go to Jennifer because she's got a bigger following, right? So it was just, I was so pissed off because the search that we had prepared for months before we got there, it was gone. It was just me, Jeff, and either Brittany, Layla's stepmom, or Layla's dad, because they've got 3 kids that they can't just get a babysitter for, right? So it was just 3 of us searching, and we still did. And I got to take Jeff to the place where on the first hotspot, the first search that I did with Layla, where we found the clothing and the needles. So I was at least able to show Jeff that stuff. I was able to show the stepmother, Brittany. I was able to show her that because she wasn't able to see that on the first search. GJ, the dad of Layla, he unfortunately got to see that, and he sobbed. He sobbed after we found all that stuff. And the law enforcement never came out to take it.
That's weird.
Yeah. She was allegedly seen in a white tank top and black leggings. And guess what we found? A white tank top and black leggings, but nobody came out. Nobody came out because I know that because a year later, when I took Jeff out there and we went to Kingsport, Tennessee, it was all still there. He got to see it. It was all still there. And he was like, they were like, oh shit. Nobody even, they just don't care. They just don't care. But yeah, we combed Kingsport and talked to a lot of people. We talked to so many people. We got so much done. And Fish Sticks was GJ and Brittany's investigator. And he was so pissed. He was so pissed off that we were talking to locals and that we had actually found Nation, this dude who allegedly was last with her. And we were scoping out the hotel that he was supposedly at. And he was screaming at Brittany, telling her to leave, that he wasn't ever going to work with her again since she was working with me. He's such a bitch. Steve Fisher is such a bitch.
Oh, he really is. He's a lying, conniving little shit, like he did in Jesse's case, because Jesse was found by the ATVs, just like Jules said. It was back in July that he was found by the ATV riders. Nobody having to do with law enforcement, just purely recreational out there in the woods. And then he wanted to, weasel his way in there and act like he found something, and he didn't. What a jerk. Sorry. That bothers me.
Well,
too.
that's why he was mad. The PI was mad because the hotspot is where the clothes and stuff were found. And it's almost like it messes with his ego, And yeah, Jeff, we found Nation in the hotel that the local people led us to. And he was so pissed. He was like, oh, yeah, if you're going to work with Jennifer, well, then I'm not working with you anymore. Why? Why, PI? Fish Sticks? Because you're being showed up. What's up?
Yeah, it was 2 ATVers who found Jesse initially. And it was just crazy. I think they found I think the skull was the first thing they found. Which was, you think after 10 years, I don't want to say where it was specifically because it's still an ongoing investigation, but I was just so surprised that these ATVers found him. And more stuff has been recovered since we've been out there, and Rachel's been spearheading all these searches. She's been like a beacon of hope, like that. For 10 years, that woman's never given up on finding Jesse. She's been searching for Jesse for 10 years.
No doubt.
And just like Jesse's mother did an interview with like a news I forget what it was, but the entire time she made it sound like she's been searching for Jesse, and Rachel was guilty. And I can tell you firsthand, Jesse's mother has never been out there on any search I've been a part of. Jesse's mother was never there for any remains recovery. It's been Rachel that's been by her side. So I just want to put that out there that Rachel is a hero. She's been spearheading everything. And how dare, I mean, I feel horrible that Jesse's mother lost her son? Absolutely. I feel horrible that happened to anybody, but the way I don't want to get into the personal things behind the scenes, but I'm just going to put out there that Rachel Carroll is absolutely 100% the one who's been spearheading all of Jesse's searches, and she's been Jesse's voice. So she's my idol and she's my hero. So I just got to put that out there.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Same.
And Holly, no, he's not done anything positive. There's nothing that I can think of. I mean, I'm sure that in another world with other people, with other perceptions, he's great, but not with me. I don't like him. Jules, I think that what I could do is if you wanted to give me Jesse's information, anything that you would have on Jesse, I can do a map to see where he was found.
To
You see what I'm saying?
To find the rest of them, you mean? Because we found some of it, but we don't have everything. I can say that much.
Oh God.
We've the collective search group has been looking for Jesse, which has been, Rachel, me, and there's a group of like.
So what was found?
I don't know if I want to say 100% here, but I can I'll tell you offline. But they don't have all of his remains. I can tell you that much. So if we can. Rachel wants to find the rest of them if possible, but I can send you the location where the remains are found, and maybe we can go from there. But it's because it's an act. They've reopened this whole ongoing investigation thing.
It would be where his remains are going to be scattered because of the varmints and stuff.
I think that's part of it, but I think I think that's part of it. But it's just so hard. I feel bad for Rachel, and like they've got the 2 kids. I know she wants to bring as much of Jesse home as she possibly can, but I can tell you there was enough to identify him that was found initially, but we don't have everything, and I just want to help her bring the rest of them home. But when we had R out there last, we did find more stuff. We're just waiting for the coroner to get back on a couple things. But like with Zachary's case, like I mentioned in the chat, that was weird. That hospital we went to. After the hunter dude chased us off, ironically, after he chased us off this property, one of the searchers was like, let's just hop over the fence and go to like this area over here. And Ara starts like whining like nuts. And the one searcher was watching Ara, and she was in this area, and she's like sniffing this one spot on the ground hardcore. And there's a bunch of other bones in the area, like deer bones, and she doesn't give a shit about those. So we dug up where she was like really pacing, and it was like bones that were much heavier. They were a different color. These were not deer bones. They were not deer bones. And like Ara sat, and she doesn't sit for deer bones because there's deer bones everywhere out there in Pennsylvania. And then we called the St. Clair Police Department. They came out. Then it was a weekend, so the coroner wasn't there, but the deputy coroner or whatever the heck she was came out, and like she like looked at them and was like, "Oh, these are large mammal bones." I'm like, "But they're not deer." She's like, "No, they're just large mammal bones." And I'm like, "What does that mean? Like, what other large mammal is out here? Like, what?" So she took a picture of them. So the cop was just like, "Something's not sitting right with me." So he called the coroner. He had his number. The coroner said he had to get consent because cops aren't supposed to take stuff. So he got consent.
Is this with Jesse or Zachary?
This is Zachary. Sorry, I switched. So this is Zachary. So
and where is the search with Zachary?
That was the 7th Street one I mentioned earlier. The 7th. So there were large mammal bones found there. So the cop was like, "This isn't sitting right." So he had to get permission from the coroner to use his evidence bags to tag it, and he was going to drop it off at the office for the actual coroner to investigate. But he said it could take up to a month to identify what those were. So
so this is the hot spot with Zachary, with you and Cindy, and it's the same. This is the same search on 7th Street.
Yep, where the hunter chased us off his property. But then one of the searchers, like for some reason, wanted to check this one area. He's like, "I just feel like it's going over here," and that's where Ara was like, "She doesn't sit for deer bones or any bones. She doesn't sit for animals." So that's why I'm like, when the coroner said, "Oh, these are large mammal bones," and I said, "How can you tell?" And she said something about the way they were cut, and I'm like, "What?" So
I
I
don't
don't
think Cindy, I don't know if she told me about the bones.
Yeah, I'll fill you more in on it tomorrow once because I want to talk to you about Cherry's case tomorrow too. Because I'm probably going to go a bit early tonight. But when I talk to you about Cherry's case tomorrow, I'll fill
Look at
you
the
in.
map. Look at the map and tell me, is it on? Did y'all find the bones around 7th Street? Okay, so is it anywhere near here?
So to the right where that large grassy area is, that's a cemetery actually, and then up a little further on 7th Street, that's a power plant. So where Cooks Road meets 7th Street, that corner area right there is where we were. Yeah, that's Cooks. That's Cook is the name of the hunter who chases off his property. So right there
Wow.
at that corner of Cooks Road and 7th Street is where we found them.
Okay.
So it was a little bit more north of where it was supposed to be, but I mean, that was just weird to me because R doesn't sit for animals. So I don't know. That just weirded me out. But I know we're gonna go back. Oh, and that's my line too.
Yeah, girl, this is your line. So this is where okay, so it says Jules rises and falls with Pennsylvania with missing event, trash, pawing, containment of a body on this angle in Scorpio, but this is in Taurus. So
that's weird because I didn't know that said that before we did this search. So that's odd.
Okay, so so that it's actually really good, but it would be this property.
Mm-hmm.
It would be this property owner in the back. But hey, if we don't go on the property of the property owner
Mm-hmm.
and we're just here on Mill Creek,
Mm-hmm.
I think that this is going to be a good place for you to search.
Yeah, because
I really do, Jules, and this is why. Is because this is a Scorpio Taurus axis, so we are either looking for the body just out in the open.
Yeah, I remember you said that.
Out in the open, but it could be in murky water because this is a Scorpio axis with Taurus. And the missing event, this is where the values are. This is where we could find value, something of ownership, something that belongs to Zachary. It could be even Zachary. Okay. And the 8th house of Scorpio is where the south node is. So we've been here before. And if we go to the south node where you descend, we're going to go all the way on this area. So we're going to go this area. This is the opposition of it. So there's the church. There's a hot spot too.
Mm-hmm.
These woods right through here would be like a hot spot. And
do you know where Nova's house is on this map?
So in back of 15th would even be like a hot spot, because we could just ride the line. We could just hold on. Let me see.
Oh no,
we could just ride the line, and this is a no outlet, and so we're going way up here.
Yep.
You see what I'm saying? Into 15th, and then the 15th, it's going to dead end. There's a house here, but it's going to dead end, and there you are. So where you was on Cook Street in 7th, this is the opposite end. This is the opposite side. So if his body was in something on this end, his body could be in something. So you know what I'm saying? And this kind of looks like, to me, a drainage.
What the heck is
it could be this area right here with Pennsylvania where they descend with relationships is Scorpio. This could be like a retention pond or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Because once you get going in a terrain, you just never know. You could be in some type of creek or retention water where it just stands,
Right.
And he could be there. That's definitely Scorpio. But remember, this end is where Red Horse is. That's where Indian Run is. That's where the reservoir is. the Gordon Trail, the river, you know, this is where I think you've been before with Zachary.
Mm-hmm.
But that inn that you were on is on Cook Street right here. See, it's a Scorpio Taurus axis.
Right.
So you rise this way, but you descend going the other way. I want to see what it looks like with you rising. I want to see you rising to the event. With Pennsylvania, it seems like a beautiful relationship that you would have with Pennsylvania. And then
Mhm.
the missing event right here, being on this axis, we could even look at the creek. We could look
Right.
at Mill Creek right through here. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I like that. And then of course I've ridden the line.
Oh yeah.
You know, I've got that house, I
Does that
think
say
that's right here.
Does that say Julia Avenue? Go back down a second. Did that say Julia Avenue?
Yeah.
So
Well,
weird.
and it's on 7th. Look at that. 7th
And
and
that
Julia. Yeah, 7th and Julia. Look at that.
Oh my god.
So, okay, so let's look. Let me go.
I'd take a screenshot of that and show to Cindy because
Fertile
that's
Ground.
weird.
So I'm actually going this way. Look at that. Rut Rose. Is that vacant? Is that a rundown building? And we got a bunch of woods. Look at that. Well, not a bunch, but it is a bunch back there.
Hmm.
Bunch of woods back there. There's a truck. Okay, so this. Wow. So we got a house here. We got a truck that's abandoned. Bunch of stuff growing up around it. But then let's see. We do have a property at the end of that Julia Avenue. So yeah, I want to be hold on. So yeah, I'm looking at it. See, I can't keep going. Well, hold on. No, I'm going the opposite direction. So it's going to go this way, right? Hold on. Oh, okay. I see some cars back there. Hold on. But then, hold on. I wonder if it's their property. All of that. Who owns all of that land? I don't like this hot spot. I don't like it now, but I do like this one. So the creek area going this way, that creek area for sure. But see how y'all are coming in on Eagle Hill right here? I can't go there. I can't go there, but look. That's it. Going toward Eagle Hill. It's not blocked off. It doesn't say no trespassing. See, I can keep going through this way and I can go up to the mountain. And I can even extend those lines going up to the mountain. Okay. You know what I'm saying? I can extend these.
Okay.
I can extend and we can go on up. We could go to this retention pond, but look at that. That's like a, we're going to veer off the main road and we're going to go up here. And as we go up here and round that corner, that's Pennsylvania. That's the missing event. And it looks like where the missing event is, there's a little road that goes this way. So I like, this is a hidden, it looks like to me from the map that it's a hidden road.
Mm-hmm.
And where else would you want to put somebody on a hidden road? Somewhere that nobody's going to go. Nobody is going. So, and you can see that the outer wheel of my compass, I always like to look there too, because that's where the missing event is rising, and I'm taking it out to the degree in which it's rising. So I may put a hotspot on that end of it. And I guess, hold on. It did its own thing right there. Let me take this down. Let me take this down a little bit.
Cindy's in
Right over
chat,
that
by the way,
line.
Jen.
Huh?
Cindy, she's in chat right now.
Is she really? Okay. She's not in my
Hey,
chat. I don't see
Cindy.
her.
She's in. I gave her Trisha's link, so everyone.
Oh, okay. I don't see her in my chat. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
So
so
this
everyone in chat, that's
Yeah,
Cindy,
Cindy, if
that's
you want to jump in
Zachary's.
my chat, I'll be able to see you. If not, I'm gonna have to
Well,
look at
Jen,
it
you
this way.
should be able to see both. You should be able to see both chats.
I can't, babe.
It's Cindy Vidal.
Let me see if I can.
815.
That's Zachary's aunt, everybody.
Yeah, I've looked at all messages, babe, and I can't see it. I've done the chat filter and everything.
Oh,
I don't know.
I can see it because I have like the StreamYard, and then I have Trisha's chat pulled up, and I have your chat pulled up in two separate windows, so that's how I can see her.
Okay, gotcha. So Cindy, Jeff, can you drop the link? If you can jump in my chat, I can see you. If not, I'm just gonna have to jump out and look.
I wasn't sure if she was busy to talk, but I definitely wanted to show. I let her know that you were going over Zachary's map.
Oh, there she is. Hey, Cindy. Hey, babe.
Cindy's
I see
so
you now.
cute. She's so cute.
Of course, Cindy. Of course. Of course. Okay, so this right here.
Yeah, this is Sebastian's map. Oh wait, never mind. Sorry, for some reason, never mind. I refreshed. I see Zachary's map now. Sorry, that was weird. For some reason, my thing like rewound, and now I'm back. Okay, so I see it now. So
Hey, Kylie. Hey, Kylie.
Okay, so you're on Eagle Hill Road. Yeah.
Because what I'm thinking is that Ryan and Nova, I don't know, they just, they give me the heebie-jeebies looking at their chart. And Cindy, by the way, when I put my new software on when I put my software on my new computer, I've now figured out how I can save charts. Evidently, I wasn't able to save Zachary's information. I probably don't have Nova's. I probably don't have nobody's. And now I'm able to save the charts that I do. And yeah, Nova and this guy Ryan, who said that, it's I don't know, it's all alleged that they could have been with him the last day that anyone heard from Zachary. Well, these dudes are, for a lack of better, they're jacked up from the flow up. I mean, they're just messed up, man. Okay. These people are, they've got mental health problems for sure. And I'm not saying that all people that have mental health problems, it just depends on where it's stemming from. If you're tweaking out and you're just not doing the right thing, okay, I'm going to call you out. And I'm going to say that you give me the heebie-jeebies and I don't like your lifestyle, period. Other mental health, that's a different story. But
exactly
the way that they talk about Zachary is very scary and sketchy.
Mm-hmm. Sydney will tell you, I've said I don't like Nova and I don't like Ryan blocked me on Facebook for no reason, like whatsoever. Like I've never talked to this kid, never sent him a message. We did a post in the Facebook group about Aura coming out to search, and all of a sudden Ryan just blocks me. It's like, why did you block me, you weirdo? Yeah.
Yeah, he's got, I think I'm going to take this one off, Jules. I think I'm going to take this one off.
Okay.
The more that I look at it, I'm not really feeling it. I think it was because of this, we could go out here, but nah, I don't know. Once I see that we've got properties there and everything, I'm not really digging it. But I am digging on this when we're looking at this angle. Mill Creek, if we want to just see what it's like with you in Pennsylvania rising together for a great cause, this right here, that we're moving with the missing event, we're moving going this way. And it's about values, it's about money, it's about things that he owns. We could find something that he owns going this way, whether it be him. And I think that the reason why I've got it right here is because I can stop here and I can look toward those lines. And I'm looking toward those lines going this way. Okay. Going this way in the back of Park Street. So I could park here and go out there, but it seems awful far, but not too far. So I can see why I marked it there, because it almost looks like you can keep on going and there's like a trail, a dirt road. Okay. And this dirt road, it looks like on the map now with you there, with Cindy there, y'all can see and assess the situation better than I can. I'm just looking at it at a map.
Mm-hmm.
Once you get on the terrain and you see it for yourself, you'll know if this is a good area to search, right? So we're going, I don't even know how to pronounce that. Something Manor Road. And we're coming up, we're coming to the end, and it looks like, I don't know if it would be gated, if you can still drive. But then it looks like a little cutoff, don't it? There's like a little, I don't know if that's like a creek, because it kind of looks like it'll keep going. So it could be like, I don't know. Nah, that wouldn't be a creek. I don't know. That could be some water. There could be some runoff. But this comes down, then it comes, and that's where the missing event would start. You see what I'm saying? So let me move that. Let me just move that right here, because it could be on either side. No, I wouldn't say it would be on either side, but it could be. It could be. There's something, I don't know. So if I wanted to ride this line and say, you in Pennsylvania, Jules, could do well. Now, unless we've got a vacant home, a property here on this road, then we could go behind. Let's see what that is.
Tina girl, Zachary's missing from Pottsville, Pennsylvania.
Yeah. If somebody wants to put his information in.
Yeah, I can do that.
Like, where he's missing from, his age, all of that. Okay, so now I'm looking at this property. Okay. So now the little man is looking.
I'll share the search group too that Cindy has.
See, I mean, we could go back here, I guess, and we could park, but I don't know. That's pretty ballsy. I wouldn't do that. No, ma'am, no ham. That's why I didn't put a hotspot there. I like this. Going in back of these apartments, going back down here. And right there is where the missing event is starting. And then we've got Pennsylvania rising, you rising, Jules. I like that. And then the creek area. Cook Street, we got too many properties.
Yeah, I'm pulling Zachary's search group real fast so I can post the link here.
Okay, so we're looking at the back. See, my little man is here, and we're looking at Grays Avenue. We're looking at the back of 7th, but you got to go far. You're going to have to go far to meet up with you in Pennsylvania. That's a lot of terrain. It don't look like it, but when you're on foot, that's a lot. So I don't know. I'm not thinking about that unless somebody had a, let's see. Can we drive all the way up there? No. That's a no-go. We're not going to go all the way up. No. Because these people are either in a car or they're on foot. No. We're going here. So the creek and here. The creek and this one, and this one, and this one. Yeah. And this is where y'all are rising. I would clear those first, Jules.
Okay.
I would clear those first with searching for Zachary. Let's see if y'all are going to rise together with the missing event. If y'all don't, we're not going to keep going further on Eagle Hill. I mean, I guess we could.
So I'm pulling Zachary's his information about like where he was last seen, last date. I'm gonna post it in the chat too.
Okay.
Jen, you would have laughed. So the other week when we were searching with Cindy, and she could tell you this, we went to this one area where somebody lives, and we're standing in the parking lot, and it was me, Cindy, her husband, and another searcher. We were standing in the park with Ara. We're standing in the parking lot talking, and these people were just staring at us, just watching, because like, of course, these people are probably like, what are these people doing here with this like police dog? And I said to Cindy, I'm like, oh, these people are watching us. And Cindy just turns, looks, and goes, hi. And so it's like, waving. Oh my, it was so funny because she just like, you've talked to Cindy before. She just has this like air about her where she's just so like cute. And it was just so funny because like these people are staring at her. She just goes, hi, and starts waving. And I was like, oh my God.
Yeah. So y'all check Zachary's, y'all check his, the Facebook group out. I mean, I know we don't have a whole lot of people. I mean, I've only been live for almost 8 hours, guys.
Yeah.
So, this is the longest live that I've ever done. This is the record-breaking live. Jesus help us, God. But you know what? The missing deserves that. I'm thankful. I've got a lot to be thankful for, and there's a lot of families out here that have no clue where their missing loved one is. And if we can be give any type of direction here, because Jules, I'm thinking that any of the next searches, I mean, maybe Cindy can check these places out and see what she thinks the vibe she is, because I mean, the woman is intuitive as hell. So like,
oh my God,
check these places out, Cindy.
She's still here in the chat. She sent me the tongue sticking out face emoji because she remembers exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah. I've got to come on here so I can see Cindy. I can see.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. See, it's got like a little linky thing on it.
A little what? A linky thing?
Yeah, like a little linky thing.
That little linky thing.
That's
like
what
we're just looking at. We're just looking at my StreamYard screen, and this is. I mean, it would be great if we could stream 2 channels and we see both chats.
I know. Well, and it would be
you,
nice for
Cindy.
other people to be able to see it, like
Yeah,
both.
because
It's
your
weird.
chat can't see my chat.
Yeah, and that's weird, right? Because then they're like, I don't see this person in here. It's like because they're on the other one. But that's what the dual stream was doing too. And I'm like, well, what's the point of that? Because then one group is not involved in what the other group is doing, which is, I mean, maybe that could help if people don't get along. Go over to the other chats.
You're right.
If you want to voice your opinion, go over there.
So
none of us have to see it over here.
Oh my God, a hall monitor.
So I've got 23 hotspots on Zachary's map. and where they searched isn't a hot spot simply because it's a property owner. But I can see why, like this area, yeah, I mean, hold on. Let's see. It would have to start because there is Pennsylvania. Where he's found, Pennsylvania should definitely be showing up. Okay, so yeah, I'm looking. Kind of looks like a little clearing right through there.
Mm-hmm. Hall monitor, you behave yourself in chat. And hall monitor's like they're probably staring because you and Cindy are hot mamas. Hall monitor, you calm down over there.
Okay, so that's going, ooh. But see, I don't have, I mean, I guess it could be like they're showing up here and it's right here. But I mean, that is a whole lot of terrain right there. I don't know. I don't know. I'm going up here. I'm going up here. I don't know. I like this. This seems like really secluded, guys. Like I don't see any properties. There's no houses. There's actually a clearing right here, it looks like. But if we go around the curve, see, it's that blue line. It's Pennsylvania that you want to be on. So if you go, okay, we go around the curve. Once we go around the curve, let's let the dog out. Let's let the dog out. What is she sensing? Is she sensing anything when we let that dog out? Once we go around the corner, let the dogs out. What's going on? Are we do we have any scent? You know, because this just like seems like a very secluded place. And then we go right here. I mean, look at this. Look at this, guys. I mean, shit. Help us, Lord. Look at all that. I mean, terrain. Let's keep on going. This is Eagle Hill Road. Okay, so now we're about to be up on that pond. And that pond is right to the right here. But we can't see it because it's thick. This shit is thick. And you could just pull over, go into the woods a little bit, boom, done. You leave, and what is that? What is that? Okay, I see where Jules is gonna. Okay, so this is Jules' line, but we want to get Jules. Okay, we want to get you and Pennsylvania meeting up. So maybe you park here. Maybe this is where you let the dogs out and you walk and see if they're hitting on anything. And you just keep on walking. Okay, you keep on walking. It's a lot. I mean, you might get, taken off the beaten path for a minute. Let me go back. Because this is where Pennsylvania is. Now we're really in with some business. Oh yeah, we are right on the Pennsylvania line. So yeah. So from here, if y'all could look at the marker on the map, get yourself acquainted with some of the terrain. Be like, okay, I saw that. So we'll start here and then we go down. And we go down to your line. Jules right here.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
God, that would be like, whoa. Because you're looking at a lot of terrain and that's Taurus, honey. Yep. And he won't be in anything. If you were to find him, he would not be in anything. you would find,
He would
you
just be
know,
out there.
yeah, you would find remains or bones.
And
As
Taurus is
sad
my
as that
Taurus
yeah.
is my rising sign, so makes sense. I can't believe there's a Julia Avenue. Like that was so weird. I'm like, is that a Julia Avenue? Like, jeez.
So
Of all
that's up
places.
there.
I
But
know, but it's just so
if you
weird.
take this road, if you take this back road,
Hmm.
if you take the back road first, I'm gonna go down. I can't get my little man there because it's not showing up. But you start around the curve.
Mhm.
But it's where you and the curve with Pennsylvania, and we could even come on out because look at that. We're coming down here again. We have this dirt road that's coming down to the missing event. It's the same thing. We got this dirt
Oh,
road that's
wow.
coming down to the missing event. So I think I like this one really good. I like this one. That one.
Okay.
Yeah. That one right there is coming down to the missing event. Where was the other one? Right there that's coming down to the missing event. It's like a dirt road or something. I don't know. I'd like to see those checked out.
Okay.
All right. I'm going to shut up about it.
No, I'm like literally
I
like
get too excited because I'm like, let's go find him.
I think
I'm ready to go. I wish I was there. I would go. I would go in a heartbeat, guys. I would.
I know. I wish I had a teleportation machine.
I have a guest room. I got a guest room. You can stay here. Just saying, as long as you don't mind Ara and Gator, you can be like cuddle buddies with them. Actually, Gator would probably betray me to cuddle with you because he just would because he's Gator. But yeah.
Well, at this point in time, we can't leave our chickens right now. We got chickens that we're caring for. We just can't leave them right now.
Aw, chickens.
Yeah, we just had a big old fox try to get our oldest hen yesterday, and so the day before yesterday, rather. And we had to bring her in the night before last. We let her stay inside. It was crazy because this big old fox mangled. I mean, she didn't have external wounds, but we know that she has internal wounds because she's swollen.
A fox did this?
Oh yeah,
Dang-
a fox,
dang-
a big
oh.
old fox. He looked like a damn dog.
Do you want to borrow one? Do you want to borrow
Shit.
Gator? I'll send Gator. Be like, Gator, go help Jen with her chickens because he totally will. So
Yeah,
You need
that's
Gator,
that's
Jen.
what Seth said. You need a dog. No, I can't even take care of these chickens. Like, God dang. I mean, we can't. I mean, I can take care of the chickens. I'm just saying, I can't leave the chickens. How about that?
yeah,
That's what I really needed to say because they're taking. They've got a coop that is huge. I mean, you've never seen anything like it. What Jeff built for them.
Aw.
They're spoiled rotten. But at the same time, we can't leave them because they are spoiled rotten.
Yeah, Cindy got to see Ara react to a cat. That was a fun experience. Speaking of dogs and animals, there's this cat that totally is someone's pet, but it's outside. And Cindy will tell you the 3 times you've been to this one storage area, Cindy, I think it's 3 times. This one cat, we don't see it when we get there. The second Ara's there, this cat decides, I'm gonna come walking down this path to visit Ara just to make her mad. Just, what the heck, cat? So yeah. Yeah, Cindy just said my heart's shattered for Zachary, 3 years missing. He's gonna come home. And Jessica, yes, we'll be in touch for sure.
Yeah, you're welcome, Jess.
And
3
Cindy-
years. It's 3 years. And, that's what I'm saying. It's like, I've been live pretty much all day, but at the same time, I've talked about a lot of cases.
Mhm.
I've talked about 4, 5, actually. But
Cindy said Zachary loves cats. Aw, I love cats too. Ara just doesn't like them because they torture her.
yeah, chicken mom and dad here. I mean, we are. We love our chickens. We love our hens.
I would
We've
have
only
them,
got
but
one laying right now. Our other 9 hens are just they're fun, but they're young and they're frisky and We just gotta, right now, we're just trying to protect them. And I don't
Yeah.
like to be away from home, even though I have to be away from home more
I
than I
get it.
like. God.
I don't like being away from home for my dogs too. Real quick, Cindy. So, Cindy, Jessica said, "What color hearts for Zachary?" So, Cindy, what that means is like, for Sebastian, whenever we talk about Sebastian chat, people put green hearts. For Jack and Lily, I think it's blue hearts. So, Cindy, what color do you want for hearts for Zachary? So when we talk about him in chat, people can put the hearts in the chat. Because green Sebastian, blues Jack and Lily. So Cindy, you pick a color, and we'll put those hearts in chat for Zachary.
Yeah, whatever his favorite color is. Anything we can symbolize for Zachary, we will.
And I'll
It doesn't-
definitely share his missing flyer too on my channel.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I gave Cindy your number, Trish, so she can get in touch with you. But I understand,
Fantastic.
Jen, I understand. Trust me, I don't like leaving when I go out to Pittsburgh area to search for Cherry. My neighbor comes over and takes care of the dogs for me. He loves the Philadelphia Eagles, so maybe we should put Eagles in chat for Zachary. That'd be cute.
Yeah, that would be cute. So here is Zachary Vidal.
Aw.
Let's see.
He's got a Led Zeppelin
God,
shirt on.
aw.
I love his Led Zeppelin shirt. I think is that a Led Zeppelin shirt? I think
It
it's Led
is. It's a
Zeppelin.
Zeppelin
Yeah,
shirt.
it's Zeppelin. Yeah, he's got good taste in music. He was
does.
raised by some cool people.
He gets the let out, right? Getting the let out. Aw.
Yep. So this is his flyer. This is the A Voice for Zachary.
Oh, thank you, Chuchi and Hall Monitor, for putting Eagles in the chat for Zachary.
That's
Aw.
awesome. I love the eagles. Like the hearts are cool, but the eagle, that is like specialty.
Yeah, I love that.
I thought I
Eagles-
was a part of one of the groups, but I don't guess I am. But you know what? I need all of the details again, Cindy, if you could text that to me.
Yeah, I'll
And
send you the Facebook.
really need all the details again. All right, there's my Facebook. Somebody just says on TikTok, "Hey girl, hope you're doing well. I've not seen you live for a long while." Well, come on. Rebecca Park has been missing since November 4th, 2025. Her baby due on 18th from Michigan. This is the craziest case ever. Can you look into it and let me know what you can read on this, please? Rebecca Park. Rebecca Park.
Let me share Zachary's group. Oh, Jeff, thank you.
Oh, hold on. Rebecca Park, hold on.
Zachary.
The candlelight is being held tonight. Her due date was 3 days ago. Ah, hell. Well,
Oh.
Lord, here we go. So, wow, that's not good. Her baby was due to be born on November 18th. Oh, this is sad. It's going to make me cry.
Oh, wow.
Oh, damn. See?
It's terrifying too, because sometimes when they're right about to be due, somebody takes them and takes their baby from them. You know, that's what scares me.
Oh,
It was
God,
kind
that
of like
is
the
so sad.
Bassard case. Is it Bassard? I forgot what her first name was.
Rebecca Park.
Holly or something. Holly Bassard
Oh.
case where that lady took her baby and ugh.
That's horrible.
Damn it.
This is the.
So anyway,
wasn't there just a cheerleader this happened to? Also, wasn't she very pregnant? And like she was. Yeah. I hate people. I hate bad people. I'll say that.
Hey, Jen, it's me, Erin. I've been texting you with Sebastian's info tonight. Love learning from you all. Fascinating. I want to learn more. Craddock and Carter need your help. Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
Yeah, they do. Hey, Aaron.
So just, yeah. And, you know, if you're not familiar with who Erin is, she has been working hard since Sebastian went missing, boots on the ground. A lot.
Oh,
Lady
is this
Freedom.
is this
You should
Aaron?
yes.
Yeah, I know who
Yeah,
Aaron
we
is. Yeah.
all know who Erin
I
is.
wanted
Yeah.
Jessica to go back and really quick, guys. I need to know if Jessica actually went back and listened to that part because she needs to go back and listen to that part because this is such a long live. I don't expect her to sit for 6 hours, but if she will just click back and rewind and listen to what Jules's qualifications are and what she's willing to search for in Devlin's case, I think it's important for you to hear that, you know, and I'm too busy
Mhm.
to clip it and send it over. I just, you know, you need to rewind, please.
Yeah. Yeah. And I've been on here for way too long, Lady Freedom. You've been on here for a long
No, you're
time.
good. I'm glad. I just don't want her to say, nobody told me this. It's like, well, you need to go back and listen.
I think there's a lot of great information here for anybody that wants to use an innovative way to find the missing. You know, I think it's very it's different. You know, what I do is different, but it takes us all to make the world go round. And sometimes we just got to be open to new innovative ways and new innovative methods. I don't understand, you know, all people have to do, if you're searching for the missing, you don't even have to understand astrology. You don't have to understand the lines. You don't have to understand any of that. Just go to the hot spots. I can tell you why, just like I walked you through why I would pick a hot spot, why I'm thinking about it, why I'm thinking, you know, that this could be good. I was getting very excited about sadly finding remains. I could go on another angle and I could get excited about finding him alive. I go through all the different emotions when I'm reading and mapping someone. I go through all those emotions. I'm feeling them all, I'm looking at them all, and I'm open to any of them. But the hot spots do matter. I mean, you know, we can see why some of them needed to go away, why some of them needed to stay, or, you know, new ones need to be created. But we can, if we all work together to find the missing, it's such a beautiful thing to have a great cause. And I'll spend hours on it. I do spend hours on it. Lady Freedom, Jules, we all spend hours on it. And, you know, it takes that. Damn, it does. We got a lot of missing kids in the world.
I know.
Yes. Yes. And there's only so many minutes in the day or, you know, hours in the day for us. So, you know, as we're going through, like I think you guys are invaluable to what we're trying to accomplish here. We need people that are willing to search. We need places to search, you know, and I'm more about the storytelling, obviously Lady Freedom's raw narratives story. And so I think it's just so I'm like just very blessed right now. I feel very blessed.
I feel blessed to be on planet with you two ladies. I always enjoy you guys allowing me up here. You guys have a lot of knowledge. You do, you know, Trish with Lady Freedom with your, you know, big heart, and Jen with your knowledge of what you do. It's just, I'm always honored to be here, and thank you for allowing us to talk about Zachary on here too. And I know Cindy, she's still in chat. I think she still is. I'm sure she appreciates it. She needs a lot of help. Somebody knows something. Same thing with Summer. Same thing with Devlin. Somebody knows something, and I just wish these people would. Actually, Cindy knows what I would love to do to find out what happened to Zachary. She knows who I'd love to talk to. However, this person is an avoidant, and I don't think this. I think if this person knows I'm in town, they're gonna intentionally run away for whatever reason. Cindy could probably back me up on that. But Jen, you're not wrong when you said there's two sketchy people in Zachary's case, and I've
Yeah,
eyed them up
there
from
is.
day one.
Yeah, it's definitely them. You know, there's too much that we just don't know, and they have that information and they're not giving it up. So all we can do is work the map and look for him and let the pieces fall where they may and who is guilty. You know?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And then, like what Jeff said, time is of the essence. I mean, it's true. And I feel like, we're behind with Devlin, but I think that if we could all get on the same page, it's okay, right? Like, because we can't get that time back, but we could absolutely move forward. And thanks, Jules and Jen. I so much appreciate you guys.
Yeah,
I'm going to end this stream since I've been here for 8 hours now.
I was wondering because I was like, dang. It's like
I want to do something different now.
It's like Jen's still on
eat
here.
Dinner, hang out with Jeff. Bless his heart. Jeff, but look at him. He is in here supporting me, coming and walking into my office, just smiling at me, giving me goo eyes. I mean, he's just so sweet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes,
really
dropping links
out
for
there
us,
like that.
and yes, dropping stats for the kids that are missing, for the people that are
Man,
missing. Like
he is
that's
the
so
shit. He's the
important.
shit. He's great. Jeff is
So
wonderful.
important. Yes.
Yeah, it takes us all, man. I love you guys.
Yeah,
I love you all. I
Oh.
thank you all so much for being here, really. I'm going to close this stream out, though, with Sebastian's anthem.
Yay.
Love you guys. Love you guys.
Love you
Clean like your soul won't be forgotten. We stand strong for you, never give up. Seek justice and truth. Day and night we search. Community gathers, wipe the tears away. Rise up for you, Sebastian strong. Sebastian's army, we march on. Each day comes and goes, hope in our hearts. You're never alone, we'll bring you home. Wish it was a dream, babe. It lingers on, but strength we carry will keep you strong. Rise up for you, Sebastian strong. Sebastian's army, we march on. Each day comes and goes, hope in our hearts. You're never alone, we'll bring you home. Wish it was a dream, hey, it lingers on, but strength we carry will keep you strong. Rise